Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you the best. I got my red dress on tonight, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Done my hair up real big, beauty queen style. High heels off, I'm feeling alive. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snare. Honey, I'm fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore. 2, 3, 4. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you the best. I got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh. I'm feeling electric tonight. Cruising down the coast, going about 99. Got my bad baby by my heavenly side. I know if I go, I'll die happy tonight. Oh my God, I feel it in the air, telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snare. Honey, I'm fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore. 2, 3, 4. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby, you the best. I got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Got that summertime sadness. Oh. Think I'll miss you forever, like the stars miss the sun in the morning sky. Later's better than never. Even if you're gone, I'm gonna drive. I got that summertime sadness. Summertime sadness. Oh. Kiss me hard before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know.
Good morning. We'll be starting shortly. Please grab your coffees and come to the main auditorium and let's kick off Innovation Unleashed.
Look at you. Now that's
It's the way you dip your head and your stylish clothes you wear when you walk into the room. All my partners stop and stare at you. But they just wanna use you up. What's the tattoo on your back and that brand new Louis bag and the matching high heels? I can't help this girl, your swag's so true. Oh, baby, they just wanna give her love. Oh, girl, I hit you up. You're like my favorite song. Just wanna turn you on and rock you on along the side. Oh, I just wanna be your man. Just wanna be your man. Oh, just the smell your perfume got me going out my head. Seen them coming, seen them going. Never met someone as bad as you. Seems you're my favorite girl. Yeah. I know just what you need to make you look complete. This platinum wedding ring, guess who I got a thing for you? Yeah. I'll take you around the world, oh baby. Girl, I let you know you're like my favorite song. Just wanna turn you on and rock you on along the side. Oh, I just wanna be your man, just wanna be your man.
I'm thinking of a master plan. Nah, I'm lying. Shout it on my mind. Shout it like a frying pan. And I ain't got nothing but sweat inside my hands. So I dig it from my pocket. All my money is
for creative industries. Cape Town is a mecca for creative storytelling with thousands of locations to choose from. We are home to the first world-class custom-built film studio complex in Africa. Africa's leading animation studio that keeps winning on the global stage is also based here. Open for green economy. The Atlantis Special Economic Zone is the only green tech special economic zone in Africa, offering compelling incentives to investors. For innovation, opportunity, and growth, Cape Town is open. Now it's time for you to open for business.
Rooted in Africa, connecting global communities and keeping you informed. Sentech is a made-in-Africa digital infrastructure and content delivery company providing services on the African continent. As a state interventionist tool, the company is equally committed to its developmental agenda as it is to the provisioning of infrastructure that connects smart communities, people, and devices to deliver content and innovative solutions. Sentech has committed itself to being at the forefront of Africa's digital revolution.
Welcome to Cape Town, South Africa, your gateway to the African continent. Open for agri-processing. Our beautiful region is one of the largest exporters of agricultural goods in Africa. Open for tech. We are Africa's leading digital hub. The Cape Town Stellenbosch tech ecosystem is the most productive on the continent. This is also home to world-class universities and global tech giants. Open for maritime. Cape Town's boat building industry is known globally for its excellent craftsmanship and innovative designs. Open for business process outsourcing. Cape Town is a leader in BPO, having the highest employed talent pool in this global sector, thanks to our world-class customer service and significant cost effectiveness. Open for electronics manufacturing. Our aerospace technology companies are supplying some of the world's major space organizations. This is where innovative design thinking meets quality skilled engineering, not to mention established export markets in Africa and the world. Open for creative industries. Cape Town is a mecca for creative storytelling with thousands of locations to choose from. We are home to the first world-class custom-built film studio complex in Africa. Africa's leading animation studio that keeps winning on the global stage is also based here. Open for green economy. The Atlantis Special Economic Zone is the only green tech special economic zone in Africa, offering compelling incentives to investors. For innovation, opportunity, and growth, Cape Town is open. Now it's time for you to open for business.
Rooted in Africa, connecting global communities and keeping you informed. Sentech is a made-in-Africa digital infrastructure and content delivery company providing services on the African continent. As a state interventionist tool, the company is equally committed to its developmental agenda as it is to the provisioning of infrastructure that connects smart communities, people, and devices to deliver content and innovative solutions. Sentech has committed itself to being at the forefront of Africa's digital revolution.
Ladies, gentlemen, tech enthusiasts, please grab your seat in the main auditorium now.
Thank you.
Welcome to Cape Town, South Africa, your gateway to the African continent. Open for agri-processing. Our beautiful region is one of the largest exporters of agricultural goods in Africa. Open for tech. We are Africa's leading digital hub. The Cape Town Stellenbosch tech ecosystem is the most productive on the continent. This is also home to world-class universities and global tech giants. Open for maritime. Cape Town's boat building industry is known globally for its excellent craftsmanship and innovative designs. Open for business process outsourcing. Cape Town is a leader in BPO, having the highest employed talent pool in this global sector, thanks to our world-class customer service and significant cost effectiveness. Open for electronics manufacturing. Our aerospace technology companies are supplying some of the world's major space organizations. This is where innovative design thinking meets quality skilled engineering, not to mention established export markets in Africa and the world. Open for creative industries. Cape Town is a mecca for creative storytelling with thousands of locations to choose from. We are home to the first world-class custom-built film studio complex in Africa. Africa's leading animation studio that keeps winning on the global stage is also based here. Open for green economy. The Atlantis Special Economic Zone is the only green tech special economic zone in Africa, offering compelling incentives to investors. For innovation, opportunity, and growth, Cape Town is open. Now it's time for you to open for business.
Rooted in Africa, connecting global communities and keeping you informed. Sentech is a made-in-Africa digital infrastructure and content delivery company providing services on the African continent. As a state interventionist tool, the company is equally committed to its developmental agenda as it is to the provisioning of infrastructure that connects smart communities, people, and devices to deliver content and innovative solutions. Sentech has committed itself to being at the forefront of Africa's digital revolution.
right, good morning to everybody. Let's just have a little bit of a good morning. Great. My name is Caitlin Nash, and whether you're here for the session or just for the morning, I will be spending the day with you all. So I appreciate your patience, your tolerance, your engagement, maybe some clapping, maybe some feedback. So your job today is to be a good audience. Can we do that? Yes. All right. All right. We also have viewers streaming in on the YouTube channel. So good morning and welcome to you here in Cape Town, South Africa. We have people here locally from Cape Town, from Joburg, but also from many countries around Africa who are streaming in, but also here in our room today. And we are here together to talk about innovation unleashed. So let's bring that home for a second. Innovation unleashed. I'm sure we hear buzzwords every day. You all live and breathe this environment. I do too. I've been in the innovation space for over a decade, bringing together thinkers, investors, corporates to build a global Africa that can thrive globally, competitively, and create futures for our youth and also for the dreams that we have that should be coming true. So I'm going to tell a short story before we go into the formalities. I have had the privilege of being on stages around the world, talking about innovation, talking about what we're doing in Africa. And recently, I've been sharing the concept with people of how start-up nations, of which we are, of which many of our African countries are, need heroes. But I like to first talk about what is a hero. This is a great design, and thank you to the amazing Topco team for making this event look so beautiful. But this flash is not heroes. I want to take you back to when you were younger and you listened to stories. If your parents read to you, if you read your own books, if you watched movies, and you thought about a journey of the protagonist, the main character tended to be an ordinary person who had to overcome an obstacle, right? And didn't quite know how. And they go along their journey. Maybe it's someone with a donkey or someone who's got to get to the other side of the mountain or slay a dragon. And along the way, they're trying to figure out how they're going to kill this dragon. And they meet guides. They meet people that give them clues or give them advice or possibly send them in the wrong direction. And you go through all the ups and downs with the hero, and he gets to this point where he or she wants to give up. And they don't, and they push through and they get to the other side. And they either kill the dragon, or they find the pot of gold, or they win the princess. But essentially, what has happened at the end of the story, that moment where that ordinary person becomes the hero, is because they've gone through a journey of transformation. They have somewhere along the way transformed. I like to bring that back home because startup nations require lots of heroes. And the heroes are not the unicorn's founder. The heroes are not the fund managers who have the $100 million fund. Yes, they are heroes in their own right. But the heroes are every single person who has gone through a transformation to be part of this, who has learned how to use ChatGPT, who has learned how to work in a digital business, who is a very busy mom, who is working on an app. And it's not even about the technology. It's around, I want to ask, on your journey in building and being part of the startup nation, the startup continent that we have, you remember that sometimes you're the hero going through transformation, and sometimes you're the guide who needs to give that advice to the person next to you who's going on their heroic journey to transform. When you leave today, I'd like you to leave with two things. One, lots of new connections. If you do not leave having met at least 5 new people, then it is a wasted day, a wasted opportunity for you. But I also want you to leave with a new lens of constantly looking around you, going, whose heroic journey am I part of? And how can I get them to the other side to transform? Right. Now that we've got that little nugget in us, we're gonna kick off and talk about what we're gonna do this morning. Yesterday was great. Who was here yesterday? Raise your hands. Okay, quite a lot of us. Awesome. And yesterday was amazing. We had Mr. Maruma Nkoma here from the World Trade Organization. We had Judetsang Makusu, the public policy manager from Meta. And we had the Honorable Mr. Mondle Gugubele, the Minister of the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. So we really had some strong leaders speaking about policy and how innovation is moving forward. Now, we say innovation comes first, regulation comes after. And there's a natural polarization around that. And there's an intense need for regulators and entrepreneurs and founders to be in constant dialogue so that we can collaborate on our policy. So yesterday there was a lot of conversation around that. Great heroes sharing their transformative journey around being women in tech and female techpreneurs, and then looking at the future and what the future's bringing. So that was yesterday. Today, we're going to be hearing about actionable business insights. I love that. Actionable business insights. Last night, I was speaking to Lee Nike. I don't know if he's here today, but we were talking about everything is about the how-to. You don't need to have the best strategy in the world. You just need to know with your people what is our next how-to. So today, we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about actionable insights. We're looking forward to having AWS with us, Google with us, IBM. We're going to have some interactive workshops later, so please make sure you come and find the workshop rooms. There will be one on innovation in finance, aka Finnovation. I like that. I like these new words we come up to try and capture the essence of what we're doing. We're also going to have a workshop on navigating AI and deep fakes. Has anyone come across a deep fake? Anyone? Yeah? Ooh, it's real, right? And let's have some conversations about it. And then after lunch, we're going to have a pitching den. And we're going to make sure that our entrepreneurs really shine in the spotlight and can compete anywhere in the world after they've had this experience. So please come and support them and listen and learn and engage. Right. I have to do something on stage now, but I'm not going to do it alone. It is so important to have in-person events. Do you agree? After COVID, do you like coming to in-person events? Yes, no? Yes, okay. There's nothing like a face-to-face, but it takes a lot of people to come together and make this happen. So we're going to do a shout out to our sponsors. I'm giving you a heads up that it's a very long list, okay? So as we do each section, I need you guys to get some morning energy and be like, whoa, after when I cue you, okay? And yes, I am that MC who's going to make you woo today and make you stand up. So let's do a practice. When I go like this, you go, whoa. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cool? Okay, got to work on our woo factor today. We'll get there. All right, let's kick off. Our first major thank you is to our incredible platinum sponsor, Sentech, who's come on board for the 3rd year now, and they are the ones who have made this possible. They are absolutely dedicated to driving connectivity in Africa, and really just a big thank you to the Sentech team for making this possible as a platinum sponsor. Guys, you're quick learners. Clearly a room of early adopters. Right, now let's have a look at the city of Cape Town. You're our host city as always. Thank you very much. Without this partnership with the city of Cape Town, the venue and the incredible experience would not have been possible. And then I'm going to take you through some nice sponsors. Our silver sponsor, Rather.chat, are you in the room? Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes. All right. Our workshop sponsor, Makuru. Yes, thank you. Go. Awesome. Our bronze sponsors, Africa Data Sensors, ALX, Left Group, Venture Technology Partners, LexisNexis, and Nedbank. Nice. Nice. Our premium showcase sponsors, LexisNexis South Africa, QI Solutions. Our exhibitors and showcase partners, Box Fusion, Ijubi, Axo, Tsiba Academy, Level Up, Tractor, Yadangle Apps, MetaPress, Soho, Broadband Infraco, and AWS. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Our pitching den strategic partner, Havek. Yes. See, it's like a test because I'm not always, sometimes it's going to be just one, and then sometimes it's going to be five. So you've got to pay attention. All right. And then to our strategic partners, Prime Media Outdoor, Bapesa, Startup Bootcamp Afritech, Simadisa, Startup Act South Africa, the Institute of IT Professionals South Africa, Business Tech Africa, Channel Africa, French South African Chamber of Commerce, Tractor Outdoor, and Fountain Hotels. Right, so we're in the era of the ecosystem economy. Now, if that is not representative of an ecosystem coming together to make something happen, then I don't know. Right, very quickly, social media. Do you guys know that very old saying, if a tree fell in a forest and no one saw it, did the tree fall? Has anyone ever heard that before? Okay, so if we don't put this conference on LinkedIn, did it happen? Just a joke. But please make sure that you're taking photos at the media wall. We've got these great booklets that have activities in that you can scan and post. We definitely want to be able to take pictures and share with everyone, not just for PR and promotion, but next year we want people to come and more people to come so that your experience is deeper and more engaged next year. Right, there are hashtags all up here. I won't read them out because we've done a good job of lists already. But please make sure that you use these and tag everyone. You'll also get the exposure for yourselves and possibly connect with new people. And then there's going to be competitions today. Lots of competitions. I like this one, and this is for those streaming in. Those tweeting today on X, they're going to be looking, the Topco team are going to be looking out for the most engaging post. It could be funny, it could be awesome, it could be an insight you've captured, and they're going to be handing out spot prizes of Take-A-Lot vouchers to the value of 1,000 Rand. So if you're motivated to write a funny tweet, or a good tweet, or a powerful tweet, you could be going home with a Take-A-Lot voucher and spoil yourself. Then MetaPress is running a competition. If you visit their booth, you can win 3 annual premium passes. They're valued at 1,350 Rand, so I think it's worth a visit and a chat to them. LexisNexis is also running a competition. Go to their booth, and you could possibly win a Bluetooth headset. I love Bluetooth headsets, XYZ. And power banks and other tech goodies. And we'll be announcing the winners mostly at the end of the day, but also throughout the day. Okay, guys, we're nearly there. Last house rules. There's going to be a fire drill this morning. Hey, aren't you so glad you're not the conference organizers? It's going to happen at 11 o'clock. There's going to be a huge alarm going off. They're just testing it, and they have to do it today. Please don't leave the building. I promise you're safe. And just bear with us for the 2 or 3 minutes that they run the alarm. Then, phones, please keep them on silent. I will possibly do some naming and shaming if we have some ringtones going off today. And then I'm sure this might not be your first conference. Actually, let's have a test. Is there anyone here where this is your first tech conference you've attended? Oh, this is great. Yes, lovely. Okay, the bathrooms are over there. Okay, so if you need to read the signs. There's going to be coffee breaks, there's going to be lunch breaks, there's going to be workshops, so just stay in touch. The main auditorium is where the key action is happening, and we'd really appreciate you guys just staying here, staying present, and staying engaged. It really makes an enormous difference in terms of all of our experience. Okay, timekeeping, sometimes it will feel like we're going fast, we're going slow. I'm sure you've had this experience. Deal with us. We're trying to manage the schedule so that no one gets stuck in traffic later. So speakers and panelists, please also bear with us if we have you on a tight schedule. Okay, guys, we did it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got through everything. We have amazing sponsors. We know the rules. We're going to have a good dialogue today. You guys are going to be on the lookout for heroes in the making, and you're going to be conscious of being your own hero and what your transformative journey is. Talking about heroes, I want to invite Mr. Itumeleng Sengalo. Forgive me, correct me if I've not pronounced it correctly. He is the Chief Strategy Officer for Sentech, and I would love you to come up and share your lived experience and where you're at now. Right. We can do it. Go, Itu, go, Itu, go, Itu.
Jambo was it's a Swahili for good morning or hi. So you can just imagine we are talking Africa now. Ladies and gentlemen, program director, you really tried. Yes, Itumeleng Sengalo.
Oh, terrible. Thank you.
But you tried. I mean, because it's Seagal, so it's we have a relative of Steven Seagal. We are related.
Yes, I had a feeling.
Yes.
I was thinking Steven Seagal.
Thank you very much. But anyway, Mr. Tebogo Shope, our CEO, Mr. Frank Nisi, our COO. We also have our board member, Mapuleng Moropa, and our fellow executive, and the Sentechers. They can say, who also? Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to open the address, opening address for day 2. And I'd like to formally welcome you to day 2 of Sentech Africa Tech Week Conference 2024. And I must say that it is an absolute delight to be in the same room with people who are focused on changing Africa. Remember, the conference is Africa. So we're gonna look more on Africa, the Africa part of it. We're gonna talk about the tech of it, but the more emphasis will be on Africa. And as thinkers, innovators, and industry leaders, we have witnessed an illustrious opening yesterday, and as we witness a glimpse into the future of Africa. One of the main takeaways from a conference such as this is that we cannot evade that fact that lives, industries, and businesses must be transformed after we have left this world. We are responsible to deliver solutions in the most remote and underserviced communities and connectivity. And connectivity is really the catalyst that bridges the digital divide. And we all ponder for the term digital divide to be a thing of the past. Just an overview on Africa. As I said, my welcoming will also look at Africa. Our Africa. In South Africa, we think sometimes we are not in Africa, but we are part of Africa. And Africa's 54 or 55, I'm not sure now. How many countries do we have now? Well, the UN says we are 54, and then the AU says we are 55 because of that dispute with the Western Sahara and Morocco. So we'll just take 54, 55 countries. So Africa's 54, 55 countries with 1.2 billion population size is projected to double by 2030, which means by 2030 will be about 2 billion in Africa. Just think about that. The under 18 years is expected to increase to 1 billion by 2030. And Africa is a youthful population presenting job opportunities and challenges for connectivity. and there will be significant growth opportunities due to massive youthful population and rapid urbanization. Africa, as we know, is one of the richest continents in terms of natural resources, but one of the poorest economically. The continent has untapped wealth and untapped wealth underground. For example, 50%, we are told 50% of Africans are barely surviving on less than $2 per day, US dollars per day. Even if we contribute about 41 billion of US to the world economy. And on the digital infrastructure part of it, the digital infrastructure gap is a common challenge for all African countries and the most significant barrier on the continent. I mean, in the past, yesterday we spoke about the statistics. I won't go into deep, but we know that fixed broadband household penetration is very low, probably less than 5%. Smart penetration, internet users. So there's still opportunity and challenges that we see in Africa. But then I want to say something that we need to imagine the Africa we want. Have you imagined the Africa we want? Let's look at Elon Musk. He's an African, isn't he? Elon Musk is one imaginative technopreneur and innovator. He is revolutionizing space, and through creativity and innovation, he built SpaceX as a private company that revived the whole American space mission. He imagined a carbon-free environment and spearheaded electric vehicles to the next level through Tesla, the most successful motor company in the automotive industry. He now imagines life in Mars. Who wants to get there? He's building Starship that will take people to Mars. At least I want to go to space, not Mars. I'm not sure about the Mars part of it. So it all starts, when I look at it, it all starts with imagination. You know, it's from the mind. What is it that you imagine? And then come up with creativity. And then you innovate. And then come transformation. But the question still remains, how do we imagine Africa? The AU has drafted a plan or a vision called Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, which outlines a number of aspirations, which includes where cities and other settlements are hubs of cultural and economic activities with modernized infrastructure, and people have access to affordable and decent housing, including housing finance together with all the basic necessities of life, such as water, sanitation, energy, public transport, and ICT. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm just challenging ourselves to say we should imagine a prosperous Africa with world-class infrastructure for renewable energy, water and sanitation, health, education, financial services, roads, and so on. Imagine world-class Africa in that area. I want us to imagine where there's no poverty. Poverty is eliminated in Africa. Africa that is free from corruption and bad governance. Africa that is free of curable diseases. Shouldn't we imagine Africa that is number 1 or 2 economy? I know US and China are in that space. Shouldn't we be number 2? Africa that is stable, peaceful, and united. Africa that has young, educated, talented, innovative people. Africa that is fully digitally connected. Our imagination should be followed by creativity, innovation, and transformation. That is why we are here to say, let us ignite our innovation. Let us ignite our creativity in bringing solutions. Let us use technology to achieve our imagined Africa. Maybe choose 1 or 2 areas where you think you can make massive transformation for Africa. Look at Kenya. Our Vodacom has been involved in that. Safaricom is one of the leading a fintech company in Kenya. I think there are a number of companies, the use of technology, the fintech side. So what areas do we think we can be involved? I know there are a lot of African countries or South African companies that are involved in the entire Africa. But the question is, as we conclude, that what is to be done? Imagination will require innovators like Elon Musk who will take risk to change the world. It's about taking risk to change the world. We need to invest in mobile networks, fiber optics, towers, satellites, and data center in sub-Saharan Africa so as to enable digital services and platforms. And that is one area that Sentech is focusing on, satellite data centers and towers. Africa requires investment in digital infrastructure as the backbone of connectivity and digital transformation. I think there is a need to financially support tech startups to be exponential. You know, we talk about exponential growth, meaning that you have to scale globally, you need to grow 10 times. So we need to startups that can be exponentials, that could drive innovation and digital transformation. We need to promote digital literacy and education. I think there was a discussion around that yesterday. Build innovation hubs and tech centers, digital payment and inclusion. That is one of the things that we need to do. But most importantly, we need to embrace emerging technologies, including IoT, AI, drones, machine learning, autonomous vehicles, blockchain, big data, cybersecurity. You can name all these technologies. As Sentech, Sentech is a state-owned company. We support the government's Africa agenda. We're looking at increasing our revenue, increasing our market space in Africa, our brand presence, our visibility, our recognition. And we are calling for partnerships and local partnerships in respective of African countries. We also want to invest in digital infrastructure such as data center. As we spoke, my colleagues yesterday spoke about Sentech is driving the broadband connectivity for household and facilities through SA Connect project, and we're building digital infrastructure as the backbone of connectivity. Sentech is reimagining Africa that is fully digitally connected for digital inclusion. The minister yesterday said we need speed of getting ahead. We need to get ahead with speed, and added that the future of work is digital. Ladies and gentlemen, innovators, entrepreneurs, please join us on this second day of Sentech Africa Tech Day, and let us move forward together, innovatively, imagine and build Africa that we want. You're welcome. Thank you very much.
The Africa that we want. I'm going to bring it back home before we bring on our panel. Who here genuinely believes in the time that you have left on this planet, in your career, who really believes that we can make a remarkable difference on the continent? Really? Okay. So those who believe that we, as ordinary people, excellent people, creative people, who are prepared to go on that heroic journey for ourselves and for others, who believe that in our lifetime we can make a remarkable difference through unleashing innovation. Can you stand up? Can you stand up if you believe? Yes. Good. May the force be with you. But more than that, may you support each other on your heroic journey. Right. Thank you, Itumeleng, aka Mr. Steven Seagal, for that great opening address. I am now going to invite our panel. Let's have some real conversations about lived experiences. We're going to be talking about converging broadcast and digital services. what are those opportunities and challenges. I'd like to invite the panelists to come up on that side of the stage. We've got Kapano, Peter, Mashila, Karen. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, but please will you join us on the stage and take a seat? Okay, yes. Some of our heroes, some of our believers. Lots of food for thought. Right, let's have a seat. We've got beautiful flowers all over here. I'll be moderating, please. Have a seat, have a seat. Wonderful. So I've been told we're going to spend some time, and if there are beautiful flowers that you're overlooking, we can move them, because we can change things, including where the flowers are. We're going to talk now about merging traditional broadcasting and digital streaming services and what is that impact on content access? You live in the space, you work in the space. There's challenges like infrastructure limitations, regulations. There's also solutions coming out. I know we're going to touch on free vision play, which can empower communities. Before we do, could we just have a quick introduction? Who are you guys? Where do you come from? Let's start here.
Thank you very much. And good morning to the esteemed guests and colleagues here. My name is Kopano Tafe, and I have the pleasure of leading a team at Sentech, looking after the media business. As you know, from a Sentech perspective, and we're honored to have the great minds attending here. But part of our mandate at Sentech is to create an open access digital infrastructure that will enable support of the government objectives within the DCDT stable, and ensure that we enable our communities and we don't leave anyone behind to take advantage of the technology that we bring to the fore for them to empower communities.
Wonderful. Thank you. Karen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Thorne. I'm the station manager of Cape Town TV, which is a non-profit community TV station operating in Cape Town. We're one of Sentech's clients. We're very excited to be working with Sentech on the Free Vision Play platform. We think there's a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of challenges in ensuring its success.
Oh, there's some woo going. Okay, Karen, you're getting woos. Okay, so Free Vision Play.
I got a woo, yeah. So I look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mashilo Boloka. I represent the Female Publication Board, which is a statutory online safety regulator, which exists largely to protect South Africans against what is defining the act as harmful and prohibited content. So our work really, for a long period of time, people know us as an entity that has been doing classification and issuing ratings. In other words, if you see PG-13, whether on Netflix or Showmax, you should know that it's coming from this entity. And if you don't see that label, let us know, because it means that content is not supposed to be there. And recently, in terms of the new act, we have been given more powers to regulate the online space, in which your user-to-user services, your search engines, your online content distributors have to register with us for them to operate in South Africa. And I'm not alone. I'm with a team of FPBNs. Let them say hi, colleagues.
Who's the team? Here. Stand up quickly. Because lots of conversations. You guys can stand. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Yes, great. So that's the team if you want to chat to the film.
Yeah, there are others, I think, somewhere there.
Oh, they're hiding.
So it's quite a big team. Second maybe to Sentech. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, great. I'm a disruptor by nature. So I'm going to quickly move this flower because I believe in talking to people and seeing your face clearly. Introduce yourself, Peter.
Hi, good morning. I don't know how many people know it's International World Telecommunications Information Site today, the 17th of May. So the establishment of the ITU happened today, in fact, a few years ago. So maybe just say happy sort of anniversary to the ITU. Also, just want to stand on the protocol that was established by the minister yesterday, and just recognize also our online audience that we have at the moment. My name is Peter Zimri, and I'm one of the councillors at ICASA. And I know that you talk about innovation, and we are normally seen as the ones that's blocking innovation, but I will unpack that and we can talk about it. I know Sentech yesterday discussed the whole spectrum debate, issues around spectrum. They need spectrum. How do they get access to it? And that is something that we can explore. And also just a little bit of because I think yesterday we had a 2-minute session discussing amongst each other. Do you know what happens in your organization? And I realized with the 5 people I spoke, none of them know what ICASA is doing. And this is basically, and I went on to ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT, why do people not know what ICASA is doing? And then it says awareness and a lot of host of issues, So you will also see in the earlier program, there was somebody else's picture on my name. So I don't know if people saw that. And somebody called me from the president's office and asked me, is this you? Why is that your avatar or something like that, Or maybe some AI image that's on there. But I said, no, they possibly changed it this morning. But yeah, so what ICASA is doing, we're basically regulating the broadcasting, telecommunications, and the postal sector. So we've got a huge mandate. And with my colleague here, Dr. Baloka, we're doing a lot of handshaking on certain things. But yes, we also got our separate mandates in terms of the laws, So my big responsibility at ICASA at the moment is spectrum management. My claim to fame is the whole auction thing. So that's what we did. We raised the 14 billion rand for the fiscus, and that's it, So, but there are lots of other stuff that we're doing.
Yes,
and we can talk about that.
Yeah, let's get into that. So we've got half an hour with this panel. I think it's a really good collection of people. We've got ambitious, like wanting to build out the infrastructure, needing to regulate it, needing to regulate more of it. Corin on the ground, like the reality of actually trying to produce and showcase and serve communities with content. So let's get straight into it. Kapano, from your side, from Sentech, how is the merging of traditional broadcasting and digital streaming services, how's that playing out in South Africa in comparison to the rest of Africa? I like to have that conversation. What's going on here?
Yeah, no, great. I think, what we're experiencing, especially now with so much development, the convergence of, digital traditional broadcasting, embracing the streaming services. So what we've seen is that there is quite a huge adoption into that landscape. And obviously it's driven by key things, right? First is the advancements in technology, the changing consumer preferences, right? The ever-changing or the evolving of the regulatory space in this space, right? And the improvement in the digital infrastructure. So we're moving from a time where, before then there was a dominance, obviously within traditional media, and we see it as, the natural sort of added service for them is to move into capturing where their customers are. So at Sentech, that's what we're trying to provide. If you look at it from a market perspective, we know that globally, obviously within the US is quite leading. We see the involvement also in our markets, the growth of
the US
Netflix.
Getting involved here in South Africa.
Yeah, from the products like Netflix, for instance, it's a US-based company, right?
Yes, yes.
And you see their content is now, they are moving into this space and obviously capturing some of the audiences that we have. So those are some of the things that are happening in the landscape. Within Africa, the likes of Showmax is also, penetrating and having a bit of growth from an OTT service perspective. We've seen how also the telco providers have tried to play in the space. They've been in and out, and also trying also to be able to take advantage of some of the revenue streams that lie, which were predominantly for broadcasting traditional, especially from an ad space perspective. Now we have the likes of how then we will be trying to level the playing field, because for us, we see it as an enablement for all the creators to be able to have a presence into that space. You now see your consumers are now watching their content from any device, anytime. The growth of the market from the newer generations is moving more into that. We're moving away from having a prime time sitting at home with the family to accessing content at your own peril. So that has created this shift within the market, where we want now our customers and broadcasters to be able to say, we also want a bit of that market segment. We also want to participate. But because now, leveling the playing field, the big people who have the means to enable them to play in that space, now you're having this divide where others can't. And we as an entity, as Sentech, we're trying to bring that technology and have them leverage the digital infrastructure that we build so that they can take share into this market.
Absolutely. I mean, we're in the era of the independent content creator,
Yeah.
and it's a huge opportunity from an income and job point of view. Corin, from your perspective, what impact has the merging of traditional broadcasting and digital services had on content access? Like how people can actually engage?
I mean, I think some of our concerns, I mean, I'm obviously here looking really at from the perspective of your legacy public interest broadcasters, of which we see community television as an intrinsic part of the three-tier system of broadcasting in South Africa. So I think as we move into the digital era, I am concerned about the extent to which public interest issues are being eroded, and what kind of measures are being taken to protect the public interest broadcasters in the digital era. For example, we're very excited about being on, as I said earlier, on the Free Vision Play platform. But we think that as a sector, we need to be really working together to, for example, if all the free-to-air broadcasters could be on Free Vision Play, we have a unique opportunity to drive our mass audience that we've built over many, many years onto one platform, which really gives us the competitive edge over the streamers like Netflix of the world. Whereas if we're all going to go off now and pursue kind of more, liberalized strategies and commercial strategies, and we're not speaking to each other, and the government's not giving effective leadership to that process, we worry that we're all going to get lost in the digital landscape. So I think there needs to be much more coordination and communication between the free-to-air broadcasters to look at how we protect the legacy of the legacy broadcasters, essentially. And I mean, there we're going to need to look at a range of issues, starting with policy uncertainty, with the kind of erosion also of regulation in the sort of digital space, as well as issues around affordability and universal service and access. To what extent, poor people are going to be able to access digital services, whether content needs to be zero rated, for example, are things that we need to be looking at. There are obviously also massive, challenges around the infrastructure, including DTT and DTH, which need a lot of discussion. We're approaching the analog switch off in December. None of the broadcasters feel we are anywhere near ready for that. Those are some of the very serious threats. But at the end of the day, if we're going to ensure the prominence and findability and survival of the legacy broadcasters, then we need to be acting really fast to work together to look at the various measures that need to be taken to protect public service television in South Africa.
Yeah, Corin, you've raised an absolutely excellent point. I think in an era where everyone can follow their niche, what happens to, you're right, the content that people need to be exposed to that they don't know they need to be exposed to, or for the communities that are not equipped or privileged enough to produce their own content, where is their space to have a voice and to receive content? It's an interesting point you raise about the excitement of progressing, but progressing while taking the good with us. Thank you. Mashilo, for you, what do you think this impact of merging traditional and digital together, how's this affecting the regulation of content? I've had very interesting conversations with people producing content, and let's hand to you.
Thank you very much. I think Kopano touched a bit on one of those. For me, there are three elements that I want to emphasize this morning. The first one is that we live in a platform world where consumption of content is no longer defined with technologies. I think for me, that's very, very important. And what we see also is the difficulty that traditional platforms are experiencing in terms of attracting audience. I think that's the biggest area. Then the second one is around the regulatory scopes, because the regulatory environment, the sectoral environments have become so blurred. The regulatory scope between ourselves as the FPB and the CASA, as well as other regulators within South Africa, whether it's the Consumer Commission, whether it's the information regulator, they overlap. Therefore, closer collaboration is needed. Also with industry, because we are dealing with an industry that is so vast, rapidly evolving, and borderless. Therefore, no one can regulate this on their own. They need to collaborate more. But the other one that I want to emphasize and spend more time on, and has got relevance for this, is the outcome of a new industry within digital transformation called trust and safety. This is the industry.
Called what? What is it called?
It's called trust and safety industry.
Interesting.
It's a new industry that is emerging, given birth by this digital transformation that we're talking about. It's so unfortunate that in South Africa, we haven't really looked at that. We always look at the social and the innovation that goes with it. But this is a new industry. If you look at in the north, they are discussing it. It relates to the softwares, the business processing services, and any service that related to it, including content moderation and wellness. Is growing at a compounded annual rate of 12%, which is quite huge. And as we're discussing today here in South Africa, there are other, most of the startups in in Europe and Northern America, they are already looking at the economic opportunities. And that's where I think in South Africa, we should be able to start saying, what are the economic benefits out of that industry? Because the traditional industries are on a decline, and this is the new one. And I'm talking about wellness, which is quite big. In other words, if you have your Meta, as an example, your Meta, your Google, they've got what they call content moderators, whose job is to clean the content and ensure that it's appropriate for consumption. There's also the wellness that goes with that. So there are a lot of opportunities, including services and solutions on things such as your age estimation and age verification, those kind of technologies. In South Africa, we haven't started talking about those. We're talking only on the protection. In other words, more of our emphasis on our conversation is on the social benefits, but not the economic benefits. And I'm saying so because, and I think it's very hard to be a broadcaster in South Africa because you are heavily regulated, but on the other side, you got these big tech that are not heavily regulated. And I think that's where a lot of innovation is happening in that industry. Innovation and startups and opportunities exist in that. It's so unfortunate that we don't have enough time to talk about that. But for me, that's where we should be taking South Africa, because out of this is where the innovation that we are mentioning that is relevant for this forum should be making sure that we look at the economic benefits. And unfortunately, in South Africa, we haven't even mastered the regulations around this industry, because you only deal with the social aspects of the industry, because you only protect the public here.
It's an excellent point. You'll recall what I said earlier, innovation comes first, regulation comes after. But you're right, around people needing to shift to being globally competitive. The world is our oyster, and a commercial mindset can go far. But obviously there's a natural tension around social imperatives and commercial drive. Peter, I'm going to come to you. We're talking a lot about challenges and happy to still continue talking about it. It would be great, though, if you could give us a perspective of both. So what do you see as the challenges with this new merge, but what do you also see the future being?
Okay, great. I just want to maybe, Karen, just to put her at ease, about the broadcasting ban. By the end of this year, 31st of December, all the analog broadcasters have to migrate to a DTT platform, what we call a digital platform. What we've done, we cleared the mobile bands, right? So, and they all stacked below the frequency band 694. But that doesn't mean the broadcasters have to vacate that part of the band. So, but there is still a migration process that we have to do from a analog to digital below in the broadcasting band. What we've done last year, we went to the World Trade Conference in Dubai, and even I was leading the team also in Sharm el Sheikh 2019. Is that we protected the broadcasting bands. for further development, future developments. We're talking, as we speak now, there's an ITU meeting discussing 5G broadcasting.
5G
5G
broadcasting.
broadcasting.
Okay.
And new technologies. There's IMT 2030 that's been discussed, the 6G technologies that we're looking at now. So those are all the future stuff that's actually happening right now as we speak.
And we're involved as a country?
And we're
South
putting it
Africa?
together. I think what assists, in fact, our framework, our regulated framework is very progressive, let me put it that way. In terms of, we have a technology neutral framework. So it was so easy for our broadcasters, mobile operators, to transition from one technology to the other one. They did not have to come back to the regulator and ask for permission to move. In other jurisdictions, it's different. The entire continent, there are barriers to move from one technology to the other one. If you want to migrate from 4G to 5G, you have to get permission from the regulator. In our case in South Africa, we've got a technology neutral framework. You can move from one technology to the other one. We also license satellite services. We license a whole range of broadcasting channels and so on. That is our responsibility. So I think, yeah, the fears that people have that we will take away those channels, there is a process that we have to digitize. I think this is a key. We have to go there. The one issue I think that regulators have problems with is, and I spoke to a lot of colleagues on the continent. We meet on a regular basis. There's the African Telecommunications Union. Under the Smart Africa Alliance, there's also entities under the AFCTA. I think there's a whole discussion going on. How do we harmonize frameworks on the continent? I think that will be the key, because everything is fragmented across the entire continent. And I think the key for us is how do we harmonize all these frameworks and make sure that we all adhere to the same principles, same type of technologies on the continent.
And how do we harmonize it at speed? Because there's a revolution coming of the content, all coming or happening on a day-to-day basis. So,
of course, yeah. And I think there are pockets of excellence on the continent itself. I think we're good in harmonizing frequency bands, for example. We've got what we call an African band plan that we developed in 2019. So the band plan exists. So we just need to go and use it and domesticate it in each and every country and each and every jurisdiction. That is what we have. So yeah, I think the challenge for us is because these online streaming services do not respect boundaries, right? So it is an international, worldwide phenomenon. You can access content from another region, for example, from the east, from the west, everywhere. So, and that is a challenge for regulators too. How do you then make sure that the content is credible, number one, and the content is safe for our people to use, I think. And sometimes you access all these sort of content databases everywhere, but are they really credible content that you can actually use for your children, for yourself, is for research purposes? Is it really credible to do it? You know, I think that's a challenge.
And tough in a borderless world.
Yeah. That's a challenge for regulators, I think.
Yeah, thank you. That's really great. I'm thinking that I want to spend some time learning more about this free vision play. Kapana, I want to bring that back to you. So, an OTT platform like Free Vision Play. First, please educate me, because I thought OTT meant over the top. So, why don't you tell us about just about how our community is experiencing it, empowering it? What is this thing?
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I think last year when we were here, we were still, building the technology spec, and we came here with a minimum viable product that we showcased here, and we brought it out to the team and said, look, this is where we're going. This is what we're trying to do. So basically, we wanted to build a free-to-air over-the-top platform, which can actually give you that partnership and leverage that you don't have to build your own stack to take advantage of utilizing the service. So
like for me as a layperson, this is almost like you can just you're building a tech stack that anyone else can then just come and not have to rebuild every time and just utilize.
Correct.
And that's Free Vision Play.
That's what we're trying to do, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So on the Free Vision Play, especially for creators, right? And I like the fact that you mentioned there is a huge trend around the creator economy that we're trying to stimulate, as a government entity, to make sure that, we've seen how the trends and phenomena are growing where, the likes of the music industry is taking advantage of that, right? You put in your content, all of a sudden there's the global audience, you start begging that, and then you're starting to monetize. So some of the challenges that we're having and that we're trying to close within South African space is that a lot of that, we found that the creators are not yet getting the benefit and monetizing. The siloed environment of creating your own environment and competing in areas that you're not, really advantaged to be, right? So that can be normalized, where everybody then can compete in what creates their business model, how they can then try and leverage, some of the infrastructure that we have as government to be able to give them a competitive advantage against the international industry that are coming in.
And let them focus on what they do best, which is create
Exactly.
content and position Africa to be globally competitive.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
And the biggest thing has always been, how do you then monetize and grow out of that? And this is what we bring into Free Vision Play. We have added module. It gives you capability for catch-up services, VOD services, learning channels. It's also giving you opportunities of monetizing through what we call programmatic ads, right? You can use, similar to a model that YouTube would use, you have a Google ad exchange that you can then leverage and get ads. So you now have to focus on impressions that you can create. So taking your community along with you and being able to have your captured audience, putting away your content nowadays, and be able to monetize that efficiently.
And who is this for? Is this for people like Karen, who's running a Cape Town TV station? Or is this for someone sitting in the audience that wants to run their own channel? I'm just trying to orientate around where are we on the journey.
Yeah, so it is an open access, catering for both. We've started with...
So I can log on and I can start something.
You can log on.
Okay. The audience at home, are you listening? You're obviously an online community.
So we started with the broadcasters, especially we've onboarded all the community radios or community broadcasters, television on it, as well as we're now working with MDDA to onboard some of the community radio, because we understand that there is a digital market space that they need to then leverage, or they then to take their customer journey through that and be able to still capture the audience. So we started with that, and there were existing customers in that. So where we see the trend moving, right, and it's happening globally, and there is what they call the fast channel. Right? So Free Vision Play is also a platform that can enable fast channel. Fast channel is free ad-supported television channel, where you can create your own channel, and I'm talking to your point about ordinary content creators out there. You can create your own channel, you can curate it, and be able to give a feed and put it on Free Vision Play, and then have the ability to monetize that through advertising and all of those mechanisms.
I like to ask these questions because we don't innovate for the sake of innovation. We innovate for people's lives to change. Karen, you've used this platform, Free Vision Play?
Yeah, we've been on.
Tell us about it.
We've been on Free Vision for at least, I think, a year. We actually invited Noto to our AGM about a month ago, and we threw him in the deep end, and he had to launch the platform live on Cape Town TV, much to his horror.
Well done, let's hero. Yes.
I think, some of the issues that we think need to be discussed around the Free Vision platform is, for us, when Sentech is the state-owned common carrier, right? So for us, when essentially a state-owned entity gets involved in providing services, whether it's, ESCOM or whoever it is, it has got to be what sets apart this service from, say, just another commercial service. And for me, it boils down to the making sure that the public interest, sorry, I'm going on about this, is being protected. That's why Sentech engages in launching a platform like this. So if the underlying rationale for something like Free Vision Play is to protect the public interest, then there's all kinds of questions that come with that. So, is this just a liberalized, kind of privatized, commercial, innovation strategy on behalf of Sentech to ensure their survival? Or is it, in fact, something that is subject to regulation? Or is it CASA just now authorizing channels? Is Sentech now becoming an operator and a regulator? these kinds of issues. To what extent are, as I said earlier, public broadcasters that are licensed in the public interest, and here I refer to the community, public and private channels, ETV including, should they not be accommodated, even if it's on a non-exclusive basis? These are the kinds of things. How are we ensuring that audiences at home have access to free vision play? And there we already have, regulations around zero rating. Surely we could be making sure that this content is zero rated so that the public, who we are all here to service, have access to this platform. And there's many other things,
Yeah,
but these are the kinds of things that we would like to discuss with Sentech and the other free-to-air broadcasters.
Yeah, and I think it's with innovation, it's critical to have these conversations, right? To have open dialogue, to understand where we're going, and give people an opportunity to collaborate on it. So, Peter, there's some questions about ICASA. You don't have to answer from the hip, but opportunities like this with free vision play, what's your take as ICASA?
You don't, okay. All right. We actually had a chat about this outside. As I don't know if those that followed the whole auction process, what we've done in the auction as part of the conditions, license terms and conditions of the mobile operators, they need to provide access to .za, .gov.za domain names. That needs to be free of charge at no cost. So the basically zero rated, so the obligation for them to zero rate all content on .gov.za domain names. And that is for the mobile operators. So it's maybe something that that Sentech can look at. How do we then ensure that more people can have access to it and so on? It is a discussion that we need to have. At the moment, ICASA, we do not regulate any streaming services.
Okay.
That is not our responsibility at this point in time.
Okay.
We basically facilitate, we are an enabler, we make sure that we put networks, or allow the networks to be enabled. For example, we open up for the SME sector. And I think it's a very important debate that we need to have, is that, first of all, as South Africa, we the number one in fixed wireless access services in the world. I just got that stat from Omdia this morning, or in fact a week ago. And we are the number one in fixed wireless access because...
Okay, all right. Oh, I like the fact that I have a backup Woo team. So in case I'm missing like a big announcement, you feel free to prompt me. Okay.
And this is just because we allow the SMEs to have access to a bit of spectrum. So, okay. and I think Sentech is possibly partnering with some of them. So, and that was allowed. So, and also there are some other services that's coming on board at the moment. A lot of direct from satellite to device type of services. That's going to be the future. I think where you will be able to talk directly from your mobile via satellite to somebody else, you know. That is basically what we call non-terrestrial networks. That is sort of on the horizon at the moment. Possibly become available around about 2030 and so on. So
it's not that far away.
That's not far away. I think currently our regulations are also very sort of historic, you know, it's a bit outdated and it needs to be updated. But like I said, our framework is technology neutral, so we can explore in other new technologies and so on.
So Peter, my eyes just caught the timer and we have 2 minutes. Can I ask, is there anyone in the audience that wants to ask a question relating to this merging of traditional and digital, or maybe something about the Free Vision platform? Maybe just a show of hands, anyone who's got a question? Yes, here in the front. So a wonderful team who's very energetic. Can someone bring a microphone over here, please? Is there any other question? Okay, so let's start with this gentleman here in the front. If you could just give us your name and... Oh, there's 2 questions. Let's start with the front table first, and then we'll move across there. Do you mind just passing the microphone across? Which one? You can just introduce yourself and direct your question.
Hi, I'm Earl Joseph from the Digital African, and the question is for the councillor. You mentioned that you don't regulate streaming, and then you also mentioned that mobile network operators need to zero rate. Why are there no regulations to force the mobile network operators to zero rate and open up even legacy channels? to third-party innovators, just so that you can actually make it possible for third parties, even sort of broadcasters, but beyond just broadcasting?
Okay, thank you. Peter, are you the right person to respond to that?
Yeah, no, I can respond to it. No problem. Yeah, I think, as you know, within COVID, we actually forced them we gave them access to some free spectrum. Not really free, but they paid for it eventually. But we don't have sort of regulations in place to regulate streaming services at this point in time. We don't. And I'm not too sure whether the debate should be there, because you also don't want to, it's a balance between stifling innovation and putting regulation in place. What do you do? What will you do to the sector? I think maybe Dr. Boloka can also maybe just expand on that. So our regulations are very sort of geared towards the traditional broadcasting, traditional services. But I think what we've done was a negotiation in our invitation to apply for access to the auction spectrum. And that was part of the conditions that they have to zero out those websites, There are some other PSIs or public service institutions that they also have to provide connectivity to those public service institutions. But that was part of the license terms and conditions.
I think I have to pause us there. I have to be strict on time, and I've got this flashing light in front of me. Really good question. Lots of good points raised. Clearly, a lot of work to still be done, but huge opportunity. I want to thank our panelists for their insights, their honesty, and their commitment to this industry. So can we do a 1, 2, 3? Yes, great. Panelists, if you could stand, let's have a quick photo together to document the beginning of strong, robust conversations to grow the industry. Yes, thank you. Okay, all done. All right, great. Audience, thank you very much. Who did not know about Free Vision Play before this panel? Raise your hand if you didn't know about it. Okay. Wow, did you guys seriously all know about Free Vision Play? Okay, well, that's fantastic. So next time, I think a great opportunity would be to actually hear from the people using it. And we can see already there's kind of the infrastructure, the builders, the enablers. And wouldn't it be so exciting when we close that gap with all the young, incredible people who can create content and drive entire new futures for us? So looking forward to that going forward. Now, we're going to have a quick talk, which I think is a very necessary talk. But before we do, can everyone just stand up for a second? Just for a second? Okay, and we're going to do this. We're going to go, oh my goodness, we're actually human beings, and we're going to have a stretch, and we're going to come alive, and we're going to get some oxygen to our brain, and we are going to invite our wonderful new speaker, Richard During. He's the founder of Venture Technology Partners. And Richard, come on stage and stand next to me. You are coming to share a really important conversation, I think, for people who are aspiring entrepreneurs, who are building businesses, who are creating enabling structure. It's all about the IP. And what do we do with it? When do we do with it? Where do we put it? So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
I think, should we just cue them, guys? Come on. Welcome, Richard. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now that you're awake. So I'm a tech entrepreneur. I started out as a tech entrepreneur about 25 years ago. I'm an investor, I'm in venture capital, and I have been for the last 10 years. I'm going to take you through a quick story to just give you some context. And what I hope to leave you with today is a couple of very practical steps to follow when you think about building your businesses, when you think about dealing with intellectual property, and a very exciting announcement for us today as Venture Technology Partners. So I'll tell you about my Cybex story very, very quickly. 25 years ago, we founded a data security business, grew it globally. We operate all over the world today. And I don't know, about 10 years ago, we were approached by a multi-billion-dollar fund out of Boston. They said they'd been following us. They'd like to invest in our business. We thought, we're going to be flying around on private jets and faces on TechCrunch. And so a couple of discussions up and down. I go to the States. They make us an insane offer. And they say just one thing. They'll buy into the business. They're going to help us scale, but they want our intellectual property to be in the US. They're not going to invest in the business unless the IP is not in the US. So we said, no problem. My co-founder, who's my wife as well, is an advocate in the CA. She's going to take care of this. How difficult can it be? And we get back to SA and we find out it's not possible. So IP falls under exchange control, which we now know. And you are only allowed to sell your IP if you have Reserve Bank approval. And they will only give you that approval if you sell 100% of your IP to an independent third party and you never participate in the proceeds of that IP again. In other words, can't do it. Deal falls through, back to the drawing board, tap dancing shoes back on, and we're back out in the market trying to build our business. But it was devastating. We had some very, very large investors at this stage. Hassa Partner from SAP was one of our investors, so we had access to all the resources in the world. And we set off on this journey to say, this makes no sense. What do we do now? How do we solve this? So over the next few years, we travel up and down every major law firm and every major auditing firm out there trying to figure out how to do this legally. Obviously, there are lots of guys that try and make plans. We try and see how do we do this properly. And we eventually figured it out, managed to structure our business in such a way that today our IP is all owned offshore. We're able to do JVs and deals and whatever it is that's required of us. We're still a South African business. Our team is still based here, proudly South African business. But we needed to restructure our business. There were lots of lessons in that and lots of cost. Obviously, it cost millions and millions to get this right. And so because we're also in venture capital, we invest in tech companies. I'm on the board of Knife Capital and KNF, which is a local VC fund. Lots of entrepreneurs started coming to us and saying, so, okay, you figured it out. What do you do? How does this work? And so we launched Venture Technology Partners, which is essentially our family office, investing in businesses that we believe have global opportunity, and then we help them scale. But that's only 2 or 3 deals a year. So what about all the other hundreds of companies out there? So I'm going to take you through a couple of key considerations when you think about your intellectual property and what you should be doing and who you should be speaking to, and then I'll talk to you about how we can assist you. I'm not selling anything, by the way. There's a program that we're launching today. So let's quickly talk about what is IP. So local IP, I often get this question. People say, I'm going to register my IP overseas. Where should I register it? There is no such thing. It's all about effective management and control. So if you are here, if the people managing and controlling the generation of intellectual property are based here, that IP is local. You can't register your IP anywhere else. That's the law. International IP means I had somebody or a team of people managing, giving instruction from offshore. So whatever IP you're creating is either local or international. You can't move it. As I said, that falls on exchange controls. You have to get Reserve Bank approval to be able to move it or to be able to sell it. What's an international structure? Because this question we get a lot as well is, so where should I structure my business and what is an international structure? Well, it's an offshore company or a set of companies with a holding company, trusts, whatever it may be, and in different jurisdictions. So it could be the US, it could be Europe, whatever it may be. Now, the important thing is this is a very costly exercise and it takes a lot of management's time. So you would only do this if you have customers offshore, if you have potential investors like we had. As I said, IP can't be moved. So if you maybe want to do an exit, for example, if that's what you're building towards, this is a very, very important consideration. When we invest in technology companies, one of the key things we do when we start planning their exits from day one. And one of the key things is to consider where your intellectual property is based. If you ever want to exit, where are they going to buy? Because this can kill your deal. We've seen it many times. Political and regional risk may drive it. Tax, and I want to make this comment, tax must be less than 10% of your consideration here. Obviously, you should structure your business optimally from a tax point of view, and there are major benefits if you do it correctly, but this should not be the key driver. And then wealth planning. Entrepreneurs are there to build wealth for their families, they're there to innovate, but ultimately you should plan about, like, where's this going? Where do I want to end up? So the key elements to consider, now that we know why you would do it. Jurisdiction, we had a discussion yesterday with Jersey right now. They will not accept money from South Africans. So Mauritius, you can't transfer money to many European countries from Mauritius because they're grey listed. So you've got to consider your jurisdictions and the impact of those jurisdictions and what it will have on your business. When we launched in the US, for the first 3 months, we couldn't pay our CEO because we couldn't get money into the account. So these are really, it sounds like stupid problems, but it is really significant and can kill your business. Effective management and control. So where am I managing this from? Do I have the teams? Everything is about substance. The first time I said to a friend of mine, look, I think we've got to do this international thing. He said, oh, just put the code in the memory key, we'll fly overseas and we'll say it was developed there. It doesn't work like that. There is no more post box with a accountant that now you're overseas. You need substance. There needs to be employees. There needs to be, so you have to think about how you're going to run it from an effective management point of view. Tax implication, local and foreign. There are implications on both sides. You can end up being taxed on both sides if you don't know what you're doing. So you need to get tax advice. Exchange control. It is a criminal offense to breach exchange control. You can't just say, I moved my IP and I'll figure it out later. It doesn't work like that. SARS, banking. We've just had one of the companies we're involved in take us 6 months to open a bank account offshore. You do not understand. These are real complications that if you're trying to build a business and it's taking you 6 months to open a bank account, that's a real problem. Management, travel, time and cost. You need to build a tech business, not run a compliance business. So consider the implications of that. And then the service providers, your tax, your legal, your fiduciary, your banking, your development. These are all things that you need to think about, and the service providers that you're going to use, because you're not going to be able to do it on your own. It costs millions and millions. And when you start spending pounds and dollars, it goes very quickly. Okay. So your setup costs, your ongoing costs, your monitoring of the ever-changing landscape. This is a pretty insane one. But as soon as we were done with the first structure, laws changed, tax regulations changed. We had to move to another structure. I mean, for the first 5 years, it feels like we're just moving companies all around the world, and it cost an absolute fortune. So you've got to make sure that you have a team that understands international IP law, tax law, how jurisdictions interact with each other, especially if you are looking to do business in certain countries. Because in Angola, for example, you can pull your entire company into Angola if you spend a certain amount of your time and a certain amount of your resources in that country. So you've got to have the right team that can monitor these things. And then ongoing management compliance. I know it all sounds very boring and we all want to actually run tech businesses. These are the things that nobody talks about. All the networks out there are about sales and marketing and online and how to raise funding. This is all the other stuff. So it really is important. And you can often not undo these things. So you've got to get the right advice from day one. I really urge you. I could have been on an island somewhere, not standing here chatting to all of you if I had done it many years. Not that I don't like you guys, you're great. But okay, so to recap, this is kind of your checklist. Your driver should be customers, investors, or IP. And your ability to execute is based on cost. So make sure you understand the cost. This can run into the many, many millions if you don't do your homework up front. Your revenue, can you carry it? Where does it come from? Your management team and their capability. The time that it's going to take, make sure that you plan that up front. Your service providers, this is really critical. And then the partners, who are you going to get to help you execute this? So let me go back. Yeah. With all of this, that's why we created Venture Technology Partners and said, okay, we're going to try and find a business or two a year that we think's got real potential, and we'll help them do that. We'll help scale it, and we'll fund the process. But there are many hundreds of businesses that speak to us that say, okay, we might not quite be there. We maybe can't afford to do it right now. We'd like to build international businesses. What do we do? We'd like to get ready for funding. What do we do? So we're launching at the event this week. We are launching what we call Pulse. It's completely not for profit. And the idea is, so fully funded by us, and the idea is that we want to empower entrepreneurs. We want to empower tech businesses to be able to scale. And so we're bringing together a whole lot of partners from the industry, venture capitalists, private equity players, different organizations that focus on entrepreneurship. We've got IP specialists, financial advisors, tax advisors, everybody that looks after all of these things with the idea of giving back and the idea of supporting South African businesses, tech businesses that we want to help scale globally. Obviously, getting access to a network like this can be very, very expensive. So all these partners of ours are providing insight, direction at no cost. They're here to assist. We've got 2 of our partners here today. We've got Worksmans here. We've got Skybound Capital here. So the idea is to just help give guidance. You're not going to get hundreds of hours free from Worksmans, unfortunately. But they are here to help guide you and say, what now? What questions should I be asking and who should I be asking that to? So we've got a stall outside here. You're welcome to come and chat to us. There's no cost to sign up. It's absolutely free of charge. Please come and join our network. We're going to be doing monthly seminars. We're going to be doing dinners with entrepreneurs. We're going to be doing opinion pieces. And you've just got access to the network. And if you want to join as a partner, please speak to us as well. We want to just build a community around this. As I said, all the other networks out there focus on all the other stuff, which is critical. We want those things. We need the sales. Without the sales, we're nowhere. We need to get the funding in place and help entrepreneurs do that. But this is the stuff that enable long-term sustainability. Does that make sense? Any questions? Okay, so we're outside. If you want to chat to us afterwards, thank you very much. We'll look forward to chatting today.
Congratulations on Pulse launching. Congratulations on giving back. And thank you for waving the flag saying, think big from day one, plan big from day one. So congratulations. All right. Okay, talking about actionable business insights. I think that was a good segue with Richard and his team, because it comes back to the how. And the fact that you can go and find everyone in one place is a benefit of a thriving South African tech ecosystem. So now we're going to talk to some of our tech titans. They're going to chat to us about how to stand out and scale up your tech venture in Africa and beyond. So let me invite our panelists. We've got Chris Erasmus. He's the Country General Manager in South Africa for Amazon Web Services. Manav Darby, Data and AI Specialist from Google Cloud. Satish Babu, that's a lovely surname. Come and join us. I cannot wait. No Steven Seagal. And then from IBM, and we've got Matthew Klus, who is joining us from Rather.chat. Please come on stage and let's have this conversation about how to scale up. All right, let's have some wooing and some energy. Here they come. Please have a seat. I'm going to sit this side so that I can see the audience. And to our online viewers, I hope you are enjoying it. I hope that you're warming up your coffee. I hope it's getting cold because you don't want to leave from watching these conversations. They don't happen every day. So thank you for staying online. Right. I'm grateful to have you all here today, and this is a great conversation to have. And Richard lined us up in terms of saying, think big, think like you're going to be the rock star that you want to be, and he spoke about all the business admin that goes behind that. But let's talk about your world in terms of bringing it back to the tech world. COVID, the economy changing, it's been some hard times, right? There's been some guys closing their doors across industries. Small businesses who were on the up and up and eventually just didn't have the runway, just didn't have the tenacity, didn't have the foresight or the support. And we have seen a lot of them exit. So I think the conversation that is so relevant now for African tech entrepreneurs is some guys have broken out. Some are miles ahead. You know, how do we have these small businesses that are constantly in a state of struggle, and then every now and then there's this breakout tech entrepreneur that becomes huge, right? There's a standout factor, and it's all about the ability to scale. Okay, so I would love to chat to you guys about that. Alpana, yes. Lovely to have you here. You're joining us from Amazon Web Services. I'd love you to kick us off. What are you seeing as the challenges in the market?
Well, first of all, nice to meet you all. My name is Alpana. I'm actually here representing Chris. So I'm the solution architecture leader for Amazon Web Services. Always great to be back in Cape Town. I'm not sure if many of you know this, but Amazon Web Services actually started in Cape Town, so that's always quite an exciting
thing. Did we know that? Raise your hand if we knew that. Fun fact. Okay, let's thank you. Right.
But to get back to what you were speaking about, the challenges that we're seeing now for tech organizations, I think, you know, I could touch on 3 key challenges. The first one is around global economic uncertainties. I mean, we all know about it, we all speak about it. In the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen 3 or 4 black swans, and decision makers, leaders, they are, they understanding that these macroeconomic changes and can have major impacts on technical organizations, and specifically in tech organizations. And I think that's because we are, we innovate faster, we do move faster than other organizations. And so we are always thinking about things like, geopolitical problems, the supply chain disruptions, things like that, global pandemics. So as much as we're trying to improve efficiencies, we're also thinking about trying to solve the problem about how do we future-proof our business for these global uncertainties. For continuity. Exactly, yes. So that's the first thing. Then the second challenge I'd probably touch on is the skills gap. I mean, that's quite a common one as well in South Africa, across Africa. In the tech industry specifically, we do have faster turnover. Probably again because we innovate so fast and the tech industry changes so fast. And then the last one I'd probably touch on, one of the challenges, or something to look forward to actually, is how we can leverage AI in the best way possible. So we all know that Gen AI can change things. We all know Gen AI is changing things massively. But how can we leverage it properly and responsibly and the right way? So I think maybe there's a little bit of creative thinking that we kind of need to go along that path. Yeah.
I love that. Thank you for kicking us off with some key insights. Manav. Hello.
Hello.
I'm an AI optimist. Am I allowed to be one? I believe that if we direct this in the right way, there is an opportunity for humans to become more human and to be more deeply creative, and that is your space, your realm. I would love to hear from you, given that you're the AI specialist at Google Cloud. How do you see AI and data impacting the future of the tech space? And then with this lens of trying to future-proof businesses or give them that scaling opportunity, how do companies take hold of this opportunity and prepare for it?
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. I'll try not to be overly dramatic about it, but I probably am going to be very dramatic because I think it is fundamentally changing everything about not just the tech industry in general, but possibly human society as a whole. I don't know if anybody paid attention to Google I/O that happened just this week, or even what happened from an OpenAI perspective. But if anybody watched science fiction movies, maybe from the last 15 to 20 years, I don't know if anybody watched a movie called Her, H-E-R, which basically was about somebody who falls in love with a voice assistant.
I'm getting a secret voice in my ear. Do you want to put your mic a little bit closer to your mouth? Because I really want to hear this.
Clearer? Oh, there
we go.
I'm sorry. That's probably because this didn't stick to my face in the way it was supposed to.
No, AI can't fix that.
So, okay, yeah. This is something AI cannot fix, exactly. So basically, what I'm trying to get at is if you look at the evolution that's been happening, sorry, this is not. If you look at the evolution that's been happening in the AI space, and you look at even when ChatGPT 3.5 was released last year, to the capabilities that we're seeing from it this year, and this is true for Google from a Google perspective, it is going to fundamentally change the way we are doing a lot of things in society. If you look at the fact that now a lot of the reasoning capabilities that you have within these large language modules is becoming even more advanced, and we're able to interact with it on a real-time basis. We had a video from Google where a lady was wearing a pair of glasses. She was literally walking around in her office. She happened to glance at some code, and she just asked the AI, "What does that code do?" And it gave her a full explanation of what was going on. And this literally was happening in real time. If you talk about the skills gap that Aparna was referring to earlier on, AI is going to play a huge role in somebody who actually, is probably graduating from high school, is thinking about going to university, and wants to figure out what skills they would need for this new economy. But if they wanted to do something like build a new application, if they wanted to get into the tech world, hopefully those barriers of entry are going to start falling significantly, because you're going to have these amazing technologies where literally you're going to have expert level advice sitting right next to you on how to go about building things in the best way possible. We're seeing this similar sort of revolutions in things like medicine, where you have AI representation of medical advice. And I think in the first speaker today, you were talking about how do we revolutionize Africa as a continent. If you think about access to medical services and the ability for AI to provide telemedicine for people that are in isolated villages or things like that, where you would have a device that would be able to take the vital statistics of somebody, but AI to actually give a diagnosis for that person. You're talking about the possibility of providing far better medical advice to people and democratizing it over an economy that doesn't necessarily or didn't necessarily have the resources to do it previously. So these new AI technologies are, I have no doubt, are going to fundamentally change the way we are doing a lot of things today. And we are seeing a lot of that evolution happening just over the past few years. At Google, we know we have literally every single product we have now has generative AI embedded into it. And this is going to change the way our customers start using our products. And it's going to start off with the product we're known the best for, and that is search. So I have no doubt that the potential for AI to change humanity for the better, to improve our lives, hopefully allow us to do the things that we want to do, that we'd love to do the most, is going to happen. And the things that we find boring, the things that we find monotonous, hopefully is going to be taken care of by an AI. However, that is obviously the optimistic view of it. I think what's going to happen over the next few years for sure is societies are going to have to get used to the disruption that AI is going to bring to society as a whole. And with that, it means that when we are trying to figure out how to adapt to this new technology, there's going to be a lot of disruption, because a lot of people are not going to know what sort of legislation we need. They're not going to know how to minimize the impact. If you have driverless cars available tomorrow, and every fleet out there that owns multiple trucks wants to now adopt a driverless fleet, what happens to those truck drivers that you used to have previously, right? People are going to have, society is going to have to start figuring out how to manage the impact of AI as it has on society, to ensure that everybody experiences the benefits of it, and we try and reduce, some of the disruption or the change to make sure that everybody goes along with it in a positive way, and we minimize the impact on the negative impact that it undoubtedly is also going to have in certain sectors of society. So.
This is a conversation that one can have all day, isn't it? Satish from IBM. I'd love to hear from you. What do you think the skills and the characteristics are of tech companies that survive?
Thanks. Hope I'm audible. So if I'm sort of recognizable, it's because I'm called the Indian Mr. Bean. So now you can't forget me, right? So look, I'm a pragmatic technologist, right? Even though I'm Mr. Bean, right? When I started life in the tech world, I was told that you follow the philosophy of crawl, walk, and run, right? And that's how I've always learned technology, and I've built my thing. But what's happened in the last few years is that the pace of technology change as it commoditizes is happening so fast that you got to run, crawl, and walk. So the biggest skill I think I look for in people is their ability to learn and relearn and learn really fast. I spend about 300 hours a year just learning stuff. This doesn't include my YouTube fascination to listen to other people say things. So you really have to have that capacity to soak in knowledge and then figure out how to apply it. Right? The second aspect is that we've got to be very clear about the hype curve. Right? I'm a realist, AI realist. Right? I do believe AI is going to change it. I can see how it's changing my 9-year-old. And I'm scared. But at a realistic level, if you notice what happened last year, for example, with ChatGPT, they released this model and allowed people to do work on it to create incremental value. And a year later, ChatGPT consumed that functionality inside. So for startups, you got to really think about, what you're going to do with AI, because if AI is going to get stronger and stronger, is it going to do what the value add you're bringing on top of it the year after, right? So that's really a thought process that you need to have about what you're going to do.
At a simplistic level, if I look at working with clients here, we have to really focus on outcomes, right? So a tech for tech's sake is an interesting conversation. It's really wonderful to see these great technologies, but it's more important to worry about what outcomes do we want to achieve, and can we achieve it in the right cost-effective manner with these technologies? So I think an element of outcome focus, an element of the right cost for the right function, and learning would be the kind of skills I would really expose as important.
That's an excellent point. And I think talking earlier about managing the impact of AI on society, part of that is, as the AI optimist, becoming more human. But in parallel, it's completely changing the way we think. We need to have ourselves become more curious, go back to learning, have outcomes, be less focused on this productivity and more on the outcome. So that was a really succinct insight. Thank you very much. Matthew, you're in the arena. Okay. Co-founder and CFO of Rather.chat. Tell us, what is a key challenge in the tech industry when it comes to client adoption of new products? Like let's bring it back home, because at the end of the day, you build something as a tech company, people need to use it.
Caitlin, I think that's a great question. And let's first acknowledge client adoption of a new product and service. It's very hard to get right. There are a number of things that might jump to mind that you might blame. It's too expensive, it's too much training, and then you might blame sales or pricing, or, and then there's general inertia from companies, businesses. People are afraid of new technologies. And then you think, oh, well, how do we solve this? And then very often what jumps to mind is the product. Okay, we need to get our product really, really good. It needs to have all the bells and whistles. And that's an obvious statement. But there's a step before that, which I think is quite critical. And it's something around, product market fit is crucial, but what about founder market fit? So one step before, why am I as a founder, or why are we as a founding team or our company, why are we uniquely positioned to solve this challenge in front of us? And if you can put thought into that, and that seems to be the trend in terms of people that break through, that are able to scale, when we don't have to look too far to AWS and Amazon. They weren't sitting there selling books thinking, hey, let's launch the new cloud services business. They were sitting there with the problem that they faced. We need to scale our hardware. We need to do this. And as Alpna said, it was founded here in Cape Town, but then they built this service for themselves. And that allowed the refinement of the product until it got to a point where they could then open it up to the broader market. And when you look at founding teams that have broken through, you go, oh, no wonder, it's a doctor solving problems in the medical industry. And then, yes, you need to build the team around you to have the right players. But I think that's a very key trend that stands out for me. And then the actionable insight, I suppose, is look at the gaps. When you're trying to get clients to adopt your product or service, you might think you understand where they're coming from, the challenges that they face. But often you need to ask yourself, okay, but what am I missing? What is not there? What about the legacy systems we have to integrate with? So I think that if you can apply your mind as sort of a young founder, it's helped us a lot.
And Matthew, I want to give you some airtime. What does Rather.chat do? And why are you a good founder market fit?
Thank you. Yeah, good question. Well, we are the youngest tech titan on the block, clearly. Maybe aspiring tech titan is a more apt word. What do we do? So we transform customer experiences. So we're a B2B software business. And we do that by combining some of the latest trends and technologies out there. So two key elements. We're very WhatsApp focused. So if you're a business that really wants to connect with your end users, your customers, we all know people don't reply to emails. No one picks up the phone anymore. But WhatsApp is where everyone is. I mean, I look out there, I can see about 40 people on WhatsApp at the moment. So that's the one piece. And then the other one is sort of on the AI side. So using the latest generative AI, think ChatGPT, combining that with WhatsApp to transform those sort of customer experiences.
Okay, great. I've noticed this WhatsApp interaction. The only challenge I have is I don't want to pull anyone back because they're probably managing their business from WhatsApp, right? And not necessarily just the chat about their 9-year-old. Okay, let's bring it back and say you're all part of these tech titan businesses. You get to interact with some of the most progressive, expansive thinkers, experience the forefront of technology. Let's share some of that, okay? Actionable lessons from your organization. How can you build resilience in the face of disruptive economic seasons? Alpana.
Yeah, sure. So I would start with, let's see, having the right culture. So building that right culture for your organization, having that workforce in place that's sort of thinking long term and thinking for a broader long term, not just a single path in a single future, but you're walking down the path and there's multiple forks in front of you, then that path has a roadblock. There's a toll booth down here, then you've got elephants falling from the sky, and you've got a workforce that's thinking about how to deal with all of these things in the long term. So that's the first thing. I would also say having appropriate governance models in place. So, tomorrow something would change. We need robot rights, workers' rights for robots, How would you governance models evolve to kind of support those things? But I think maybe, from an AWS perspective, one of the biggest lessons would be to build that technology infrastructure as well. When you talk about resilience, we also resilience and agility. We'll talk about DevOps and the cloud. So DevOps for getting things into production really fast, and then the cloud for managing changes in infrastructure. So being able to scale your infrastructure very fast, and in the cases of failure, in the cases of disaster, being able to recover that infrastructure also very fast.
Yeah. Great. I'm going to shake up the question next. In the audience, I'm going to make sure we have time for questions. We have a really great panel here. So have a think if there's something you'd like to ask. Manav, from your point of view, happy if you want to touch on resilience as well, but how can people stay competitive? Yeah, in South Africa.
Sure,
it's a big question.
It's a very big question. Okay, there we go, I'm audible now. So just to touch on the resilience thing, just from the question before, we're in that phase right now, right? We spoke about the disruption, of course, that AI is bringing to the entire economy. So certainly every organization that we're speaking to is needing to, relook at their internal processes. If you're a CIO or a CISO or something like that, you need to reimagine what your job is like now with the introduction of a generative AI. How does that change the processes that you are currently doing? Adaptability is something that we've always known is probably the most essential characteristic you need for the survival in the type of economy we're in. So hopefully they have built processes and systems that are very adaptable to change. But the idea here, of course, is that organizations now need to figure out what that change actually looks like. How do I take advantage of it? Everybody's talking about generative AI and everybody is saying that it has all of these capabilities. Have I, as an organization, figured out exactly how those capabilities apply to me? How do I differentiate the hype from where the reality is? And how do I now start making the best of some of the efficiencies and the productivity enhancements that have been promised by this great new tech? So certainly, there's a lot of change management that needs to go around. And I think everybody's on a learning curve, obviously, to figure it out. I think the crazy part about it, honestly, just working for Google, is the pace of development in this technology is insane. So if you thought you knew what was going on in generative AI 6 months ago, it is a whole new world where it would be 6 months later. And this is from somebody who's working inside an organization that is developing it really quickly.
But how do you cope with that? You're in Google.
Yeah.
What about us that are not?
I mean, it's a great question. I think it depends on the point of adoption that you have. One thing that we know at Google that we actually push as a thing is you were talking about ChatGPT a lot. I hope people also know Google also have a thing. It's called Gemini. Just to be nice to throw in a Gemini every now and then. But the point more around it is that today ChatGPT is going to be really good at something. Tomorrow Gemini is going to be better at that thing. The following day, it's going to be a ChatGPT again. And this evolution is going to carry on. And really what that speaks to is you cannot depend on a single vendor or outcome that you are looking for. What you have to do is build underlying systems that can adapt or change that model very quickly as your business cases evolve or as you are actually trying to figure out how to make the best use of that technology. What that means is that you need underlying infrastructure that can compare maybe Meta's Llama to Google's Gemini to ChatGPT for a particular use case and choose the best model. And that best model and that decision might be true for the next 6 months. But exactly to my point, 6 months after that, you might want to actually change that, but without having to change your entire process. So your underlying infrastructure needs to be able to give way to that adaptability, right?
And infrastructure, is that tech infrastructure or is that human infrastructure?
It's both. From a human infrastructure perspective, of course, that change management needs to be done. Your people need to be trained on what this new generative AI technology is, on what the capabilities are. They need to be trained in terms of how they start to rethink about their own processes. They need to be rethinking about how they secure their data better. Because if you're using all of these technologies that are developed by some of the companies on this panel here, and you're a company sitting here in South Africa, you want to ensure that your IP always remains your IP. If you're innovating on top of this amazing dev stack, you want to make sure that all of the benefits there are recognized as your IP, and you don't put your data out there into the World Wide Web. So there needs to be an understanding of how your data processes protect your IP at every given point when you're trying to get on this generative AI bandwagon. So without a doubt, what this means is that everybody needs to be thinking about how their business is going to evolve with this new sort of technology, and essentially what their business is going to look like in the next year or 2 years or things like that. But more to the point, to ensure that those underlying processes and infrastructure you have will be adaptable as people figure out exactly where this technology is going.
Perfect. I think that's a good point. Satish, I really liked what you said about being outcomes driven. Actually, let's take driven away, because then it starts sounding like KPIs. About thinking about the outcome. Like, why the heck are we doing this? Can we just stay focused? Because I think what I've picked up working with many companies and organizations, it comes down to there's this fast pace that desperately overwhelms people just as a human being. And if you can operate with a compass, you at least can always go back to that compass and back to, well, what are we trying to solve, and how you're solving it might change as this chaos, this turbulence is going here, but you've always got this anchor point of what you're solving. So I want to come back to you and almost ask, okay, so what's your take on how people can, tech businesses, be resilient and be competitive?
All right, I'll give you two IBM stories. Just, I know it's not a startup one, but it's pretty close. So we saw this whole, everybody putting out their Gen AI models out there, and we decided that we would be a player who would provide platforms for clients to use the model they wanted and help them choose the right model for the right function. And to achieve this, we actually launched a quote, what's the next challenge for the entire company, and forced everybody to use the platform, right? So everybody from the HR person, the finance people, the IT support people, everybody used the platform. And once they understood what the platform can do, they started thinking about how it can help their function. This led us to generate use cases or capabilities that we could take to various people. So when we talk about use of generative AI, we don't start discussing what's generative AI. We really want to start discussing the process and what do we want to change. Another thing in IBM was we deploy generative AI inside our company. So for example, I don't talk to HR, I talk to a HR bot, right? And that HR bot is extremely intelligent. To make it effective, we had to change the business process inside IBM. So for example, I'm a manager, and if somebody who reports to me wants to go on leave, comes and uses the bot and says, I want to go on leave on this day. And then the process executes for him. Now, we had to retool the process where my approval was optional and not mandatory for that to be seamless to him, right? So you got to think about this. When you think of outcomes, you got to think about what change you want to implement to make it effective, while you're thinking of what is the end goal you're trying to achieve. The whole point of the HR conversation was try and make it frictionless for employees to interact with the system. So that requires a full-blown process engineering change that kicks in, not just the use of tech to get things done. Right?
Yes.
That's an example. The second thing is that you must really focus on what is core to you and what's non-core or things you've just added on with this technology slew that you've dragged on thanks to the hype, and then figure out how to let go of the non-core things. And IBM's been pretty good at that, even though it's an elephant. We are really focused on this is core, this is non-core. If it's non-core, do we need to continue doing it? And then we make a decision on how we exit not doing it. So I think we have to be really focused on what do we bring to the table and what do we really deliver. And I think if people focus on that, you will get the right outcome and for your businesses.
I love that, and I often encase that in the paradigm shift we're experiencing. So for those of you out there, this idea of ecosystem to human rather being your paradigm shift, because then when you're choosing between core and non-core, if it's non-core, you're going to work with your ecosystem strategy to deliver it. So that's a good point. Matthew, I'm going to come back to you for advice. Do we have questions from the audience? Okay, so some hands going up. I doubt we'll get to everyone, but let's get a few. Please, if you can stand up, tell us who you are, and then ask your question.
Good morning. My name is Musa Matlaudi. My question goes to Manef. He mentioned the issue of AI, the technology moving rapidly. My concern, though, is that we tend to put technology ahead of people. And I was listening yesterday, the submission of South Africa's legal team at the ICJ. And it happens that AI is also involved in that incident. So my worry is, why don't we look at the ethics? Let's put that ahead of the technology. Because next thing is we may find that technology even comes from South Africa and ends up causing chaos, whether it be in Africa or anywhere else in the world. So instead of just focusing on technology, let us also look at putting mitigating rules and regulations, how we regulate the technology. Thank you.
I think it was inevitable that the question around ethical AI was going to come up.
Yeah.
Right. Do we want to have just a quick comment about that?
Sure. So it's an excellent point, and it's exactly correct. So at Google, we take our ethical AI responsibilities very seriously. In fact, it's the reason we were not the first to market with the GPT models themselves, even though GPTs were invented at Google. It's for exactly the reason.
I love that you just had to put that in. Thank you.
I did. It's why they get me on these stages, because I can do those sort of things. But your point is really valid. So at Google, we have a responsible AI committee along with actual responsible AI models to be able to validate the use cases that these AI models are being used for. And your point is exactly right, that sometimes you may have the best of intentions when you're trying to invent a new technology, but some of the outcomes may be used for things that are not so great. A very simple example of that is Google has had the ability to do facial recognition for a really, really long time. And you can do that for a great, from a social media aspect of meeting someone new and being able to recognize them immediately or get a bio of them and understand exactly who you're speaking to. And while that is one very, could be a positive aspect of it, that technology could very easily be used as a surveillance technology by governments out there that want to be able to monitor their citizens. So as Google, we decided that we would never sell that technology to anyone. Right? It's not allowed. Within the company, somebody comes to us and wants to be able to use that type of tech, it is disallowed irrespective of how big the contract would be. And we actually have rejected very big contracts on exactly those grounds. The problem that we have with the proposition that you're talking about is that right now the responsible AI portion of this is being done by individual companies. As we saw with social media previously, and I think you mentioned this quite a few times, the regulation tends to follow a lot later, right? And that's because politicians out there are still trying to figure out what the impact of this technology actually is. So the problem with that, of course, is that if you do have bad actors that are going to use this very powerful technology for nefarious things, you were talking about deepfakes earlier. Remember, deepfakes are not just images. You can use deepfakes from a voice perspective. You can imitate somebody's voice to make phone calls and imitate, somebody else. And obviously, scammers are no doubt going to use technologies around this. And this is going to be happening. This is true of any new technology that is introduced out there. I think the only way we get through this is, first of all, we're going to have to build technologies to counteract those sort of things. So at Google, for instance, from a copyright perspective, we have invented a way to ensure that any image that is generated using our AI technology, so any image, whether it is of a person or something else, there is a watermark that is invisible to anyone else, but you're going to be able to tell that this was AI generated. So you can differentiate things that are real, obviously, from things that have been generated using one of our models. And we are going to continue on that and make sure that we hold ourselves to a very high standard. But we obviously need to be working together with governments around the world to ensure that from a legislative perspective and a regulatory perspective, that there is some sort of enforcement to make sure that there are more positive outcomes from this than the negative ones. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I will bring in that conversation about heroes again, because we can't leave ethical AI up to one organization or one body or one government. It's a societal commitment. And that means that we all have a role to play in ethical AI, raising it in the room, talking about it, educating ourselves about it, bringing it into the boardroom, into the team management, into the product management. So opportunities for heroic action around this exists every day in everybody's job. Right, let's have another question here in the front, please. Oh, we'll have one at the back and then we'll have one here in the front. Sorry, sir. Please, if you can say who you are and where you're from and your question.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, panel. Very good insights. I'm Solomon Smith. I work for Institute for Maritime Technology, AMSCO. So for the past few years, we have started our own AI research. And I just want to make a few comments. The first comment is, whatever you think AI can do, you have to multiply that by 100, at least. It is so scary what we see, what it can do, is that right now, I believe firmly as I stand here, there's companies or institutes that are actually looking into weaponizing this. But because I work for defense, so maybe it's just me. Nonetheless, the other thing important is my advice would be like LexisNexis yesterday. They took a model, and the first thing you want to do is rather get that model API or locally installed, and rather train that model on your own data as soon as possible. But get it in, because ChatGPT is just a front end, a large language model. You're gonna get now large action models. But what happens is these models suffer from hallucinations. So it will confidently, very confidently tell you something that is not the truth and will lead you quite scaringly off your path. So for your business, that could be very futile. It can be dangerous. But my advice would be get it offline, get your own system, train it on your own data, and then obviously verify it. Just my advice and insight. But
I think
thank you
it's
very
excellent
much.
advice. And there's a huge conversation, which unfortunately we won't have time for, but is using African data. So you're obviously saying, develop your AI, take it offline, use it to run within your own company data to get your solutions. But there's a lot to be said about actually having AI tools running off more African-centric data. Question in the front here?
Jonathan, founder of a business, dynamic business, NetTrace. We're in a growth phase after 25 years. So this is a question, and I'm not sure which of the titans will need to answer this. It includes you, Matthew. When you have your own business and you're juggling 100 things and everything is critical, what is the watershed event that is going to tell an owner like me, AI is critical now? What's the watershed event?
Oh, yes, let's start here and then we'll go to Matthew. No, please.
Oh, it's me.
Yes, yes,
all right.
yes.
Sorry, that watershed moment happened at least 2 years back. Yeah. Right? Sorry, I'm just being frivolous out here. Look, the reality is this. I mean, I've been in the industry 28 years. For the first time, I'm seeing a technology that far supersedes what used to be a step change every time we got new technology. This is really a phase shift. So I think the rate of adoption of AI in big and small businesses is going to be much faster than the previous generation, right? Cloud adoption took about 5 to 6 years, let's say. AI is going to be 1 to 2 years. So because of the step change it can bring to your business. So I think you should all, if you're not thinking about it, you should start today and discuss with a lot of people about the incremental changes and then the step changes that you can achieve in your business through it.
Yeah. Matthew?
Yeah, building on that, I think as South African companies, we have to do it as quickly as possible. There's no doubt. I mean, it's something we talk about. We are automating jobs, and people will ask, well, come on, guys, aren't you trying to create jobs, etc.? But if we don't adopt the technology, someone else overseas is and will, and there's a winner takes all, and then you as the local company just see everything flow overseas. So to that watershed moment, fully agree. It happened a few years ago, and if you think you're moving fast, you're probably not moving fast enough. But that's the opportunity, it really is.
Yeah. So I want to pause there. Jonathan, congratulations on your watershed moment. Let's cheers him. Woo! And we're wishing you the best of luck because it's you and everybody else asking that same question. So thank you for asking it. We have a question from Rolf Fletcher, who's actually the organizer of this event. And I concur with his question, which is, how do you get everyone on your team to embrace it and use ChatGPT? How do you train a workforce?
Or Gemini.
Or Gemini, sorry, yes.
There are multiple options.
Multiple
Just
options.
wanna
Okay,
say.
let's not use name brands because they certainly did not sponsor anything. So let's talk about the fact that you've got a whole workforce where, like, we all had to learn how to use Word and Excel. How do we get people, normal people, to use AI? Who wants to start?
So I can start from a Google perspective. I don't think it's actually going to be that difficult, only because, as I mentioned earlier on, it's going to be embedded in almost every tool you have. So you use the example of Excel. So we have something in Google called Google Sheets. If you're in university, I think 9 out of 10 people probably use Sheets over Excel, right? Because it's free. If you're trying to figure out how to build a new formula, there's going to be an AI sitting on the side of you trying to help you out. These AIs, to the point that we've heard across the panel throughout this morning, are getting so intelligent that if you have a data set sitting in your spreadsheet and you're trying to figure out what trends is it trying to tell me, like how do I interpret this data, you're going to have a data agent literally analyze the data for you and tell you, did you know this is happening? Or did you know if you pivot the table this way, you can actually see these trends happening? Nothing that I'm talking about here is science fiction. That is happening, that is present today. And it's not just from an Excel or a Sheets perspective. We're going to see it embedded in almost every tool that we have. People use TLDR. I know we use it pretty often. Too long, don't read. Well, you don't need to do a TLDR anymore. Here's a 30-page document. AI, please read it for me and tell me what the highlights are. What is important to me? Here's an email that's too long. I'm not going to read all of these emails. Please summarize them for me. Tell me what I should prioritize so I can actually get to it. These sort of things are going to be becoming part of our everyday life. So I have no doubt that, whether you are aware of it or not, it is going to probably become part of your, like what you're doing on your daily job. And hopefully the results are always going to be better. It's always going to help you to do your job quicker and get to the interesting parts of your job rather than doing a lot of the mundane things.
Interesting. So I'm going to pass on for more comments, but I think it's great what you're saying. So potentially we can look at it in two ways. One being the heads up is, hey guys, keep looking out for this new little super app in your day-to-day life. So it's not necessarily about you have to download a separate app, have to engage separately. Just be on the lookout that everything you're currently using is probably going to be advancing. So upskill constantly on your day-to-day tools. Okay, I like that. The second part of that is, okay, so while Google is improving our experience and we can use that for our business, where else? What else with AI do we need to train our teams on? Is it a mentality?
Look, I have a set of colleagues who are AI skeptics. And my experience with them has been to find that one thing that wows them, right? And then they start changing their mindset about it. I mean, as I told you, I started off by saying I'm an AI realist. I believe that it's a productivity enhancer par supreme, and it's about finding that thing that excites people about it. Like my 9-year-old really loves what Copilot can tell her, right? And she stopped asking me questions, which sort of deflated my ego a little bit. So each one has its own sort of pace of acceptance.
Yes.
So I think as a leader and a manager in the company, I look for what will help people sort of cross that bridge.
Yes.
And constantly I look for these things and point things to them.
Great,
Right.
great. We're officially out of time, but please find these great people. Alpano, sorry that we couldn't close off. I wanted an extra comment from you, but we don't have time. Please find them and engage further and have these conversations. Thank you very much. Let's stand up. We've got to do a mandatory photo, but let's have a round of applause so long. Let's all come together and have a good shot. All of us. Yes. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. The big question. Okay, we have got a quick tech talk now before we have a coffee break. So just bear with us. Let's close off with another thought-provoking insert. I want to invite Stephen Newton here. He's the managing director for Aleph in sub-Saharan Africa. And Stephen is going to be joining us to talk about how to leverage digital marketing strategies for tangible ROI impact. And I suppose, Stephen, what I loved is you said, yeah, for unprecedented reach in Africa's youthful digital era. Love it. Welcome, Stephen. Yeah.
Everything's fine. Okay, perfect. Good morning. I said all that, huh?
You did.
Okay, that's good. I'm Stephen Newton. As said, I'm the managing director for a company called Aleph. Aleph is a company I'm going to talk more about in just 1 second. Make sure this is working. Okay, there we go. Where do I point? It's a lot of emptiness. One more time. How about you do it for me? Is that fine? Yes? Next slide. Thank you.
Yes. And let's give Stephen a woo. We can do it. One, two,
No,
three.
no woos needed. I just want to know how to work this out. I want you to look at this number. I want you to remember this number. And I want you to think about what it actually represents. We're going to come back to that a little bit later. Some of you might know, but have a look. Tell me what you think, okay? Think about it. Okay, who are Aleph? Aleph is a partner to about 45 different social media platforms, and we partner with these platforms in about 105 different countries. What does that mean? So places like, let's say, Nigeria, where a company might not want to set up shop themselves, a company, let's say, like X, a company like Spotify, they will use us as their on-the-ground partners. So we are that company there. We are connecting 45 different global partners with over 22,000 digital advertisers and a much larger footprint of individuals. We sit in 105 countries, mostly in emerging market countries. So we don't really work in the UK or Germany per se. We work in those countries where, again, our partners don't want to be in, right? Or they want to be in, they don't want the risk associated with being there. A bit of experience in the region. Aleph is a holding company that has bought many companies that had relationships with these partners around the world. Some of you might have known a company called AdDynamo in the past. AdDynamo was the company in sub-Saharan Africa that Aleph acquired. AdDynamo originally had partnerships with X, which was Twitter before, back in 2014, Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, then added Spotify, Snapchat, added a few other countries, expanded Spotify into Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana. In 2022, we won Meta, the Meta contract in Nigeria, and 2022 is when Aleph kind of took over AdDynamo as well. In 2023, we won TikTok in South Africa, and now we have also AudioMac in 2024. So we represent lots of different partners across this continent, but our parent company represents these partners and many more in many different countries. As those partners want to enter into markets where we have a footprint, they usually use us as a trusted source or at least invite us to an RFP. What do we actually do? I want to go through what we call our flywheel, the service we actually provide. So I left in the middle there, as you can see in yellow, we have platform partners. With those partners, we have to connect them to advertisers. What do we offer? We offer those our clients who could be direct clients or could be agencies. We offer them insights and strategy. We have our own creative agency. It used to be called Bangers and Mash locally. It is now referred to as Selva. So those partners and those clients can actually utilize our creative support. We have tech partners as well. We have a performance division. We have cross-border solutions. One of the things that we realize when we are collecting Naira, let's say, in Nigeria or Rand in South Africa for a platform, and remitting it back to Twitter, let's say, or X or Snapchat in Ireland, we're actually a remittance company as well. So if you are an organization that has needs across the continent and you're actually looking for ways or more effective ways to remit money, come and speak to us because we offer that service as well. Education. I'm going to talk a bit more about that a bit later because it's a passion point of mine, but I'm just going to say we offer education products as well. Agency partners, we work with agencies and we work directly with clients. We are agnostic. Our revenue model is with the partner themselves. So if you're using us for your service, it's as if you're using the platform in the market. We don't charge you for our service. So just some quick one. Official sales partners, for most of the partners we represent, I would say about 95% of the partners, we have an exclusive relationship. So in the market, we are the only ones unless they are there as well. And in that situation, they're handling part of the customer value chain and we're handling the other. No fees, sounds weird, but think of it like if you're working with Google, the money you are paying Google, if you're working directly, goes directly towards your media. It's the same with us. When you're working with us and our client base, again, whether you're a direct client or an agency, your money, your rand, your dollar, your naira, your shilling goes directly towards your media. We get our payment from the partner in the back end. Dedicated platform specialists. So our partners, internal partners, have to be as schooled up on the platforms as the platform themselves. Consumer and insights and strategy team. And we have creative as well. And access to training and webinars. And now this is something that I really want to talk about. We have a platform called Digital Ad Expert. If you want to find it at www.digitaladexpert.com. If you're ever interested in becoming a partner, I think it's www.partner.digitaladexpert.com. What Digital Ad Expert is, if I give you a quick little backstory, our group CEO had a situation where he was at a nice private school and somehow dad didn't pay for his tuition one year. And a stranger came in and actually did that for him. And privileged lifestyle, but he also realized that someone helped me out. When I make it, I'm going to pay it forward. One of the things that I noticed, and I think many of you may notice as well, I've had the fortune of traveling to maybe about 44 different African countries. We have a few different things. We have a situation where many people have lack of education, but I think we also have a situation where many people are properly educated, but they are underemployed. So you have unemployment and you have underemployment. And what does that cause from? Well, I don't know about you. My mother wanted me to be a doctor, right? I ended up being a lawyer, but I don't practice law. I hated law, right? Pretty much everyone here wants their kids to be doctors, lawyers, engineers. Maybe I missed one or two, right? But when you think about a 1.8 billion population on the continent, and that population increasing and doubling in size in about 15 years to 3.6 billion, do we have enough educational facilities to even make everyone a doctor, lawyer, et cetera, even if they could? Probably not, right? So we need to think about employable skills, right? Not to say that we can't be doctors, lawyers, et cetera, but we need to be a bit more realistic because I'll tell you, traveling around the continent, I meet people who are engineers who are driving Uber. Great education can't find the right job. So we have to make sure that we don't only have education, but we have education that is actually useful. Digital Expert is a platform that gives you the opportunity to be trained in digital skills. You can take bite-sized courses, but we also have a 3-month course. And that 3-month course is a free course. So if you qualify, and you qualify by taking assessment tests, you can then take a 3-month course where at the end of that course, you will be certified. You'll have a certificate in 5 of the platforms that are commonly used around the world digital. Now, what can you do with that? Maybe you can come work for us. Maybe you can come work for an agency. Maybe you can work directly for a client. Maybe you don't want to work for anyone, but you now have a skill that you can create employment for yourself. So we realize it's not rocket science. We're not creating doctors and lawyers, but that situation that happened to our global CEO, he took it upon his heart to say, I want to pay this forward. Already we have touched over hundreds of thousands of lives with this platform, and it's available, again, free of charge. So www.digitaladexpert.com. Okay, sales pitch over. Sub-Saharan Consumer Report. We want to talk about the move from, I won't even say the move, I would say the transitioning to include digital into above-the-line advertising. So many of us are very aware of advertising you see as you drive down the road, a billboard it could be, a television commercial, whatever it may be. But I want to talk about where the world is moving. I always think to myself, when you think about a digital economy, you need 5 things to have a buoyant digital economy. And some of you may think there are a few others, and probably there are, but the 5 most important ones, I think, you have to have affordable mobile devices, right? Then you have to have affordable, preferably always-on data. You don't want a situation where people are leaving Wi-Fi and they're turning their data off because they don't want to pay for it. So if you have devices, you have data, then you have to have usually locally relevant content. And nowadays, content is becoming universal. Whatever I'm looking at here, someone is looking at across the world at the same time. After you have that, you have to have, if you want to transact, you have to have ubiquitous payment mechanisms. Africa led the way there, right? Pretty much everyone has a bank wallet they can use or a mobile wallet they can use to transact. Thank you. Someone put it in 4 minutes. All right. Then you have to have, if you want actually to deliver something, you have to have trusted delivery mechanisms, right? Now, when I first moved to South Africa, I remember we had a client in the Core group. And I don't know if you guys remember when Core, who run iStore, they started a shop in Sandton. And at the time, Core, I used to work for Google, Core were one of our biggest clients. At that time, when the shop opened, their spend dropped, and I was confused. Why? The CEO said to me, well, when people want to buy an iPad, they probably rather invite traffic to drive to the shop than to get it in the mail. I don't trust the mail system. Things have moved tremendously since then. So people are more than happy, what I've seen in South Africa, to purchase things online. So that's there. So when you have those 5 things and you have scale, then the emerging market into the digital space is going to happen. There's no question about that. So let's look at sub-Saharan Africa there. Okay. The difference between online and offline is this. Most offline advertising is what I call spray and pray. You put it out there. If I put a billboard there, it's about reach, but I can't tell you exactly who it's reaching. I can kind of get close because there's a certain catchment area that has this type of individual, but I cannot be precise. The great thing about digital marketing, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, is that you can actually target individuals. You know that people are not the same. And in fact, even knowing me, you could see me and say, he is a male, he is of a certain age, but I might identify some other way. Could be, right? So even though you see me, the way that I show up online may be completely different. The great thing about digital is that you can target. Here's some things to look at. So if you look at this, this chart, as you go to the outer round, it's the higher numbers. As you can see, the colors are showing the worldwide average and different countries in sub-Saharan Africa. You can see that, for example, Kenyans are more loyal to brands and conscious consumers, cost-conscious consumers. Nigerians, very early adopters, conscious consumers as well. South Africans are also price sensitive. This is information from our Aleph Media Essentials. We have a report that I'm going to show you. You can make available for you as well. In fact, I'll leave this up for a second. You're more than welcome to scan the QR code here or go to the URL to download the report. It's a report about worldwide trends as well as sub-Saharan Africa. So if that doesn't work for you, you can send us an email. Everyone got that? Can I move on? You've taken your... All right. A bit more information about South Africa. About 61 million people, about half female, half male. Youth population is growing like the rest of the continent, probably not as fast as some of the continent, but still growing. We actually have a higher average age here. As you guys know, in most of Africa, it's underneath, I'm sorry, the average age group is underneath 21. We're a bit higher at 27.7, 69% urban penetration. A lot of people talk about Greater Africa and do we all have access to the same information? I think to myself, we have to solve or look at the problems that we can actually solve right now. And we know people are moving towards urban centers. So the urbanization of Africa is incredible. When you look at that 1.8 billion increase that's slated to happen, most experts say that largest increase will be between Senegal and Nigeria, so that whole West African coast, and that the cities from Dakar to Lagos are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's becoming more and more urban. So over our population, that's at 60 million people, about 50-50 split, but this is the basic information. So where are the top channels that Africans choose to find out about brands, products, and services, South Africans in particular? Well, believe it or not, TV, but this also includes connected TV, is still the number one place to find it. Then number 2, you have social media. Number 3, in-store promotions. Number 4, online retail websites. You can see this. What I want you to think about is that out of the top 6, 1, arguably 2, because connected TVs would be here as well. 3, 4 are digital platforms, right? That's where people are choosing to find about brands, products, and services. The fact is that traditional advertising, so when you think about TV, traditional radio, print, billboards, the compound annual growth rate is, why am I forgetting what that means now? CAGR is declining. Compound annual growth rate is declining for traditional TV, traditional media. I want to show you this here. So you can see newspapers, consumer magazines, and books shrinking by 2.1%. Internet advertising is growing. This is for South Africa in particular. And you can see out of home shrinking, traditional TV shrinking. Does it mean it's going to disappear? It doesn't. It just means that you have to think about where the trend is going. When you look at people who are maybe younger than us, how much time do they actually, you see them watching traditional TV? At home, it's really interesting. My wife and I say, oh, you're on YouTube all the time to our son. I chose a bigger screen. I'm used to the TV. He's choosing a smaller screen. He could care less about the TV. So you have to think about where things are going, right? And things are moving towards digital. Okay, what do you guys think this number that we talked about earlier? Anyone have a hazard to guess what it means? Yes, what does it mean? Anyone? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, what did you say? How long has it been since I've been talking? No. Yes, exactly right. Well, but we is very specific. This is South Africa specifically. Believe it or not, South Africa has one of the highest rates, amount of time that's spent on devices. So I'm wondering who's working. I don't know. Just 6 hours and 43 minutes. That's a lot of time. Maybe we're working on our devices. So on average, we spend over 6 hours a day online, right? So the average human is awake for about 16 hours a day. So 42% of the day, we're actually doing this or this, right? I'm sorry, this is actually the global average. But South Africa is higher. South Africa is 9 hours. And no, yes, South Africa is 9 hours and 24 minutes against a global average of 6 hours and 43 minutes. That's very high. That time spent using internet specifically, 5 hours and 15 minutes against the worldwide average of 3 hours and 50. Mobile share time, 55.8% of that screen time against the average of 57%. So we are over ranking. We spend more time online compared to the worldwide average. In fact, we're the highest in the world in South Africa. So if we're awake 16 hours a day, it means that for most South Africans, they're online 55%, almost 60% of their day, right? Mobile, we're the third highest behind Philippines and Brazil. So let's look at internet adoption. And I want to clarify, this is internet adoption, not mobile data adoption, okay? So back in 2019, 57% of the global population were online, 54% in South Africa, 2024 up 9%, 21%. But the mobile penetration, data penetration in South Africa is over 100%. It's like 130%. And what does that mean? Some people have more than one device, right? So internet, one thing, mobile data is another thing. So where are you going to find most people that you're trying to target when you're marketing? They're on some online device. Even people who are data sensitive, and there are a lot of people who are data sensitive, they go to some place where there's free Wi-Fi and they use the data there, right? So people, if you want to find people, this is where they are. In fact, South Africans, it seems, can't get enough of the internet. There was a recent study that showed 83% of respondents said they couldn't imagine life without the internet. So here's the question that was posed. So you can see the global average. You can see some of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa. You can see as far as South Africans, 83% say, I could not imagine my life without the internet. I don't know if that's bad or good, but it is what it is. Where are they? They are online. Okay, key factors driving adoption. I talked earlier about those 5 points that I think we need to have a buoyant mobile or e-commerce platform. But first thing is the adoption of internet. Honestly, I think there's a lot of talk about how fast we're moving towards that. In my opinion, most people of a certain age group, of a younger age group, they're already connected, or they know how to get connected, or they'll find ways to be connected. I think we make it a bit more of a barrier than necessary, if that makes sense. Not saying that everyone has equal access, but I'm saying you're not going to meet many young people who don't understand how the internet works. South Africa, again, has the highest mobile connectivity in the world, with mobile penetration of about 18% of the total population in 2024. And I think this is, again, looking at in Africa. More internet content. So I don't think this is the problem that we have either, because again, I talked about devices, talked about the data, talked about content. What I would really love to see is that we move away from just creating content to be creating. So again, you think we're mobile first. That's great. And we create content on mobiles. But what about the coding? What about the things behind the actual creating content? That's the area I think we have to also start to focus on. With load shedding, and I laugh, if anyone has lived outside of South Africa, in Africa, I've lived in Nigeria, I lived in Ghana, I've visited a lot of places. One of the things you get, I see my time is up, I'll wrap it up. One of the things that you don't get a note to tell you when electricity is going to be off. Electricity is off. That's just it. So when you're here and you get a nice little message saying between this time and this time, that's a luxury on the African continent, yes? Elsewhere in Ghana, you have to supply your own electricity. You know, you're wondering when it's on. But what we saw with load shedding is that people could not, for example, watch the television. So where did they go? Most of the time, the networks were working, right? So they went to their phones. Top uses. So these are the places where people are going, why they're going online in South Africa, and the reasons why they're going online, right? Even the lowest things, it's over 50%. Health issues, finding information at the top. Let me breeze through these because I'm actually short on time now. Okay, so I want to break this down not just about why people go online, but why people go online for which age groups, right? So you have a little snapshot of what seems to be most important based on age groups. And one of the things I want to point out here is that, let's say, for example, you're pushing a health product. You might not want to push a health product to anyone below the age of 24, because it seems to be from the age of 25 to the age of 64, that's when people start to research those types of things, right? Now, when I want to do that on a billboard, how do I do that? How do I focus on people who are 25 to 64 on a billboard? Not to say there's not a use for a billboard, but that's not the use for it. Does it make sense? Contact friends and family, 35 to 44, research brands, research places to travel. So now you get to a stage of your life where you can do these things, although you're seeing younger people do them now as well. But you get to a stage there from 45 to 64, that's what they're looking for there. So the point that we're making is that not everyone shows up the same online. Not everyone shows up the same when you're advertising. Why not use platforms that you can actually target what you're looking for? A few just quick ones. Did you know? And in closing, okay, so if you're not leveraging digital advertising along with your above the line advertising, I don't think there's anyone in this room that's not doing that. I'm probably preaching to the choir, but understand the targeting that you can do. Understand that more and more people are going online. So 75% of the South African population is connected to the internet. 100+% of the population is connected to mobile data. You should always have an omnichannel approach when you're marketing. You should make data-driven decisions. We have enough data now, especially in digital platforms, that you can make data-driven decisions. I remember the days where a CEO would say, hey, I want to market my product. And agencies would say, well, great, we're going to put a billboard on the way to where the CEO goes from his house to his office. And why? Or he or she, why? Because if he or she sees it, then we've done our job. Shouldn't be that way, right? He or she is not your target audience. Take advantage of us if you haven't already. Please, you're more than welcome to reach out to Aleph. As I said, we work with you directly or with your agency. We're agnostic there. Thank you for your time, and sorry I'm a bit over, but thank you.
Stephen, that was fascinating. And I hate chasing people off the stage when what they're saying
I'm
is
gonna run off.
really interesting. Did you guys enjoy that? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we've had a great morning, conversations, insights. I think if you are walking out of this room having learned something new, wanting to try something new, or thinking differently, then it has been a successful use of your time. And I hope that you're walking out with that. I'm confident you are. We're going to have some coffee, guys. Let's a body break, some coffee. After the break, we're going to have no more conversations. We're going to have people on the stage doing some tech demos. Space, how we can engage with technologies in space, how that's affecting agriculture, really stuff of the future. So get a body break and then come back and actually see some of this innovation in action. And to our online viewers, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Right, thank you.
Do you think you can open the hatch? Columbia, this is Houston, 1 minute, 30 seconds, LOS, all systems go over. Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break, voice, this is Houston, radio check and verify TV, circuit breaker. And your TV, circuit breaker, David, and make that clear. That's one small step for man. Not giant leap for mankind. one small step for man, one giant leap for
to turn away, leave it all behind. So blind, silent, the ground is home, the treasure found. So let it go. Wake up, wake up, wake up, we're at the sky when I was a child. I'm running high to be at your side. So blind, so I dream until the stars were mine. So let it go. Wake up, wake up, wake up, we're almost home. In a moment's time, to turn away, leave it all behind. So much, the treasure found. If this was right for me, World was on fire, no one save me but you. Strange what is that will make people do. I never dreamed that I'm somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'm somebody like you. And I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. What a wicked game you play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. Now I don't wanna fall in love. Now I don't wanna fall in love with you. With you.
long. Long. Très 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 long.
sun is alive.
Hello, everyone. I know you're eager to network. The tech demos are starting in the main auditorium. Come and join us.
Keep me warm, keep me safe in my dreams, yeah. Keep me warm, keep me safe in my dreams, yeah. Sun away, sun of the light, sun is up, sun is alive. Sun away, sun of the light, sun is up, sun is alive. Sun away, sun of the light, sun is up, sun is alive. Sun away, sun of the light, sun is up. Sun is alive, sun away, sun of the light, sun is up, sun is alive, sun away, sun of the light, sun is up, sun is alive.
right, everyone, 2 minutes. We're kicking off talking about the application of space technology in Africa's tech scene.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, and we are back, everybody. I hope there's been some good conversations. There's quite a buzz going out there, but it's also really cool to be here and see what's going on. And we're going to have lunch soon, and then we can network some more. But I want to just kick us off with our very first tech demo here at Tech Week today. We're going to be calling up a speaker who's going to talk to us about Beyond Earth, enhancing connectivity through African space tech innovation. And I've got a serious interest in space tech and us on the ground understanding more about it. So I'd like to call up Mobe Flenk, who is the interim Chief Operations Officer from Sentech. Come and take us beyond Earth. Right.
Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1 prop is nominal. Stage 1 entry startup. Stage 1 is transonic. Stage 1 landing weird startup. Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Falcon 9 has landed.
Ready? Good morning, everyone.
I think I'm done. Huh? That's innovation at its best. Questions? Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity. All protocol is observed. My name is Frank Mnisi from Sentech. And, Sentech is pushing boundaries. We're looking at developing South Africa's first, satellite communications, where we endeavor to provide broadband services at mass. Yesterday, there was a question around why are we not going with SpaceX? And, there's a myriad of issues that we can talk to. We may not agree, but I can tell you one thing, that we are also now seriously considering entering the space race. Now, today we're going to talk about tech innovation in space. And on the menu, there's a bit of an introduction, importance of space exploration, what innovations are happening in space. There's always challenges, and with challenges comes opportunities. And also look at a bit of the trends that are happening out there, especially, in the startup space, because, space is also evolving from legacy technologies to now new technologies, as you have seen with, reusable rockets. Now, shooting straight into it, we use space technologies on a daily basis. I mean, this range from SATCOMs, SpaceX, with their Starlink constellation, navigation subsystems. I mean, some of us maybe driving to this venue, we had to use our mobile phones so that we can navigate through the traffic and get here efficiently. Earth observation, which is very critical, to analyze data from, pictures that we take from LEO satellite. Weather forecasting, some of us are from Johannesburg. When we came to Cape Town, we checked the weather because we want to be relevant. We don't want it to be cold. Cape Town has 4 seasons in one day. And these are the real applications of space technologies, colleagues. Security and intelligence. Why? Because we want to be safe. We want to know what's happening at our borders. And also applications that require, precision timing. You saw that rocket as it takes up, there's a lot of data from TT&C that is shared to make sure that it is flying on the right path, on the right trajectory. Now, in terms of the space industry, I mean, revenues as of 2022, this is fully audited data, is sitting at just under 400 billion. Yes. Speaker, okay. Apologies for that. Revenues are sitting at we're sitting at just under 400 billion. This is as at 2022. And in terms of the split, satellite services was about 29%. And by satellite services, we're meaning communication services, direct-to-home television services, and other applications. And from a ground equipment perspective, it's just under 40% of total revenues. And for me, what is interesting out of this, it's the launch industry, which is about 7 billion out of, just under 385 billion. And this is where a lot of innovations have happened in the last, 5 to 6 years. Key to note again is that the industry is changing. Space used to be the domain of government agencies. We know what NASA did. We know what happened in 1957 with Sputnik 1. Fast forward to 2024, there's launches almost on a monthly basis. And this is where, the LEO constellation is really taking shape. All nations are now looking at providing their own services in space just to ensure that we protect data sovereignty and for security services. And why is space important, colleagues? We're looking at scientific discoveries. I mean, we're living in a tech-enabled world. Lots of tests that are happening at the international space stations that comes back and informs medical discoveries, electronic discoveries, and how our universe operate. We're also looking at sustainability, and this is where we're trying to inspire young people to take careers in STEM. so that we continue to learn, we continue to understand our universe and tech innovations. We spoke about GPS, SATCOMs. What is also important, international cooperation. I mean, most people may not be aware that even if SpaceX may be launching a rocket with satellites in the US, as it passes over our horizon, there are products and services that we offer. The Mars Rover project, some of the TTNC originate in Hartebeest, where SANSA is based, and we feed back the information to the NASA scientists to do the post-processing. Now, in terms of the innovations that are there, one, rockets. We've seen what has happened. There's improvements in liquid-fueled rocket engines. We're talking solid propellant rocket technology and also hybrid rocket motors. This is why now, as compared to the past, when a rocket went up, it will just have to come back and either fall into the ocean, try to recover it. But now with the advancement in technology, it comes back, lands, clean it up, refuel it, send it up again the next time there is a launch service required. Now, space materials. I mean, space, very harsh conditions. We're looking at enabling lighter, stronger, and more resilient designs. We're also looking at protecting the astronauts and the space vehicles that we are sending up in space for our missions. AI, lots of interest in what's happening in the AI space, as you have seen in the previous discussion. For space, we're looking at autonomous operations. This is where we enable spacecraft to really handle the decision-making as it takes up. Previously, there would be humans sitting in a TTNC facility, making sure that they try to manipulate and maneuver the space. But these days, with AI, it's all inbuilt within this, the system, and it makes the whole operation very easy. Data processing, huge amounts of data for instant decision-making. You need that. Robotics, take, for example, the International Space Stations. If there are challenges on any part of the space station, especially on the outer part of the space station, traditionally, humans used to hang and dangle out. These days, we develop robots, we send robots to go and fix any portion that may have been broken. And obviously, mission planning. As you plan the mission, weather plays an important role. Atmospheric conditions plays an important role. Now with AI, you are able now to let the platforms, determine and most importantly, make quick, instant decisions to make sure that, the mission is successful. Now, as Sentech, this is where we are interested, the development of satellites. And what we have seen in the last few years is pretty much innovations in antenna systems design, power systems, materials have really enabled much smaller satellites with very high capacities. I mean, these days, it's easy to see a launch of a 500 gig satellite. I mean, Viasat-1 has done that in the US, and many other operators are looking at that. But where do satellites operate? I mean, they talk of these orbits, LEO, MEO, GEO. In essence, it starts with suborbital, environment where you just send a HAPS, system to over just above the stratosphere and make sure that you can provide services. There is also the low Earth orbit. This is where a lot of the constellations are happening, Starlink and Amazon K-Pass and other, operators. And we're looking at between 500 to 2,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. The medium Earth orbit, this is where we use most of the GPS, satellites and other, communication satellites for aircraft. Those are just above 2,000 to about 20K kilometers above the surface of the Earth. And the most famous ones, or the legacy ones, as they now call it, is the geostationary orbit. This is at about 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. And at high elliptical orbit, this is where you do your deep space missions. It's normally for research purposes and military applications and so forth. Now, in terms of developments within communication satellites, here I'm sharing a slide from one of the big operators, in the world. It's an American company. And you are seeing, a move towards software-defined satellites, multi-layer, multi-orbit. And this is where competition is happening. As an example, Intelsat has got 57 geostationary satellites. They are developing, software-defined satellites now that can provide services in, multi-frequency, C-band, Ku-band, L-band services. It's high throughput satellite, meaning gigabit satellites. I mean, previously we were talking only megabits in satellite, but now we're talking gigabits. And in the NGSO layer, this is where the MEO and the LEO. Intelsat, as an example, hasn't done much, but I mean, there has been some announcements in the last few weeks where there is a merger with another company. They're also doing a bit of work in the stratosphere where hubs to provide broadband services. Hubs also rely on satellite communication services for backhaul. And on the ground, we're seeing a lot of development in software-defined ground networks. And this is where the integration with your cloud services is happening, the integration with fiber services, so that these operators are now able to provide a full suite of services for consumers. And at the customer end, it's what we call smart edge devices. So now you'll not only have a device that can only do Ku-band, you'll have Ku-band, Ka-band, and other bands that you may be interested in. Now, in terms of challenges, there's always technical challenges. I mean, space is a complex environment. You need robust systems. You need, to make sure that, you're designing habitats that can withstand very harsh conditions. Cost, definitely, it is quite expensive to go into space, even though, costs are coming down. Like we said, you saw with that rocket, as an example, SpaceX managed to bring down the cost per kilogram for LEO shuttle from about $65,000 to now just below $2,000 per kilogram. So it's as much as it is expensive, things are changing because the environment is changing, and therein lies an opportunity. Impact to the environment, where you launch these things, you don't want to disturb the natural ecosystems because you have to clear out ground, develop, an ecosystem that will make sure that a lot of water is used to contain the heat that comes out of the record. And like I said, international cooperation. NASA is in the US, satellites hover above the equator. South Africa is also assisting in providing some of the services that they require to make sure that, they can get the data and process the data. And in terms of the future of space, the discussions are more around sustainability. How do you make space sustainable? I mean, for example, with the constellation that's coming, SpaceX have about 4,500 satellites that are in orbit, that are operational. Now, what's going to happen? Other players are coming. The issues around space debris. How do we handle such things? Artificial intelligence, key, very key in space systems. And lastly, commercialization of space. Itumeleng did say that he wants to go to space. And who knows, in the not so distant future, people will be going to Mars, and there lies an opportunity. So private space travel, lots of companies that are coming up trying to offer those services. Satellite and spacecraft manufacturing, lots of innovation that is happening there. Miniaturization of satellites. Satellites are getting more smaller, more powerful. Space tourism, you never know, soon we'll be queuing to board a spacecraft to Mars. And obviously space-based applications that are there that we use on a daily basis. And in terms of trends, my wish is for one of the South African companies to be part of these trends, especially startups. I mean, this is key to note. 2162 startups were surveyed, and in terms of the services that they are currently working on, I mean, we're talking about smaller satellites, advanced space manufacturing, advanced comms, space traffic, you know, space data. What do we do with all this data that we're gathering? You know, LEO is currently the buzzword, you know, space mining, space missions, and space-based activity management. The issue of debris. What happens when satellites deorbit? You know, there are plans to try and see if we can send a vehicle to go and harvest all those satellites that are now out of commission, bring them back, recycle them, and send them back to orbit. Colleagues, that's my story for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
That's exciting
It is.
to
Thank
hear
you.
about it. Is there
Yeah.
anyone here who wants to go to space one day?
It is the first one.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. I like this. Thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, our next tech demo is from the CEO of QI Solutions, Mr. Bonginkoze Chabalala. And I'm fascinated to have this session because there's so much benefit from buying in a subscription software. But what about custom software when you still really need to have bespoke solutions? So let's welcome up the CEO of QI Solutions. Welcome. We're looking forward to your tech demo.
There's the next. This one. Good afternoon. Can I mic check? Okay, I'm glad that we have such technology that the gentleman from Sentech just touched on now, because what we developing and the system that we're developing needs such technology. Well, more than 4 billion of the world's population live in cities, and this number is steadily increasing, providing new challenges, more people, more pollution, more power and water consumption, more traffic. How smart is your city? Smart cities are supposed to adapt to these changes and provide solutions for their citizens. To build a smart city, one needs to have the following: connect devices, collect data and analyze it, and develop solutions for your citizens. At QI Solutions, we have developed a combination of urban systems to make cities think for themselves and provide solutions. At the core is our M&E, monitoring and evaluation system. This system touches about every aspect of how the city functions or how the city operates. Imagine you are a mayor of a city, and you need to have a dashboard of how your entire city is functioning. Our system touches on these key aspects: public transportation, public safety, IT connectivity, water and power supply, waste and sanitation, efficient urban mobility, infrastructure services, health, education, emergency and disaster alerts, human settlements, which is one of the pain points that we have in South Africa. As you would have seen, most of you, when you landed into international airport of Cape Town, those that came by flight,
As you land in on the left-hand side of the airport, we've got shacks. And then as well as public participation. My colleague, Dabulotle, is going to take us through in terms of how our monitoring and evaluation system touches these aspects. How does it collect this data around these aspects and then provides the insight to the government officials to make decisions quicker and provide solutions for citizens quicker.
Thank you, Keith. Good afternoon, colleagues and attendees. In terms of the smart city, what is key is aggregating the information that you get from the different departments or divisions. As a director, for example, of the Department of Health in a city, I would want to know in each clinic what are the key diseases or epidemics or the visits that you receive from patients who are requesting assistance. COVID was one such challenge that we faced. But if you think about it, that at a certain settlement, at a certain clinic, there's a cholera outbreak, that director is able to pick up very quickly when those children or adults who are suffering from cholera get attended to in that particular clinic, because the numbers will show. And what the MNE does, it gives you real-life data as and when those tickets are being logged. You are able to manage or view the number of minutes that it takes for a patient to be attended. And that allows you to respond when things get out of hand. Equally, when children are born, you are able to document into the system, right? You capture their dates and able to give notifications to mothers when their vaccination dates are due. And that allows for better planning, better response times. And if you go to the Director of Education as an example, they're able to monitor how students are performing within a certain ward under that city. And then if there is a problem, you do not wait until the end of the term or the end of the year to respond. If there is need for resources or you need to request support in a certain manner for that particular school, you are then able to see from the weekly test, the monthly tests that are being written to ensure that your child is taken care of and supported to remedy the situation before it goes out of hand. If I think about it, one of the key things, which is the major part in South Africa that we face, is the issue of government responding to its citizenry. And that is very big because it talks about a government that cares, and it talks about all of us sitting here and out there. We all depend on government for one service or another. We may have privatized some of it, but most of it we still can't privatize. So it allows you to be able to log tickets, to be able to complement the government, to be able to pay for services rendered, all in that one device. So you respond to government and report and respond, and the government can respond to you in that manner. They can read the stats on the dashboards as and when you log them. That allows a government to care for its citizens and to respond accordingly. Equally, when you talk of the public safety aspect, the Director for Public Safety is able to view the dashboards and see the tickets that are being logged in terms of incidents or cases that are being opened at a police station. They're able to monitor their vehicles and the officers across the city to respond to any social media aspect or tickets that are being logged at a police station or via an app, because the dashboard allows them to view real-time data. So in essence, the MNE allows the government to respond to people timeously, despite the different silos that the government has in terms of systems that they run in different divisions and departments. The consolidation or the aggregation of the data onto a dashboard per director, per municipal manager, and the executive mayor will then give you, as a decision maker, an opportunity to respond very quickly before things get out of hand. Thank you.
And one of the things when you talk about public safety, we had a case here whereby a tourist from Germany landed, and then on his way to the hotel, he thought I would need to go and withdraw some cash. And he looked at the nearest ATMs, and he drove right straight into a crime hotspot, and he was shot in the eye and robbed. So what our system does, our system will push alerts when you are approaching crime hotspots. Our system will notify you if there's road closures. Our system will notify you if there's a child that has been kidnapped in your community, so that you can help the officials to apprehend the perpetrators. And this system that we've developed is not industry specific. This system can be used by any industry that want to have a visibility of their operations and want to monitor and make decisions quicker. This system, we have implemented this system in one of the provinces of South Africa, whereby the officials have this dashboard in their offices. Now, imagine a smart city in your pocket. We are eliminating the need of having different mobile apps or applications. We have developed one application that a citizen will need in a city. For example, with our app, you can pay for electricity, you can print your marriage certificate for those who are married, you can print or you can request your police clearance. If you have an accident right now, you will need to report that accident at the police station so that you have a case number to send to your insurance company. With our app, you don't need to go to the police station. The app will give you that case number because the system integrates with all those key aspects that we spoke about. And having that said, we have, in the past 10 years, developed other systems that we have out there in the market. For example, we've got an e-procurement system, we've got debt collection system, grant management system, investment register system, communication and branding system, learner management information system, and many more. So for more details, we are located at one of the stalls here. Come and find out more information. I thank you.
Congratulations. Now that is innovation for change in action. We talk about innovation that can help society progress. Thank you for sharing that with us. In my previous life, I had the fortune of working for local government. So watching something on screen to see how you could have a smart city in your pocket is truly inspirational. And I wish you the best of luck. Right, let's bring it back to earth and look at agri-tech, agriculture, and the opportunity that agriculture has in Africa. What happens when innovation meets agriculture? How do we use Earth observation methodologies to inform our agricultural decisions? Let's welcome Professor Moses Cho, Chief Scientist and Research Group Leader at CSIR. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll have to do some connections here. Oh, it's quite bright here. Good afternoon. I've got a short surname, but it's very difficult to pronounce. That's the right pronunciation. I stand here as an angry scientist. I grew up with my parents who were small-scale farmers, and I used to carry bags of potato, pumpkins from the farm to our home, and from the farm to the market. And this is 50 years plus after, and most of our small-scale farmers on the continent are still battling with this issue. Today, I'm a remote sensing scientist with more than 20 years of experience. And a few years ago, we used to analyze remote sensing data on our desktop computers. And it would take ages sometimes to run one particular or process one particular image. But today, with cloud computing, AI, and all of this, we can bring digital agriculture to the doorstep of the African farmer. We've heard a lot about digital technologies, how Africa is embracing digital technologies, fintech, mobile communication, but the agricultural sector has evaded this digital revolution. So at the CSIR, our group, we're working to bring digital agriculture to the doorsteps of the African farmer, the average African farmer. We've developed a system called the Precision Agriculture Information System. It leverages satellite information from the European Space Program to bring near real-time data to the farmer, to the agripreneur, agribusinesses. You have banking services and insurance services that are supporting farmers. They can use the system to facilitate and de-risk their environment. I will go straight to present the system because we have no time. Please, moderator, you can pull me off the stage at any time because I can talk about this forever. The system I'm presenting is been deployed on the Google Cloud computer platform, but we've also deployed it on the AWS platform. Now, there you find the map of Africa. I hope you can see my mouse as I navigate. I'm not going to be looking at the big screen. Now, you can see a date slider there, and the current date there is the 16th of May, 2024. Today is the 17th. The European satellites that we're using in this case, the Sentinel-2 program, has an overpass over every spot on Earth every 5 days. The revisit time of the satellite is every 5 days. And over South Africa, you would expect the satellite to pass over this building somewhere around 10 a.m. in the morning. So we won't have an image of today. Okay, let us imagine, see yourself as a user of the system. I'm going to help you go through the system. Now, I want to see if I've got an image of my farm. Okay, there in my system, there are several farms that have been registered. But imagine yourself, you have your farm number, let's say farmer number 13. Okay, you select your farm number 13. It zooms into that farm. You want to confirm whether that is your farm. You can go there and you click. That's exactly farm number 13. Okay, I can uncheck that. Do we have an image of that farm on day 16 yesterday? Oof, there's no image. Okay? Now, if you look at that panel there, the panel says monitoring soil and crop condition. The way we've designed it, and we've made it simple so that the farmer can monitor their crop from the time their field is prepared to when harvesting takes place. So the farmer checks the image there. There's no image on the 16, and then they can go back using the calendar to see if there's an image on the 15th of, that is 2 days ago. Poof, an image appears. So there was an image on the 15th of May. And it means if the farmer goes back every 5 days, they would find an image of the farm. Let's see if the farmer goes back 5 days to the 10th of May. An image appears. Do you notice, have you seen a difference between the image of that farm on the 10th of May, that's about 6 days ago, and the 15th, again, That's on the 15th. Something has happened to that farm. Imagine you were the owner of this farm at a distance. You ask the tractor or workers to do something on the farm, and that's the only job they did. You ask them to plow the entire farm, and they've only plowed a section of the farm. You can track that on a near real-time basis. Okay? You can monitor every aspect of the farm. There you find the soil properties. Instructions are given as to when you can display an image and map the soil properties of your farm. When you've plowed your farm, the system can predict your soil organic content, nitrogen content, and soil moisture and pH. When you've planted your crops, the system can predict whether germination has taken place and whether parts of your farm have been affected by weed. And when your crops are growing, you can predict different crop growth parameters. Your percentage cover in the field, your leaf area index, which is the best indicator of the productivity of the farm, canopy chlorophyll content, which indicates the nutrient content in the leaves, and whether the leaves are stressed because of maybe a drought situation. And at a certain stage of the production, you can predict the actual yield of that farm. Okay? And we can actually even monitor the growth profile of that farm over the years. I would get the system running for that farm, for this particular farm, from 2023. While it's running, I'll go back and say, okay, let's see, when this farm was planted or when the field was plowed, that was about early September. The farmer started preparing the field for planting in the past growing season. Okay? There it generates the image of September. That was the 6th of September. Okay, you can see the field is nicely plowed, but you can find maybe it's a patch of green area there in the farm. Okay, the farmer wants to know what's the soil clay content, for example, of that farm. Let's go. It's already loading. Some of the layers had already checked before, but let's see the clay content of that, the distribution of the clay content of that particular field. So it highlights the clay content variability across the field. We can map the organic content, nitrogen content, and that will help the farmer as to how they apply fertilizer, targeted application of fertilizer. Okay? Now, the crops, the farmer, now you can see on the graph there how that particular farm has been progressing over the last season and this current growth season. On the y-axis there, you have biomass, increasing biomass. That's an indicator of the greenness index of the farm. Now, the blue line tracks the greenness index according to the satellite image. Now, you find zigzag nature of that curve. The downward spikes are the days when the satellite is passing over the area, that area is covered by clouds. Most softwares will say, no, I'm going to plot this graph without the cloudy days because I can do that. But we've intentionally allowed that there. You will notice a pattern that during some periods of the year, you have very frequent clouds. That's an indication of even the amount of rainfall. And you would see in this current growing season, in the month of December, you had quite many cloudy days. But from around mid-February, few cloudy days. And the farmers in the summer rainfall region here would tell you they had serious drought from around the month of February. And you can see that the farm really starts rapidly depreciating in its productivity. So that graph helps you to even identify the dates that have images without clouds. If you click on one of these dates with cloudy image, you will just find a white screen. Okay. Now, let us see if we can look at a very important parameter, which is potential yield of that particular farm. So I would imagine that, you know, when the crops have grown up to maybe, you know, around mid-January, the farmer would have done everything necessary to ensure that the harvest is good. So we go to January. I know that there's an image of that farm, I think on the 14th. Yes. Okay. No, there's no image on the 14th. Let me just confirm when I have an image of that particular farm. Sorry, just a short while there. This was the 14th of November, not January. I'm going backwards. Okay. There it loads the image of that particular date on the 14th of January. You can see from the image that the farm is quite green. So the crops are more or less doing well. But if you look carefully, you find some patches of brown areas. We can even map the greenness index to see which patches are not doing, parts of the farm that are not doing very well. But that's a good time to predict the potential yield for that farm. So sometimes you can have so many things plotted and then the system is slow. Let me rerun the system and let's predict the yield on the 14th of January for that particular farm. So I go back. And I select my farm 13. I can select any farm. Again, we can visualize the image. You can see the image again of that farm. We can visualize even the greenness status of that farm to see how green the farm is. You can see it's doing quite well. We can now go to what's that farmer was the expected yield for that farm. And the scale there shows 2 to 10 tons per hectare. So the very green areas, the farmer is going to have about 10 tons per hectare. It's compared to all the other farms in the system that have locked into the system, this guy is done pretty well this year because the average maize production has actually dropped this year due to the drought. So this farmer is doing pretty well. On average, they're going to have about 6 tons per hectare for this farm. Okay, and you can predict, you can do that for all the farms in the system. Okay, I'm going to attempt now to say this system can be used by an individual farmer, but it can also be used by the extension service of a cooperative or even of government to monitor hundreds and hundreds of farms. Okay, now let us go back and choose the date which is good for yield prediction for the farms in that region. That's the 14th of January. Let me select all the farms. Okay, I'm an extension worker. I want to see how all the farms in that region are doing. You can change the background to satellite background. And what happens? I will go to my yield prediction model. It's doing the prediction for all the farms I have in the system, and it's going to start loading them onto the screen. When it comes across a farm that doesn't have an image on that particular date, you find an error will pop up. But you can see that's Johannesburg. We are in the maize triangle of Johannesburg, and it's predicting the yield for every farm. It's loading. And so the extension worker can already see the farms that are doing well and can call the farmer, can have a good chat with the farmer. Or this can be used for to link, you can link this up to your e-commerce platforms. The farmer can say, I've got this number of tons of maize, and can put that information out there. You don't need to leave your farm to trade. The insurance company that is taking care of these farmers would definitely have good intelligence to deal with this situation. So you can do that for thousands and thousands of farm parcels. Okay, I'll leave you with this prediction. Now you can even now start to look at the graphs for all the farms. Let's see how all those farms are doing. This here. It starts generating the growth profiles for all those farms in near real time. And this processes that I'm displaying here using my laptop, you can achieve the same thing with your mobile set. You can see the farms from graphically which ones are doing well and which ones are not doing very well. So basically, it's very brief presentation, but if you're interested, we can really have time. We can take you through this, and so our farmers you can use your mobile phone for any farm anywhere in the world, and you can monitor the farming activities. You and I sitting here, we can be investors, and you will have tested it, or we've tested it with farmers across the country, those sitting in Gauteng and farming in the Eastern Cape, and we tell you the potential yield that you're going to get for the farm. We have situations where a neighbor sprayed herbicides. It went into the parcel of our client, and we said something's wrong with your farm. They went there and they saw the burn or the effects of the herbicide on your farm. So in near real time. So this is actually bringing digital agriculture to the average farmer. All you need is your phone. Thanks very much.
That is absolutely fantastic. That was a very interesting demo, and thank you for taking us through it. If you were sitting here, farmer or not farmer, if you could think of a few ways to use this, just put your hand up. Okay, there's a few. Oh, not enough farmers in here. Or people, do you eat food? I was thinking of a million uses. I myself grew up in the Eastern Cape in a farming community. And one of the success stories out of Cape Town is actually aerobotics. And the founder also comes from a farming community, also had a solution for precision farming, and they have now scaled across the US. And you'll remember that they were one of Naspers' investment companies. So I think to Professor Moses, congratulations. That is an excellent product. Right, now we are going to go into 2 workshops. One workshop is going to take place here. Another workshop is going to take place in Hall D. You go out that door to your right. The workshop taking place here is the Finnovation workshop. How is AI and Web3 revolutionizing financial services? Workshop 2 is navigating generation AI and deepfake.
So you have your choice. Where would you like to be? Where would you like to stay? It's a blitz workshop, so about 30, 35 minutes. Then we break for lunch, and this afternoon is the startup pitching den. So I can ask you to please make your choice, whether you'll be staying with Finnovation on the stage here, or whether you'll be relocating to Gen AI and deepfakes in Haldi. The workshops will be starting in about 5 minutes. We must stay in touch. Are you in Stella? Are you in Stella? I'm going to get hold of you. All right. Okay. Right, it seems like we've got a good audience for the Finnovation workshop. So if there's not going to be much movement, I am going to call up our panelists to come and join us. So the difference with this workshop is that while we will be sitting here and having discussions amongst the panelists, we will be engaging and taking questions from the audience and really trying to work through some questions. So less structured. I'd like to call up Norbert, Kagiso, Yoshan, and Devon to join us on the stage. Hello and welcome. Friendly faces. Let's have a seat.
All right. Whoa. Thanks.
It's wonderful to have you all here today. I think revolutionizing financial services is always an interesting topic in Africa. We're well known for fintech leapfrogging the rest of the world. So perhaps the question we'll be unpacking a bit is like, what is that next leap that AI and Web3 brings to us in the fintech world? For those of you who weren't here this morning, my name is Caitlin Nash. I'm going to be working with the panelists here today. You are welcome to engage and ask questions. I'm not going to wait till the end. So if you've got a question while we're chatting, flag your hand up. We've got guys with mics who will come and you can ask your question and we can unpack it on the stage. But let's start with some introductions. Let's start from the side. Who are you? How do you fit into this fintech Web3 AI world? And then we'll start with content.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Caitlin, and thanks to the organizers, Sentech and Top Media. This is a great event. My name is Norbert Amankwa Dumakon. I'm the communications lead at Mites, and I'm also the co-founder and CEO at Quarry Labs. And I'm based in Ghana, which is on the west side of the continent. And yeah, that's what we do. And I think because Mites is a layer 2 network, which is in the blockchain space, they have actually built a network with more than 120 protocols on using our protocol for their transactions and their uses. I think I fit into this space to contribute my little knowledge.
Wonderful, wonderful.
All right, how's it going, guys? My name is Yoshin, aka Rans for Bitcoin, and I'm a full-time peer-to-peer trader. So today, I'd hopefully like to give you guys a little bit of insight as to how you can start your own peer-to-peer business in the space and yeah, make some good money the same way that I did.
Right, cool. Hi, everyone. So I'm Kagiso. I look after fintech products and services for MTN. So we serve over 100 million customers across the African continent. So obviously the idea is through financial services product, through technologies, how do we address some of the needs that are specific to the African context? How do we address underserved and underbanked consumers? And how do we ensure that products are bespoke and give customers dignity as well as drive financial inclusion? So the extent to which we can leverage innovations to address some of those needs is what keeps us up.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Devon, and I've been actually in the Web3 space for about 8 years now. So I guess I'm approaching this topic from more of a development type standpoint. So I've been running a blockchain software development company for 8 years. I more recently broke into Web3 education, And with the new company that I've just joined, Nomad, we're actually building a hybrid exchange on Solana that's launching in South Africa very soon, as part of a larger ecosystem to onboard new users into Web3, but also to create impact in Africa through our co-working space that's launching in September and a number of other educational initiatives that we're launching soon.
Fantastic. Devin, it's always a pleasure to have you on the stage. Many people will know I'm a major champion for women stepping up and out, and you always take up the mantle to talk about it, and not just talk about it, but really build companies. Let's come back here, and Norbert, all the way from Ghana, lovely to have you here. What are some of the ways that AI and Web3 are revolutionizing finance from your viewpoint?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. But before that, I'd like to talk about my journey in the space and how I am here now. Yeah, so this has been more of a passion than a career because I went to school to become a doctor, and so I'm a trained doctor. But something interesting happened during my university days. So I was exploring, trying to find out disruptive technologies in the space. And that is where I met blockchain and AI. And so looking at it, I quickly set up a student blockchain hub, which was more unofficial to the university, but we had many members, more than 200. And so we became part of a bigger blockchain network, like the blockchain education network in the US. And so for the likes of, let's say, MIT, Stanford, and others, we were part. Out of there is when I got to work with Meters, which is earlier two blockchain network I spoke about earlier on. And so looking at this journey, it is more of a passion. And what I found very disruptive about this technology is that it is changing a lot of ways, especially in the finance sector. And if you could remember the Minister of Communications presentation yesterday, he mentioned about how he even struggled to mail just 5 rands from wherever he was to his mom in the village. It could take hours, sometimes running into days to just get it to his mom. And so looking at how blockchain has impacted us, I think it has cut a lot of ways. And we can think of the fact that currently our system is much better as compared to what the minister said. I mean, with the current financial gateways that we have now. But it would interest you to know that we still have the most unbanked population in the world. I think at every fintech presentation or every summit, we make mention of the fact that most Africans are unbanked. And I think this remains one of the main use cases of blockchain. It is revolutionizing this because now we have a way to bypass all the systems in order to get banked, right? Right now, you just have to use your smartphone to just get access to financial gateways and solutions. And so one thing that I think it's very innovative about Web3 and AI is that it's giving millions of Africans the opportunity to get access to financial gateways without going through the traditional banking system, right? And another thing that I think I can also talk about today's Richard's presentation is when he mentioned about how he struggled to even pay some of his workers in the States. It could even take 6 months to process payments, right? And last 2 days, it was one of my friend's birthday in Virginia, and I could just transfer him some funds just as a birthday gift. And it took seconds, right? So this is what we are talking about. This is very disruptive. This is, once we, of course, regulate it well, we can have the full potential of the system. And so I'm just basing on these two scenarios where we heard it here. We heard the minister, we heard Richard. One struggling with mailing back money to her mom, one also struggling with payments overseas. So these two scenarios, I can say, is what AI and Web3 is revolutionizing in Africa here.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Norbert. You really set the scene perfectly for us. Yoshan, coming to you. Nobody loves a been there, done it, and did it well story like we do here. So let's hear a bit about your journey. What did you do? What can you do for others? And what's your take on this?
100%. So guys, just to give you guys a little bit of background on me, 5 years ago, I was just a normal kid. I was doing the art ship selling, cruise ships, selling art on the cruise ships. I was that guy that did the auctions. Hey, but now to buy now, pop those Bitcoins up. I was just trying to make a living, and then COVID hit, and I lost my job, and I had to figure out what I was gonna do. So then I discovered peer-to-peer, and I figured out, hey, this is an actual business that I can do every single day, interact with people in the Web3 space on and off ramp, crypto for them, and take a service fee on every single transaction. So that grew and grew and grew, and every time I did a transaction, I had more and more and more and more capital. Eventually, until I got to a point where there's more business in this pool than I can handle on my own. So I opened up an academy called the Trade Center where I started teaching people, look, this is exactly how you do the trades. And I give you guys a one-on-one mentor and show you, okay, cool, this is how you do this is how you do that. And now you're making money and you're on your way. Then I got in contact with a company called No One's. By the way, the best exchange platform that there is. It's basically going to allow you to come on, take your cryptocurrency and have an escrow so that there's safety between the transactions. So for example, I'm sending you cryptocurrency, there's now an escrow, and only once I receive the fiat currency back, then I can release that crypto off to you. That platform is called noones.com, and it's completely changed my life. I would highly, highly recommend you guys going and checking it out. It's going to enable you to basically set up a business anywhere in the world. The same way that Norbert was talking about how difficult it could be to transfer currency from one place to another and how you have to wait days upon days to do that transaction. Now with peer-to-peer, we can simply do that transaction between people. And we don't have to worry about the centralized banking systems and things like that because we're doing a peer-to-peer transaction. It's between people. It's not between banks necessarily. So yeah, look, it's definitely something that I would highly encourage any entrepreneur to get into. Just by a show of hands, who here in this room is an entrepreneur involved in business? Right, quite a few of you guys. So now you can incorporate this into your business as well. You can now offer people the opportunity to pay you in crypto, and you can have that peer-to-peer off-ramp and basically make a percentage on every single transaction that you're doing. Now, I can't go into the nitty-gritties of each and everything here up on the stage, but if you'd like to have a chat with me about it afterwards, please do come. I'll be outside. My name's Yoshin. Come join the Trade Center.
Oh, I really love that. So, I mean, we're going to come back to you as well. Kahiso, I'm going to go to Devin first.
Sure.
As somebody who is building businesses. Tell us about your two businesses. You mentioned Neo Nomad and the founder of the Web3 Sanctuary. Thinking about where we're going in the finance space, what do these businesses do and why did you start them?
Sure. So my first company actually that I ever started was called Linum Labs, and that was a blockchain software development studio. And we actually started with training and consulting specifically around Web3 and blockchain services. And then we grew into actually developing products for our clients across the world because we figured that was the next natural progression, was actually to build cool things on the systems that we believed in. Building in blockchain and Web3, we decided that to stay relevant, to stay ahead of the curve, we actually had to adapt what we were doing all of the time by picking up on what the biggest trends were and adapting our service offerings to kind of what was trending at the time. So as AI has become more and more and more of a topic, we are now offering also like AI integration and development services with Linum Labs. With Web3 Sanctuary, which was the second company that I built, we realized that there was a significant gap in the market for actually onboarding and educating people into the Web3 world. Web3 is scary. There's a lot of things that people don't know. There's a lot of different ways that people can be taken advantage of in space. But what we really wanted to do was to create a safe and friendly onboarding or on-ramp to welcome anyone into the space where they can actually come, talk to me, talk to mentors. We mainly focused around development, so a little bit different from Yoshin in terms of we're actually not focusing on trading at all, but around actually like how can you use this technology, how can you build in it, how can you get a career that then empowers you into the future. And this is now being tied into Neo Nomad, which is actually, so I didn't found Neo Nomad, it was founded by Hannes Björkes, and I think he's somewhere around here today, or he will be later. But Neo Nomad is building an ecosystem to empower inclusive Web3 around Africa. So we're starting with our hybrid exchange, and our hybrid exchange is very different to what you would normally find. So I mean, we have Luno and Valor in South Africa so far, but our hybrid exchange basically takes the security and compliance regulatory sides of centralized exchanges and plugs it into a decentralized backend where trades are more, I guess, like viable for more experienced traders. So kind of like is a safe and secure on-ramp, but that enables you to go and play and do the rest of things. And that's something that's not really seen yet in South Africa or in Africa. But to kind of empower that as well, we're building a place called Decentral Lounge, and that's going to launch in September. So Decentral Lounge is going to be like your onboarding hotspot. You can come to our lounge. We will teach you how to use crypto. We will onboard you. You can have your events there, your workshops. And there's a kind of all of the different, and Web3 Sanctuary is tying into that as well. So we're kind of education, trading, the whole thing is to kind of be that spot. Because I find what a lot of people struggle with, or a lot of people that I've spoken to, Web3, where do you start?
Yes.
And having a space that you can actually come to, and we're not like no financial liability, but we no financial advice either. But like, we come to us, we'll show you how to do it, and then what you do with that knowledge is up to you. And we're finding that really, really exciting. And in terms of AI, I mean, that's a whole other ball game about how we're actually integrating that. So I use AI in my everyday life across all of my companies actually for a number of different things, including analytics tracking, including efficiency metrics. So with coding, I don't know if anyone's a coder here, but there's like 6 or 7 coding tools that we actually use every single day. One of them is GitHub Copilot. And with GitHub Copilot, it basically increases the performance of our developers and the speed in which we're actually able to create code for our clients by 70% sometimes
Wow.
even more. So projects are getting out faster, cheaper, better, and our clients are happier. So it
Great.
works quite nicely.
Great. Kagiso, let's come to you now.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a 2-part question for you. So in front of me, it says you are the GM of Fintech products and services for MTN.
Yeah.
My question to you is maybe more background, like how did you end up there, like as a human? And then after that, what are you seeing in this space? You know, it's like telcos becoming banks, and now fintech with AI and Web3. So let's hear the background story and then where you're at now.
Sure. So I think, yeah, so I've had a wide-ranging career, but the common thread's always been financial services. So started at Standard Bank and essentially grounded my career around that. Gave me an exposure to traditional financial services, you know, the full spectrum of services offered to consumers on the personal side as well as corporates and big businesses, right? So I think that was the grounding. And then from there, I was able to go into strategy and management consulting, which was useful for just gaining a global perspective around best practices, benchmarking, seeing different innovations, technologies, and management practices. And then with that, I obviously wanted to focus my career again away from strategy back into financial services, but with a specific focus on the African context and African problems, right? So, I mean, I think as much as traditional financial services has done well to serve consumers in the urbanized context, in the peri-urban and rural areas, we're finding that financial services as we know it is underperforming in terms of addressing the specific needs because a lot of the solutions are not developed on a bottom-up basis, so anchored around the specific problem that that consumer in that particular context would be facing, but rather from the bias, I suppose, of an urban context. So with that, obviously, that leaves a gap for all kinds of solutions, whether technology or non-technology driven, to actually address these problems. So I wanted to be at the forefront of that. So that's what drove me to get involved in fintech, because fintech obviously is a new alternative way of solving these problems that does not necessarily rely on what's been done before, the traditional banking sector. So that's what drove my desire to get into fintech, the desire to solve problems and the desire to think in novel, innovative ways to actually solve those problems. And so from a fintech point of view, obviously at MTN, that's what we're focused on. MTN found that to be a company among many others that are right at the forefront of looking to take financial services to the next level. And so this is where telcos have an advantage, or rather are uniquely positioned in that from a telecommunications service perspective, they have managed to include a lot more customers in terms of serving them with communications products. So if you then build on that, from a financial services delivery perspective, you can also access a lot more consumers. So I think it's within that context that a lot of the telcos are seeing an opportunity to address needs of customers that have not been reached by traditional banking sector. And so to that end, what we're really focused on is inclusion and addressing the specific needs of underserved customers. And so we look at a range of products or use cases based on where there's friction or where there's really an opportunity to make lives easier. So, I mean, just to name a few examples, if we look at international remittance, I mean, just in South Africa, customers are literally sending funds across border to a bus driver to deliver those funds to a recipient across the border. So with telco, with us being a trusted brand, we can create a platform that essentially takes away the need to be able to rely on such an analog method, right? So those are products that we've currently put into the market, given that we operate across lots of different countries. I mean, even on the lending front as well. I mean, the extent to which traditional banking services are able to take into account non-traditional data to then assess whether a customer is credit worthy. So again, this is where AI Web3 becomes really useful in essentially understanding customers better and then offering them lending products. So for instance, one use case as an example that we've seen come to the fore is in India and Pakistan, a company has discovered that women, as an example, particular characteristics and attributes are actually more credit worthy, just inherent in their position in the household, to offer financing, right? So it's those kinds of data points. Sorry, it's those kind of data points you want to consider, and then also just how we pull all data, whether in financial or non-financial services, to be able to better understand and hyper-personalize our offerings. So those are the problems that and the technologies and trends that we're constantly thinking about in order to address and include more customers in the financial sector. So, and just lastly, we don't see ourselves as being the only ones to solve this problem. So our approach is to partner with as many innovators and entrepreneurs, because if you crowdsource, the problem solving, and I mean, that's really what underpins Web3 anyway, the decentralized approach, that's where collectively we can better solve the problems that we're seeing out there. So in a nutshell, that's just what's keeping us up at night, what's underpinning our roadmaps from a product perspective and what we're trying to do.
That's really, really interesting. Yoshin, I'm going to come to you. The one thing I have always enjoyed about interacting with Web3 entrepreneurs, and that's a very broad statement, I know, is this sense of like empowerment. Like you can take back your destiny. You can, as an individual, really be in control. Maybe you want to tell us the impact you've made and why you do what you do and how you see decentralized finance empowering Africans.
100%. So look, I've got countless stories actually of all of these different students that have come to me and started learning this with little to no money. And now they are multi-millionaires. And I don't want to say that to like blow smoke up anybody's, but like the thing is, at the end of the day, it's just a business, guys. It's a peer-to-peer business, and you're getting in at the ground level while everybody's still discovering the space. So you're bound to make a lot of money if you're a good business person. So basically, the way that I'm going to give you guys a couple of stories in a second, but basically the way that you guys can get started, simply just go onto noones.com, sign up with an account, get verified, put in the code RANDS for Bitcoin, and then you will basically be signed up under me, and I can give you guys a little brief free introduction on how to get started through the No One's Academy. So you go to noonesacademy.com, you'll have all of that information completely for free. See a couple of people writing it down. You should. So basically what I do at the Trade Center is I take people and I give them a one-on-one experience of how they can get started. And they only pay me once they've actually made profit in the space. So I'm that confident in, being able to create a business for you within this peer-to-peer Web3 space. Because remember, with all of these Web3 options that people are, providing on a daily basis, you need an on and off ramp method. You need to be able to take the fiat currency that you have, whether it's euros, pounds, dollars, and you need to be able to turn that into crypto. And then when you eventually have the crypto, you need to be able to turn it back into fiat when you need it. And that's what peer-to-peer traders do. And that's what I can teach you guys how to do. So just to give you guys a couple of stories, when I first got started with the Trade Center, I had a guy by the name of Josh come and join. And his story was, he dropped out of high school. He was doing carpenting. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he was there, canal walk, putting the floors down and stuff like that. Within the space of 30 days, he made his first 30,000 Rand trading peer-to-peer. And keep in mind, this guy only had a salary of about 5,000 Rand. In his savings, he had about 4,000 Rand to actually get started. And look, the thing is, it's different for everybody. It depends on the clients that you get. It depends on the time. It depends. There's a whole lot of factors. But at the end of the day, it's a business, and you got to play to win. You got to be in it to get lucky. If you understand what I'm trying to say. So anyway, long story short, within the space of 60 days, after Josh's first month, he made 120,000 Rand, and he started with 4,000 Rand. So if Josh can do it without a degree, then so can you. I mean, I don't have a degree either. Another example is a guy by the name of Storm. He was a construction foreman, making about 8,000 Rand a month. In his very first month, he made 6 figures. I think he made about 140,000 Rand, more or less. And I mean, guys, he started with like 10 grand, even less than 10 grand. The whole thing is just getting started and finding those clients and then interacting with those clients, the same as any business. Once you've given a good service to your client, guess what? They're going to recommend you to another person that needs that same service. And that person's going to recommend you to that other person. Same thing like with being a real estate agent. Once everybody knows you are the real estate agent, they come to you to do those kinds of transactions. These gents were talking about needing to get crypto off-ramped or to get money transacted somewhere, and it took a couple of days. With the service that you can provide, you can basically allow them to do that same transaction within a couple of minutes. And that's the reason why they're willing to pay you that fee, because you can do it and other people can't. The only way that you can get it set up is by getting started, finding the connections in those regions that can facilitate those transactions, and then putting your markup up on top of those fees. So guys, I can teach you exactly how to do this from start to finish. If you want to learn more, check out www.noonesacademy.com. It's completely for free on there. It shows you exactly from start to finish. But if you want a one-on-one mentored experience, check out www.thetradecenter.co.za, and I'll take you through.
I hope you're coming to the pitching this afternoon. And I hope anyone who's pitching this afternoon is watching this man. This is like an entrepreneur in action. In action. Well, I'm going to find you later, because there's a huge part of me that's like, this sounds too good to be true, man. So I'll find you later about that. But what I am hearing, and I've heard this from other people as well, is that the barriers to entry are potentially quite low, and the return potentially substantial. So Norbert, let me come to you and your experience and your foresights. I'm going to combine some questions, which is a bit of, that sounds amazing. All right. But what are the challenges that you experience around this? And on the flip side, what does the future and opportunity look like here?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, I wanted to take a different direction of what Ishan said. So you see,
yes, please do.
Wherever we sit and talk about Web3, it looks like the discussion is all about come in and get the money and get out.
Yes.
But actually, let's place more emphasis on the disruptiveness of the technology. You see, getting money, it's just like any other industry, right? Imagine being in the 1900s or 1800s and being a minerals mining company in South Africa or any of the mining companies. Definitely you're going to get money because it's a new industry and it's a booming industry, right? So this is similar to blockchain technology, right? It is a new industry, relatively young if you are comparing to other technologies, and it would interest you to know it's not so much juicy as we sit and say it. It is very easy because the entry barriers are low. You can just get in, you can get a lot of money. But then let's understand that, you see, it is about the technology itself, right? How disruptive it is. The building of the smart contract, there are a lot of builders out there. They built the technology. Just last 2 days, we had JP Morgan partnering with Chainlink just to offer the infrastructure that they've built. You see, we need to make mention of these facts because JP Morgan is a huge industry. They have billions in their coffers, and so if they are to partner with a blockchain infrastructure provider, it means they understand what they are offering, right? And so that's just another direction. Now, coming to some of the challenges. Challenges are challenges, and technology, in as much as we are all mentioning how easy it is to get in, of course, there are challenges because you need internet to even access it. it might be a bigger challenge. You need electricity, you need access to some tools to be able to access all these products that we are mentioning. And so, yeah, I'm from the West Side. I've been to a lot of different African countries, and it is quite different when you compare other cities to Cape Town, right?
Mm.
As the last presenter said, in some countries, your light can just go off without any notification or something, right? So that is also a challenge happening in other countries. I get 5G here. I don't get 5G in my country, although internet is fast, but these are all challenges that I would like to place emphasis on. And so this is a new technology. We are trying to embrace it. I have my co-founders here. We are more focused on building the infra. We believe that if we empower people to build the solutions, if we let people learn about the technology and its usefulness, that is where we actually win for Africa. And that is what we are about. We started Quarry Labs just earlier this year. Quarry Labs is all about empowering African developers. So we have some of the brightest blockchain developer minds in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Uganda. All of them are in our firms. What we do is build the actual product for people to use. And yeah, we are very young, but we just received our first investment, which is somehow a success to us. So yeah, I stand to be corrected though, but it's not juicy. It's not all juicy out there.
Okay. But I really appreciate your take on this, because this is a technology with a low barrier to entry that can have significant transversal application, like to every element of life. And I'm intrigued to hear that the challenges you foresee are actually societal development issues, electricity, water, skills, but not the technology itself. So that in a way I think is great to hear. Devin, I want to come to you. I think I would like to hear from your perspective. You've always kind of been ahead of the curve. Like there's something you can see in this market, or you've got a sense of this market and where it's going, and plugging gaps and supporting and helping people. Because we've got time constraints, what is your take on the challenges and the opportunities and what we should do here in Africa with it around Web3?
I mean, having been in the space for so long, it is a roller coaster. I've been through many bear markets, many bull markets. I'm sure you guys can agree. And I agree very much with Norbert. I've actually been on panels with him before. Africa has some impeccable talent here. The developers that we're finding in Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa are phenomenal. But some of the highest barriers to entry that we're still facing with regards to Web3 and AI is education. It is education, because you have to start from somewhere. But what's really cool with what's happening at least now in Africa, I can't say everywhere in Africa, but at least we're seeing it in South Africa now, that all you need to really participate in this global ecosystem is a Wi-Fi connection or a connection of some sort, because you can teach yourself, you can train yourself, you can find all of these tools, they're all available. It's lowering the barriers to entry to so many more people to participate, not just in the new financial market, but in an entire economic market. So I mean, you can start businesses, you can build businesses, you can trade, you can develop, you can do all of these different things now, and that's incredibly, incredibly exciting. And AI is enabling us to not just get ahead of the curve, but also equal the playing field. So a lot of individuals, a lot of startups in Africa, we haven't previously had the funding, the tools, the access, the networks that a lot of larger enterprises do, or a lot of people in Europe or the States do. And with AI, we now have access to advanced analytics, or to be able to use all of the information that we do have and interact and plug ourselves into these other markets and these other ways of doing things. And it's not something that you need to be super, super advanced for. I mean, I know a few of you mentioned that you don't even have a degree. When we hire our developers, we don't look for degrees anymore. We don't look for what universities you've been to. We give you a coding assessment. If you can code the coding assessment, that's the first step. And then we figure out, cool, did you teach yourself? Because it takes a lot more of a specific type of person to figure it out yourself and to use the tools that are available to you than somebody who was maybe at university and learned the skills because they had the opportunity to do that. So in that sense, I think it's really, really exciting, actually, about the opportunities that we have. I think one of the challenges that we're still facing is that infrastructure. People don't have access to Wi-Fi, smartphones, laptops, all of those enabling tools that will then help them to take it a step further. But there are initiatives working on that kind of an infrastructure development. So yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing to hear. Kagiso, from your side, I'm almost going to ask you for like a take home, like a closing comment to leave with this audience? Because usually we would ask questions like, what's the next big thing? And I don't know if there's a next big thing or if there's just like next steps. And I'd like to hear your take on what you're seeing.
Yeah, sure. So look, I mean, I think from a trend perspective, we're likely to see a lot of technologies converging, right? So AI, blockchain, data sources, and converging around solving problems, because I think it's really around the issues at hand and the technology, the extent to which that technology can be leveraged to solve some of these issues. So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of this already taking place, but I think there's so much more that we still need to unlock. And I think from a fintech perspective, obviously the yardstick is the extent to which we are able to get customers banked, well served, and their needs addressed, right? So, I mean, I think what we're likely to see is obviously a lot of these technologies and solutions getting a little bit more hyper personalized in their ability to comprehend the problems that consumers are facing and therefore inform better delivered propositions and products. So I think hyper personalization is a big theme that we're likely to see. I think on the customer experience front as well, I think once you start looking at the trend of intelligent automation, we're likely to see better processes in place to serve customers. We're likely to see real-time decisions, which obviously gives customers convenience and saves them time. And then also from a query resolution perspective, I mean, if you look at chatbots, right, which is currently the use case that is being touted from an AI perspective, I think we're likely to see that extend. So where you see audio visual inputs also coming into the fore to be able to obviously address customer queries. So rather than just entering text and getting a text output, you also can hear and give voice inputs as well as obviously see as well. So I think that obviously then extends the extent to which customers will obviously queries will be addressed. And also from an operating model perspective as well, lastly, I mean, I think you'll start to see a decentralization in terms of how customers serve their markets, right? So rather than solutions and thinking being centralized in a headquarter environment, you're likely to see a lot more decentralized problem solving, as well as a lot more partnerships coming to the fore in terms of, again, addressing needs of the market. So I think those are some of the trends that we're seeing. And so from our perspective, we want to position ourselves for those kinds of trends. So it's really exciting. And I mean, I think, yeah, it'll be great to see Africa in particular leapfrog in terms of technology delivery, right? Rather than necessarily piggyback off what's out there. I think because of the problems that still exist in our continent, we have the opportunity to leapfrog in terms of the delivery and actually be at the forefront. So like mobile money, for instance, that's actually an Africa-led innovation. And I think off the back of Web3 and AI, a lot more can come out of Africa, just given the problems we're faced with. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's what I would say is stuff that we could really think about as we obviously scale some of these technologies.
Yeah, that's an excellent closing. I couldn't have asked for more. We are up for time, and I didn't see any hands being waved, but I will say that you guys will be here over lunch, so please come find them. I think our goal very much is to showcase that there are people out here, big companies like MTN, people who are changing lives from the ground up, people that are building incredible. So it's happening. And for those that want to learn more and engage, please go find our speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's have a photo together. I think our photographer is here somewhere. While we're just waiting for the photographer, after we are done, you're welcome to go help yourself to lunch. And then at 2:30, the startup pitching will start in the main auditorium. Thanks. Right. Oh. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Let's have a good one. Is this your signature? Sunglasses. Oh, love it. All right. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah. All right.
It's one small step for man,
World was on fire, no one save me but you. Strange for desire will make people do. I never dreamed that I'm somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'm somebody like you. And I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. What a wicked game you play to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do to make me dream of you. Now I don't wanna fall in love. Now I don't wanna fall in love with you. With you.
C'est long. C'est long. 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 Long.
Sun is alive. Keep me warm, keep me safe in my dreams, yeah. Keep me warm, keep me safe in my dreams, yeah. Son of mine, son of God, son is up, son is alive. Son of mine, son of God, son is up, son is alive. Son of mine, son of God, son is up, son is alive. Son of mine, son of God, son is up. Son is alive. Son of mine, son of God, son is up. Son is alive. Son of mine, son of God, son is up. Son is alive. this for free. 3-second memory. Sometimes it's what you need to move on with life again. Life again, strife again. She rolled off on her bike again. Perfect again, never again. I don't know quite where to begin. There's evidence that ever since she left perfume and fingerprints. I won't let you. I won't let you, won't forget you.
Remember me, I'm the one that lady. 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 Remember me.
Do you remember me? Do you remember me? Do you remember me?
I am a Remember me. Remember me, I'm the one that lady. Remember me, I'm the one that lady. Remember me, I'm the one that lady. Remember me.
Sugar man, won't you hurry? Cause I'm tired of these scenes. For the blue coin, won't you bring back all those colors to my dreams? My dreams. All those colors. Sugar man. Sugar man. Till the magic shifts you carry. Jumpers coat, sweet Mary Jane. Silver magic shifts you carry. Jumpers coat, sweet Mary Jane. Sugar man. Sugar man. Sugar man. Won't you hurry? 'Cause I'm tired of these scenes. If you had to work every morning and you come back in the night, if every day's about your earning, then you haven't got it right. One day you wake up, everything's burning, even though you told the lie. Now your boat is tossing and turning. You're the captain of your life. Take the reins and a pocket knife. Stick out your thumb and have the opportunity to right on time. You came stumbling through. Catch your vibe, have the opportunity to right on time. You came stumbling through. It's a fight, no one can win it for you. In the final days, if you change your ways, always stop, look up, and remember, choose your own adventure. Have the opportunity to right on time. You came stumbling through.
Your time is up. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2.
Tech supporters, entrepreneur supporters, calling all of you to the main auditorium. We're going to be kicking off the pitching battle in a few minutes, and we appreciate you supporting our techpreneurs in their pitching. Right, final call. We are starting now. The pitching den is going live in the main auditorium.
Right. Everybody, we're back. I hope now you've had time to chat and connect. I've heard some great things on the floor outside, and I'm glad to hear everyone said today felt like they didn't just take one thing, but they took many things out of the session this morning and just before lunch. Now, it is good that we're ending off with our startups. And I actually never get tired of a pitching den, because our startups in Africa and in South Africa cannot get enough pitching practice. And the more they do it, the better. So I am looking forward to being pleasantly surprised today. Okay, so let's make it real. How does it work? There are 7 startups pitching this afternoon. They have 3 minutes to pitch. The judges have 5 minutes to interrogate them, and someone's going to win. Okay, and we're going to learn, and we're going to have fun, and we're going to cheer them on. There's some real prizes involved here. There's a 12-month media package to the value of just under 300,000, which includes a social media campaign and press release, a speaking slot at next year's Africa Tech Week conference, and a podcast on the Topco Business Unusual podcast series. So really awesome visibility prize up for grabs. There are 3 consulting courses that are from Havek, and they're around accelerating your business, building your business financial model, learning your way around company documentation, and pitching like a pro. I like that. Okay. Then there is 1 guaranteed entry to the semi-finals of the CEDA Pitch for Funding. Awesome. At the Presidential SMEs and Cooperative Awards 2024. Oh, that sounds great. With the opportunity to compete for a share of 2.2 million rand. Okay, so there's some real pitching that you guys need to fight for these prizes. I'm going to invite our esteemed judges onto the stage to join us. Ian Lesson, Managing Partner from Havek, please come up. Henry Zitzman from AWS, familiar face here in the startup world. Jocelyn, the most amazing storyteller from Startup Bootcamp Afritech. Peter van der Sier, the Investment Executive from InventFin, welcome. Jana Veltman, Associate Principal at Nedbank Alternative Investments, and Jared Khan, who is an angel investor. What a nice spread from angel to fund to bank to accelerator to tech enabler. Geez, guys aren't intimidating at all. Okay, how it's going to work, I'm going to call them up. I'm going to count them down. They're going to do their pitch. You guys have 5 minutes to ask questions. And you need a pen, and I will get you a pen. No pen on your clipboard. No pen on a clipboard, yeah. Thank you. And then after you have asked your questions, I will call the next one up, and we'll do that for all 7. The judges will go off and deliberate, and we will have some time with the startups. And when you come back, judges, just to give you a heads up, I'm going to be asking you, like, what is your advice? How did you find it? You know, I don't want you to judge and leave. I actually would like you to impart some wisdom afterwards. All right. Great. Sasha. Oh, yes, we did solve that, but here's a pencil for space. Okay. All right. First startup. Are you ready? Alex, come stand on the stage with me. I'm going to count you down. Alex is the CEO and founder of Float Technologies. Let's give him a round of applause to get on the stage. Come on, Alex. Woo! Now, I've done this a few times, so I'm not going to waste your time.
Cool.
But I'm going to count you down, and then you got to rock and roll.
Okay.
And when you're done with the 3 minutes, there's like an angry mob of sound technicians there who will cut you off.
Okay.
So be tight.
I'll
All right.
try. I'm on.
All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go, Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex, the founder and CEO of Float, and we're building the future of installment payments. Meet Daniel. Daniel's a typical dude with more month than money. He struggles to pay his monthly bills, so he uses his credit card to bridge the gap. He struggles to settle the credit card balance each month, and the debt spiral starts. And that's what we call the universal credit card problem, and that's why we built Float. Float lets shoppers like Daniel buy now and pay for their purchases over up to 24 interest-free installments using the available limit on their credit card. So there's no sign-up process, no interest or fees, and importantly, we're not issuing Daniel with new credit. To use Float's super easy. All Daniel does is choose us as his payment method, choose his number of installments, enter in his existing card details, and just like that, he's paying monthly and easy to manage installments. Float's also super flexible for merchants. Each merchant can completely customize our platform to suit their business. We then make money by charging them a transaction fee on each sale, as well as monthly subscription fees for being on the platform. Unlike regular buy now, pay laters, Float has no sign-up process, has no limit on order sizes, far more flexible repayment periods, and in turn, way better unit economics. In a short space of time, our platform has evolved to be an omni-channel payment method. The next evolution of our platform will let card issuers enroll any card to pay in installments at the Float merchant network. So directly bringing banks into the buy now, pay later game. We've signed up $650 million of merchant revenue on our platform, including household names across electronics, furniture and home, and even categories like healthcare. But that's just the start. We have an extra $2.4 billion currently sitting in our pipeline. And we've also recently secured $11 million in debt funding from Standard Bank to help scale our platform to millions more, just like Daniel, a massive milestone for the business. Beyond our growth story, Float's great for the ecosystem. Shoppers are saving on interest, merchants are selling bigger baskets, and importantly, banks are actually making more per transaction. The global credit card market is a multi-trillion-dollar global opportunity, which is ignored by BNPLs. So whilst SA is the starting point, we'll be expanding in the next 18 months to our first new territory, keeping our OpEx and tech firmly planted in South Africa. The team behind Float is multi-skilled. We've worked together for a few years, and we're raising $3 million to get our SA business to cash flow positive, to expand our card-linked installment capabilities, and to set up for our first new territory. We're Float, and we're building the future of installment payments for every card. Thank you.
Your time is up. I have to say, that was remarkable. You literally had 1 second to spare. I'm very impressed.
None of the practice pitches went like that, so.
Okay, well, today's your day. Judges, questions for Alex?
Okay, so thank you so much for that, Alex. I think my main question is around your go-to-market strategy in the new territory that you mentioned. Which territory are you getting into? And how financially capable are they in that territory?
How financially capable? Okay,
Yes.
So what's most important for us as a starting point is where are credit cards prevalent? Yeah. So you naturally think of your USs, your UKs, Europe, GCC, even some countries in Southeast Asia. The US is the big prize, I'm not going to lie. We're still busy with a little bit of DD to make sure it works. But what would be most tempting for us is to follow one of our global merchants to a market where they're willing to offer us, for example, Samsung. Right? So if they say they'll switch us on into a market and we can follow them, that'll be a natural route for us to follow. We're also speaking to some global PSPs like checkout.com to offer us as a payment solution to their merchants. So you want to enter with a soft landing. We've paid a bit of the school fees here, and we've kind of figured out that recipe.
So maybe we'll take it offline, just a few tips on hair loss.
Thanks.
Going up there compared to me. That's what I'm most interested in. But just tell us a bit about your background. How did you come into this? What is your right to play?
Yeah. So in a previous life, I worked in corporate. I was one of those young, overly keen dudes giving new ideas all the time outside of my job, and one of those got funded. So I built a business unit inside the corporate, and then I headed up group innovation for that corporate. And the two problem statements I was tasked with solving were personal money management and credit. How do we help people to either borrow more responsibly or get out of debt? And the BNPL model was starting to explode out of Sweden and Australia and all these things. And well, this isn't Sweden or Australia, it's a very different market. And credit card installments in Latin America are actually super popular. Like in Brazil, it's 60% of e-commerce. So the thesis was, hey, we're more like Brazil. We have a big credit card problem. It's a universal issue. I think it could work. And yeah, that left my job.
Cool. Hi, thank you. That was awesome. Can you just talk a bit more about where the risk sits in your business model?
Yeah. So the risk, so regular credit card transactions, so the credit card issuer still takes the risk. But what's important to understand is we fund the transaction with our balance sheet. So the issuing bank's not having to withdraw the money and still retain the risk. So risk still sits with the bank, and we're just a payment processor in between. Yeah.
Cool. Yes, hi. Henry here from AWS Startups. I think we've been in good hands working with AWS, with the likes of Flutterwave, building on AWS, PayStack, etc. How much of the South Africa market currently do you think versus the competitors you managed to attain?
How much of the market share?
Yeah, exactly. But
we don't have, we've got a lot of competitors that check out for sure, and there are other buy now, pay laters, but all the buy now, pay laters, if you speak to them, their users are 80, even 90% debit card, Gen Z, thin credit file people. We're exclusively in the credit card market, so it is a very different niche, low overlap. So hard to equate how much we've won versus them because we have a completely different consumer base. And just more context on that as well. We're not a business trying to get millions and millions of consumers in South Africa per se. Our average transaction size is about 10 grand. Okay. So if we get 100,000, 200,000 repeat users, that's quite a lot of volume we'll get to the platform. So that's the play.
Hey, Alex. Alex, I actually run a retail business. We deal with various payment platforms, including some of your competitors.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me a little bit about, from a retailer's perspective, what your revenue model is?
Yeah.
How you guys would charge for your services, and then just a quick view on your route to break even and how long you think that'll take.
Yeah. So when a merchant signs up for Float, they've got a few options to choose from. So one, do we fund the transaction for them, or do they fund it? You'd be surprised, a lot of merchants are happy to fund it, but we always take the risk. If they fund it, it's a flat transaction fee. It obviously depends on volume, but it's around 4.5%. If we fund it, it depends how long they want to offer the installment plan for. Okay, so that's the model, but our average take rate's about 5% from merchants. And then break even, the SA business, we predict it break cash flow positive by mid-2026. Yeah. But the cash flow also, if your book is flying,
Your time is up.
Gets hungrier. Thank you.
I don't know if you heard that, Alex, but your time is up.
Okay.
All right.
Can I go?
You may.
Thanks.
Round of applause for
guys.
Alex. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That was a really good show.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Right. Next up, Cherub, founder of Digitized. Come up here and let's get you going. Yes, round of applause. Come on. Yes.
Handle like a G, man. Well done. Well done.
Yes. Are you ready? How are you feeling? You feeling great? Is the mic working? Yeah, we're going to swap over now. I'm going to count you down. Born ready. Let's wow these people. All right. 3, 2, 1.
Did you know that 1 out of 4 knowledge teachers in South Africa are battling acute stress within the work environment? In the image below, you see myself as a first-year high school teacher, and like many classroom teachers, you step into the classroom with the change the world narrative. About 2.5 years ago into my actual profession, I found that I was leading towards a work depression. And despite years of university education and ongoing teacher programs, I still felt ill-equipped for the Cape Town and township communities. I realized I was not alone. 30 to 50% of classroom teachers are leaving the profession within the first 3 years, and therefore meaning that there is a lack of quality education for our Cape Town and Cape Flats schools, as well as it hindering curriculum delivery as well. Our solution as Digitized is to redefine what teacher development and teacher community looks like using a digital platform that provides skill enhancement, personalized mentorship, collaborative spaces, as well as access to digital resources. Our market size currently based on South Africa is 107 billion. Our SAM is 8 million, and our SOM, which is what we're heading towards, is just over 1 million. In terms of our competitive landscaping, again, based on Africa, most of our competitors are Kahoot-based, which means they cannot reach a broader audience. They offer generic content, are not tech-enabled, and also quite expensive for teachers to access. In terms of our business model, of course, we are offering software as a service. In terms of our unit economics, right now it's based on B2C, which is our teachers as a customer, who are paying 250 Rand per month for the platform. We also predict a break-even point by year 2 with just over 500 subscribers. In terms of sustainability, we would like to work with schools and with DBE as our customers and teachers, of course, as our users. In terms of our management team, together we bring education experience, software development, PR, marketing, as well as operations. In terms of our growth map, last year we were able to sign up a few pilot launches, users, and as of this year, we were able to actually officially launch that pilot and also secure further pilot partners, with trademarking being a work in progress. In terms of partnerships, we have been funded by UVU Africa as well as French Tech, South African Tech Labs. We've also been able to partner with relevant NGOs and organizations who are interested in working with schools as well as with teachers. We've also received quite a bit of ecosystem support as well. In terms of our ask, right now we are looking to raise just over 2 million, and that goes towards 80% of our OPEX as well as 20% of our CAPEX. In terms of an in-kind investment, we would appreciate any sort of networking opportunities with corporate partners, school partners, as well as content providers. Digitize is more than just a platform, we are a movement. Thank you so much for listening.
Wow. That was quite different. You don't see that every day. Judges, let's open the floor. Peter, you want to kick us off? And
Yeah.
just judges, for the mics, can you guys just speak really directly into them? Thank you.
Cool, thanks for the preza. Can you just take like a minute just to try and explain a little bit more clearly what you actually offer your customer?
All right, so Digitize is essentially a tech-enabled platform that allows novice teachers between teaching for 1 year towards 5 years, and it allows them to gain access to professional development, and we do this by masterclasses, digital support, and community. And the reason why we started this was because as a teacher, I wasn't equipped really for what was happening in Cape Town schools as well, Cape Flat schools, sorry, as well as township schools. And so what we are offering is the value and the convenience of accessing actual training that is really conducive towards what teachers are dealing with. Currently, what the department offers doesn't really equip teachers as it should be. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. Do you look to the schools to support the teachers in paying this, or is it out of the teacher's salary that they'd be paying for this professional development?
Right, so at this stage, it's out of the teacher's salary. What we would like to do, especially in terms of sustainability, is to work with schools as our customers. We believe that that is the way to go as far as costing is involved, and then also looking to work with department, looking to work with the government, as well as heads of state, as we would scale and work internationally. So as soon as departments are saying this is we would like to partner with as far as professional development is concerned, teachers actually have to use the platform. So just in case, in terms of that, sustainability is really important. Yeah. Right, I can't hear you.
Is that better? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just following on from Peter's question. So just in terms of the delivery, so you talk about a platform. Is that an online platform, app-based? And then the price point, obviously, because it's teachers, you don't want it to be too high. So I'm glad it's quite low. But from a sustainability point of view, the business needs to be able to run the platform, and provide content, etc. So maybe just give us a little bit more color there, please.
All right, to answer your first question, we are an app-based platform. Right now, we are using a third-party solution. In terms of the price point, we've in terms of our financing, we've been able to look at what is incorporated into that budget in terms of looking at what teachers can afford. Our target market is really novice teachers, the new generation of teachers that are coming in and would be interested in further developing. And usually as a customer, that age is around 22 to about 27. So that is our age range and our target market. And usually around there, those are teachers that are quite enthusiastic about developing themselves further and have much less responsibilities as far as a family is concerned, housing, etc., etc. So we do think that teachers will be able to not only see the value, but will be able to afford the pricing point.
Great. Thank you so much. I really love EdTech. Obviously, having kids, it's super important. I love the topic. I'd like to know a little bit more about you and the team. In other words, who would be able to be building, because you mentioned that you are leveraging other platforms as a cost point, right? So how do you, where are you in that journey? In terms of a team that is building your own tech, the SaaS part?
Okay, so we do have a dev on board, a developer. We do have a developer on board, so he builds that.
Good.
And so I'm still learning in that space as a non-technical founder, but we do have a team dedicated to that. And in terms of advisory or anything that we kind of need, we do have a team that we can latch onto in terms of advisory. So,
Great, thanks.
Hi, quick question. How much of your cost base is variable versus fixed? So as you scale the business, how much, in terms of reaching that critical mass and that break-even point, is the content there and you can then scale and sort of work your way like a software business, or is there a lot of work and cost involved in growing?
so in terms of the content is readily available. So what we would like to do is to work with experts in the field who would like to sort of present a course on the platform itself. In terms of reaching that pricing point, we are able to do that. In terms of, sort of looking at our operations, etc., we do have quite a big operations budget. And that is mainly towards the system development, looking towards sales and marketing. But we do believe we're able to do that in terms of our costing. Yeah.
Thanks.
Great, fantastic, round of applause. Thanks very much. Right, let's do the next one. Kale, where are you? Kale Hollis, co-founder and CEO of Survisor. Am I saying it right? Survisor. It kind of sounds like Survivor, but we'll see how that goes. Welcome on stage. I'm just going to kick you off straight away. Okay, you may have the clicker. We'll be fair. Right,
Okay,
3, 2, 1, go.
Avoid hidden costs on your next car service with Survisor, your online 24/7 available service advisor. Compare car service costs in minutes, book instantly, and pay on our platform, an industry first. If there's one thing I want everyone to remember from this presentation today is this: Survisor will be the biggest workshop in Africa without owning any workshops, with hundreds of hours available to service cars on a daily basis. So when we're looking at the problem, it's both a consumer and a workshop problem from our side. So on a customer base, we all here have experienced this. We think about taking our car for a service, and it sends shivers down our spines. We know exactly that it's going to cost an arm and a leg. We don't know what's going to go into the service, and we don't know how much it's going to cost. And worst of all, we know the people that are doing the work we don't trust. And there's a reason why car salespeople are pretty much close to lawyers and politicians on the untrustworthy scale. As a workshop, you have high fixed costs in terms of your overheads, and well as your utilization at 60 or 70% is considered actually really good. Worst case also is there's no lead generation system for workshops to get new customers, so the advertising cost to bring in the customer base is very high. So when you're looking at the market, the problem here is not just a South African one, it's an African and a world problem. The market opportunity itself, if we're just looking at the number of registered cars within the space, is, again, the millions. The opportunity is enormous within South Africa, Africa, and obviously the world. So now we get to the solution of Survisor itself. Survisor looks like an app, dresses like an app, behaves like an app, but actually is a website. It's a benchmarking platform at its heart. It gives customers the most information it can to make an informed decision on where to take the car to be serviced. With Survisor, it takes 3 simple steps to get your car and understand what should be in your service and get it through and booked. So the first step is to search. All you need to do is give us, your car information, your registration, the mileage on your car, and we'll search our extensive database and feedback exactly what should be in your car service and how much it should cost. The second part is in terms of comparing how much should be, comparing how much is in the market compared to what we have. And thirdly is booking it on our platform with the price that we display to you. So quickly, the team on our side, we've very experienced in terms of the entrepreneurial side. Lots of people started many businesses. I'm running out of time. Let me go quickly. The investment, we're very fortunate. We're backed by Launch Africa Ventures, who preceded investment into ourselves. And we're looking for partners. Sorry very much. That's meant looking for partners, investments for bringing the business forward.
Okay.
Thanks.
The good side is that you've got 5 minutes of questions. Right. Good job. Good job, judges. Let's learn more about car servicing.
Okay, so in terms of maybe explain to us the investment that you're looking for. Are you fundraising currently? What's the valuation?
Yeah, so for us, we in this room looking for partnerships in terms of increasing our workshop space and also funds to get us to market. Our biggest expense is getting our name out there and getting it out to the consumer at the end of the day.
Okay, so you're not fundraising?
No, we are.
How much?
Uh,
No figure.
Open checkbook. So we have raised funds through Launch Africa, which has got us to this point. But again, we are looking for as much as we can to get us out there.
Great. Thanks for building the service. Appreciate that. I think one comment I have is 7.8 million registered vehicles. Is that right? Because it's very busy outside. Eh?
Yeah, that's right.
Fantastic. So tell me a little bit more about the traction today. Where are you today?
So this is our first month of actually being live. So it's been a journey to get to this point. It's been about 2.5, 3-year journey to build the platform. The back end is quite complicated in terms of trying to source all the information for every single different make and model to get the customer at the end of the day the service they need and the pricing behind it. So this month is, going live.
And then tell me about your competitors currently in the market.
So in the South African space, it's the market's quite antiquated. So there's only 2 other competitors who are kind of offering the same service, but it's not an instantaneous. So with them, it's you inquire about whether you can have a car service, and they respond within 5 to 6 hours once they go to their network, whereas we are instantaneously and say, we have it all in the back end, we've done all the hard work for you, we've secured all the discounts up front, and that's what we give to the customer at the end of the day.
And what's the business model? How do you make money?
So we take, similar to Travel Start, we take an admin fee based on the service that gets booked through the platform itself.
A bit of a company, sorry. Just to follow up, maybe it's for you, you're saying you're looking for partners, but I looked at a startup called Mechanic, which is like a mechanic that comes to you.
Yeah, so they're very different. I say they offer you a mechanic that come, but in a lot of the bylaws, it's actually illegal because they don't have the necessary infrastructure to do the services that they might be doing. So yeah, that's the kind of biggest difference between us and them.
You spoke about the number of vehicles on the road in terms of the independent service centers. How large is that? And I assume it's probably not necessarily representative across the country. So in the metropoles, it will be much larger. And then the second part of the question is, how do you ensure quality control? Because it's ultimately your recommendation and your brand.
Yes, so for us, the markets is obviously concentrated in the metros in Johannesburg specifically. So we've followed the kind of Uber model of starting off localized, so in the Fourways area, and then as we bring on the workshops to increase the radius of the circle, and then once we're happy within Gauteng, is then to go to the rest of the country once you know the system and everything's working to handle that kind of volume. And then, sorry, I forgot what was the second part. My apologies.
Quality control.
Oh, the quality. So what we do is in the back end, we have a 2-week payment process with the workshops that allows us to then, if there are any issues with it, to investigate what has gone wrong. So there is a recourse from our side if there is anything that has gone wrong.
Hi, quick one. So tell me, what is your 2-year revenue goal and how many customers do you think you need on a monthly basis to be running through the platform? And again, the old question of when do you think you can take this to a break-even point?
Okay, so in terms of our projections, we've purposely gone hockey stick model of ramping up quite slow, and then over the next 8 or 9 months is where we actually start seeing a lot of the volume coming in. So for us to break even, it's just over 1,272 services through the platform a month, which in retrospect isn't a lot compared to how many vehicles actually do get service on a daily basis. So yeah, and our expectations is break even around 16, 17 months.
What would that 1,200 give you in terms of monthly revenue?
So with an average of 100, so we take about 110 Rand per service at the end of the day. So multiply 100,000.
Your maths is better.
Your
than
time
mine.
is up.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much.
Well done. Well done. Thank you. I'll take that from you. Thank you. I always think to myself, who wakes up and dreams up these things, like waking up and passionate to build a car service marketplace? But Henry appreciates it, so that's good as a start. Right, next founder, Khotsiane from EquiX Token Capital, founder and CEO. Come up here. There we go. How are you feeling? You ready?
I'm ready.
Great, born ready. Sounds like it.
Definitely.
Let me count you down. There's your clicker. 3, 2, 1.
Bridging the gap between traditional finance and decentralized finance. I am Percy, and my grandmother passed away in 2016. On her will was my mom's name. Later to find out when my mom wanted to transform that asset into her name, that there was a lot of transfer costs. This problem is faced not only by asset owners, but by investors as well. The assets are illiquid. There's no fractional ownership. There's fractional ownership challenges, high transaction costs, and limited accessibility. What we are providing is a platform which digitalizes real-world assets, offer a marketplace where these assets can be traded between peers. By doing this, we are unleashing the hidden value. We are streamlining transaction costs and reducing costs. We are building trust with transparency, and we're democratizing investment opportunities. Our revenue model is that we plan to charge 1% to the value of the asset. We also plan to generate revenue fees and transaction fees. We also offer premium subscription plans, as well as through strategic partnerships, we are able to tap into their customer base and earn revenue. We predict that by 2 years of launch that we will have $10 million in revenue from asset tokenization, $500,000 from subscriptions, $250 from interest and transactions, and $100 from strategic partnerships. The World Economic Forum says that it will be a $10 trillion market by 2030 and a $100 billion market by 2025. Our addressable market is 20 billion here in South Africa for real estate. Our traction so far, we are backed by Sand Technologies. We are part of the Google Web3 scale tier. We've got partnerships with Schindler's Attorneys, and I can tap into a customer base of 65,000 Africans within the ALX community. Our competition is not just our competition, but we also see them as partners because our goal is liquidity for these assets. My team is filled with legal expertise, business development. We've also got a board of advisors from MasterCard Foundation and head of product from the biggest bank in Latin America. Our go-to-market is to build communities around the product, implement referral programs, have strategic partnerships, and provide educational content. Our roadmap is to launch this year, to secure licenses in 2025, offer DeFi services, expand into new territories. In 2026, offer a secondary marketplace, and as well as integrate the metaverse. We are asking for 850 to 1.2 million to build a team, to get our licenses and infrastructure. We envision a future where liquid assets are liberated, where the underbanked discover financial stability, where investors uncover a universe of boundless
Your time is up.
opportunities. Thank you.
I love that, Percy. Well done. Judges, Peter.
I'll just start with my standard question. So it sounds like you're really early still. So you really need to paint a picture of what it is exactly that you're doing. So give us an example of a use case of something that your business will enable to happen, like one that we can all understand.
Okay, so with real estate, normally we do know for the asset owner, normally when they want to transfer the asset, that there's a lot of tedious processes, lengthy processes. You have to go through bankers, custodians, lawyers, and so on. What we do with our platform is that we allow smart contracts, we bake everything into that, and we facilitate peer-to-peer interaction when transacting this asset. For the investor, normally when the investor normally wants to invest, like me, myself, I normally don't have that much money to invest in real estate. So what we also do is that we fractionalize these assets, and now we are able to have low minimum barriers and democratize investment opportunities.
Just to quickly follow on that one, which of these use cases do you think you might focus on first? For example, what you talked about with real estate, that's a business in itself,
Yes.
just that product. So you've got a lot of great theory of where this could be one day, but you need to figure out where you're going to start.
So no, definitely what we plan to do is actually start with real estate. So if you saw the total addressable market that I had on the slide, the 20 billion is essentially the real estate market that we're looking at here in South Africa. So that's where we plan to start. My roadmap, I did say that we plan to integrate more services when we're going into, when we go into 2026, 2025, what we want to do is essentially tokenize also debt, bonds, securities, and commodities.
Cool, thanks, man.
Yeah, hi. So you're like in real estate, you can even go down into solar businesses, etc. I mean, so there's a lot of detail focus, right? But I love smart contracts.
Yes.
That's cool. So what I'm trying to figure out is how much of this is already built, and what would it take to close your first dollar? Or tell us a little bit about that part, status.
So definitely, currently, right now, we're rapidly building the MVP, but because of the scarcity of blockchain engineers around the world, is that we don't have the cost to actually get a full-time blockchain engineer. Normally, we do consulting, right? So we are rapidly building the MVP right now. And then in terms of, can I just get the second part of the question quickly?
Yeah. So what you're saying is it's not much is yet built, or you're limited in the build, just to confirm.
Yeah, we are a bit limited with the building, but because we've got a board of advisor, normally one of my board of advisors in Brazil normally connects me with a blockchain engineer just to get it out there.
Yeah. So I saw that you well done on going through the ALX program. It's pretty cool. They've got AWS Activate startup program. So definitely lean there, leverage that, and then you can get access to tech support, especially blockchain, if that's relevant.
Okay.
At this point.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is around the risk factor, especially when it comes to real estate. What's your strategy around that?
So definitely the way that we're building out the platform is that we are making it fully decentralized. So we are not the custodians of the specific asset. We get whitelisted wallets, meaning that we KYC these wallets. And also what we also ensure is ISO 27001. So that ensures that our standards are secure and everything. So essentially, even when your asset on your digital wallet gets hacked and it gets stolen, our platform allows us to issue new tokens, burn the old ones, and issue new tokens. And we essentially have to know, we know where the asset has gone to because we use only whitelisted wallets.
Okay, so follow up in terms of your customer base. So you talked about the community with 65,000 people. What are they currently doing? And why would you be compelled to use your product?
In terms of the community, like I said, I want to build a community around the product, right? So people like me, young people like me want to invest. You know, we've got people excited about Forex, they're getting scammed and so on and all of that. So right now I'm basically leveraging off that community and educating them about blockchain technology and helping them ensure that they can actually invest even though they have like 10 Rand or even 50 Rand.
Okay, sounds good. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Right. Next one, a local from this neck of the woods that we know well. Malayan, why don't you come up from Bayam? Yes. Completely different startup and looking forward to it.
Where's the clicker?
This is a good point. It's on the table.
Oh.
Right next to you. Right. Let me count you down. 3. Yes.
Magic
Let's give you a
tricks.
settle. Oh, there's props.
Sorry.
There's
everyone.
props. Great. You ready?
Fantastic. Yes.
Go.
Bayam Eco Solutions is a biotech producing home compostable films as an alternative to plastic. A solution to pollution that doesn't inconvenience you, the customer. Plastic you can eat. A true African tech innovation. 400 million tons. That is the weight of the human population. It is also the amount of plastic that is produced annually. 50% of this plastic is single use, and 100% of it will last longer than our lifetimes. This is one of the many landfills around the world that is close to capacity. The agricultural value chain relies heavily on plastic to farm. This industry alone in 2019 made use of 12.5 million tons, with a further 37 million just being used to package that produce to get to us. These are our products. Our first go-to-market is the agricultural film and the revolutionary root wrap. With Bayam biofilms, we can supply every single plastic that the farming market uses. We're able to regenerate those landfills, be used in the carbon sinking market, as well as provide clean, as well as keep waterways clean and used in vertical gardens. Our business model is a commerce one. Our revenue model uses gross margin and a service. We divert agricultural waste from the farmers that usually ends up in landfills. For this, we charge a service fee. Then, in our production, with the farming products that we create, we're able to sell it to farmers and the carbon sinking market. And then, as a byproduct of our production line, we're able to use the leftovers as animal feedstock because our films are edible. We have 9 MOUs currently to the value of $1 million. And we have over 50 farmers waiting for us on the African continent to implement this. This is the total market opportunity. All of these numbers amount to the 465 billion. That is the total market. With the right investment, we'd be able to service 1.6 million of this in our first year of production. Our competition, the reason we're different is that we're compostable. What this means is it nourishes the soil where biodegradable just breaks down. Our ask, $500,000. This will go to factory outlay and team hire. My name is Your time is
Melinda.
up.
My name is Melinda. I developed these films in lockdown in my parents' garage. I've onboarded a team, 3 of which are scientists. I think we're going to stop. Thank you.
Just to be fair. Sorry.
Love that. Right, judges, let's kick off.
Okay. Hi again. That's a very impressive product you have. So what's stopping you from developing what you need to develop now?
So up until now, I've been bootstrapping. I've actually been funding it myself. I'm very lucky. It's quite a cheap product. I've been taking my car to farmers and diverting that landfill waste and putting it in a small scale production. I have just onboarded a processing engineer, and so we're ready to scale up. And for that, I'm going to need industrial equipment, and so that's actually where we are at. I've been able to fund a small factory space by myself, And so we're ready for investment.
So how many customers do you currently have using the product?
Oh gosh, I currently have 50 farmers actually waiting. The 9 MOUs, of that, 2 of which are fertilizer companies which operate in the European market, and they're mandated. One is particularly mandated by the Dutch government to remove plastic from the farming chain. At the moment, the farmers have got about a couple of months left before they start implementing fines and that kind of thing. So they're desperate. And then the 50 farmers are across Africa. We've got a Madagascar vanilla pod farmer. We've got pineapple farmers. So it's, in that instance, it's smaller farmers. One of the farmers in series uses 17 kilometers of plastic on one of his fields.
Wow, it's really impressive what you've created. Is it like unique technology to you? Or did you borrow some?
It's cellulose. I can't really go into it too much, but it is fairly common. I'm pretty sure you would have eaten or drank it before in your life. So there are other people working with it, but they're using it in different industries.
So there's no competitor in South Africa?
No competitors going into the agricultural market.
Amazing.
Can I ask you about patents? Previous businesses I've invested in, the patent is everything. And how do you defend yourself against the other big guys that are going to want to come eat your lunch?
So we won a competition with L'Oreal, and they are covering our patents. So we're currently filing.
Okay, they're in filing. And how positive are you that those patents are going to be accepted? And
so the process engineer that we're working with has just filed a patent for something else that he studied at UCT for, and so he wouldn't go and file it if he wasn't sure. So he's just come out with that patent, and so he's like, it's
and where
airtight.
are you filing?
So we're right on the cusp of choosing between England and South Africa. We're weighing up the different perks. We'll be filing probably in the next month, end of next month.
Okay, thank you.
I got a question. So thanks for solving microplastic problems, which is a global problem. Brilliant. I love the context of it. So let's say you get that funding round. How would that product in price point compare to the current price points in the market?
So the current price point for plastic is ridiculously low because it's a byproduct of the petrochemical industry. So it is a little bit pricier. The pain points that we solve is firstly in the European market, they use a lot of labor to then go behind and go pick up all the plastic once it starts disintegrating. And so that's one point that we save. We also, because it composts and it nourishes the soil, it lowers the need for fertilizers. And then another aspect is the root wrap in situations like the carbon sinking market where they do tree regeneration. They take the root system out of the plastic bag and they put it into the ground, and sometimes around like 100% of the seedlings actually die. And so this solves that problem. And so where before you're losing seedlings, now you won't.
So the revenue model that you thought of today, it's not the traditional direct price to input cost.
It's direct with the products.
Yeah.
But we are one of the products that we use to create it is a byproduct of the agricultural industry.
That's why I'm asking that question. I want to just rephrase that. So there's a lot of good opportunity in the carbon tax space in a global view.
Yeah.
Have you thought about maybe considering that approach?
So because the films they're compatible with any types of farming, they're compatible with land restoration.
Your time is up.
Great. Congratulations. There's nothing like having an eco warrior on the stage. Right. The good news for the startups is there's one less competitor, and good news for the judges, there's one pitch left. Oh, okay. All right. Let's bring up Kudu from the Daily Sales Shop. And I appreciate that you're walking slowly, considering it took you 3 flights to get here, even though you are a dear friend from Zimbabwe. Come on up. Right, round of applause, guys. Okay.
Are you feeling re-energized and ready for this pitch?
I'm ready.
You've
I'm
come
good
a
to go.
long way
I'm
to
good
pitch
to
to
go.
these
I'm good to
judges.
go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. 3, 2, 1.
All right. What's in your bag? Did you pay duty? Where's your passport? Go to the back of the queue. This is what my mother experienced every time she traveled to South Africa from Zimbabwe to buy basic things like a bike and groceries for the holiday. Sadly, millions of people still experience this today. Let me give you some context. South Africa is both Zimbabwe and Zambia's largest trading partner. We're talking $6 billion in trade per annum. So, very good for getting your bulk products, your fuels and your grains. Absolutely horrible for products that individuals need. See this turquoise strap? You can't get that in Zimbabwe or Zambia. And so what happens is people then resort to self-importing the products. You've seen these pictures before. This is the border post between Zimbabwe and Zambia. And in doing so, it creates a big mess. I'll explain further. Let me give you additional context. South Africa received 5.8 million visitors from Africa last year. Do you know that 1.9 million of them were from Zimbabwe? That is 13% of an entire nation's population traveling to this country in search for products, right? Versus 37,000. It's a system, and I can tell you that most of these people did not have a dignified shopping experience. You can have a good experience at the shop, but you might not have a good experience getting there and back. So, my name is Kuda, and I'm the CEO of the Daily Sell Shop, Zimbabwe and Zambia's fastest and largest e-commerce platform with over 12 million products. So people can shop, visit our website, log on, shop, and have the products delivered to their doorstep within 3 to 5 working days. Right, this is our why. We want to minimize the travel that people, the necessary traveling that people have to do to find basics. You want a pink cot bed? Not going to find that, right? And in essence, want to save people money and save people valuable economic time and reduce poverty. Do you know that being in a landlocked country is directly correlated to poverty? Because it's difficult to access goods. It's difficult to trade. So our solution will promote intra-African trade. So we're not here trying to disrupt trade, we're trying to increase it. What we're trying to do is democratize dignified access to goods and want to give business a clear route to market. So we currently serve 94 cities and towns in both Zimbabwe and Zambia, right? And we're providing a solution for diasporans, something I can go on and on. We offer convenience and we're cheap.
Your time is up.
Yo!
Ah, that was so great. I was watching that timer having a heart attack for you, my friend. But the good news is the judges have got 5
Tough
minutes
times.
to interrogate you further.
3 flights, 3 minutes. Let's do it.
Maybe just talk a little bit about your traction and a little bit about your business model.
Okay. So traction to date is, last year we did $1 million in turnover.
Turnover, is that GMV?
GMV,
Okay.
yeah. And we're on track to quadruple that to $4 million this year. We were part of Techstars Tel Aviv program. It's an accelerator. And we're funded by Launch Africa as well. So, yeah, it's part of the track.
Cool, a bit more about the business model.
All right, so what we do is we basically direct sales. So we wouldn't necessarily be GMV, but we direct sales. So if you order something, our system called Deliver, which aggregates all these products, is able to immediately source it from the supplier here in South Africa and gets delivered to our warehouse. And then we do the first, middle, and last mile.
And you add a fee on?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so the warehouses, where are they? Because you talked about like 94 towns and cities that you're serving. How scalable is that?
Right, yeah, so we've got warehouses in Johannesburg, warehouses in Messina, warehouses in Zimbabwe, warehouses in Lusaka. We are partnered with FedEx. We're actually FedEx's largest commercial customer in Zimbabwe. So we're pushing a lot of volume through them. They handle the last mile solution. So we're quite asset light in that sense. And they do the deliveries. Collect the payment from our customer because we believe in cash on delivery. We offer customers cash on delivery because a lot of people don't have cards, etc. You know the story. Yeah, so it's, yeah, the challenge.
And then, so in terms of your the time it takes, how long does it take if I buy a product today? How long does it take to get delivered?
Monday, you get on Friday.
So I lived in Mozambique for 9 years. I wish you existed then, by the way.
Okay.
Who carries, are you an e-commerce site or a drop shop? I mean, where's the risk? If I order a microwave in your business, not my side, because you only take my money when it gets to me. And I'm maybe not at home, so you're going to keep it for a while, right?
Yeah.
But where is that cost items sitting? And does it transfer? It doesn't transfer into your business when it's in transit. Is it still owned by the shop on the other side?
Yeah. So this is a very good question. That's why I said it's more direct sales. So when you place an order, we'll use our resources. We've got accounts with suppliers, numerous suppliers, and we'll take that product from the supplier and basically deliver it to your doorstep.
But you had to pay that supplier for that item.
We'll have terms with some of them, but in essence, the risk is transferred to us at the point at which we take the product.
Okay. Okay. When did you collect the customer funds, though?
On delivery.
On delivery.
Yeah.
So it's 3 days until you paid.
Exactly.
And if the customer is not there?
And I know it's a good question, but understanding, and this is why I'm emotive about it, because we're actually solving a problem. We have got no default rates. People understand what we've gone through to get the product to them. So customers are usually, in fact, what I want to solve is making sure that by the time the product gets there, because they usually they take the day off to try and get their product. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make that more.
Yeah, so within, last time Luxora Bootcamps to launch Africa's portfolio, MPost was using mobile phone numbers for deliveries in East Africa as an example. So you can't really not find the customer.
Yeah.
So there's ways to maybe solve that.
Yeah, thank you.
So maybe just looking at competitors, so I appreciate that maybe South Africa is a bit further down the track, and probably what's on your side is you're servicing landlocked countries. But you do have global e-commerce players coming here where they're sourcing the goods from source, and you're obviously sourcing the goods from source that gets marked up by South Africans. So from a sustainability point of view, are you not worried that competitors might come in and make your business irrelevant?
So one of the things we did when we set up the company, we started talking to Takealot from day one. So we believe we're actually mapping the rest of Africa because there's a lot of reluctance to enter into these landlocked, forgotten markets. So we think that the value is in what we're doing, in showing them that there is a market, there's a way to get to it, and there's a way to get to it profitably.
Sometimes when you talk to partners, make sure that they see you as a partner, not someone giving them free information. But I suppose, Jared spoke about it earlier in terms of IP. That's not necessarily something you can protect, but how do you actually then guard against giving someone keys to the kingdom?
Yeah, we need money to defend the market. So that will be one of the things we'll do. And I think it's also in the partnerships that we've had with FedEx, the cash on delivery solution.
Your time is up.
Jeez. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Right, judges, thanks very much. You've got some time to deliberate now. I think I'm going to invite you to exit off the stage, and Sasha will be at the back or wherever you're going to deliberate over there. They will be deliberating for 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'll invite you back on stage for some feedback and to announce the winners. In the interim, for our audience, we've got 10 minutes, and it's going to be great to hear the judges' take on each of the startups and to find out who won and to get some fascinating reactions like, yo. Thank you for the entertainment. You have 10 minutes to network, to chat, and to connect, and then I will do a call out when everybody needs to be seated again. Thank you. Hey. All right, thanks. How are you?
mind just one thing. For me, you are still the only dream. Could be right, could be wrong. All love is just so strong. I know there's something I wanna ask. Why are we still living in the past? Why are we still running in the dark? Why not creating a new start? Say you love me, say you love me, say you love me, oh na na na. Say you love me, say you love me, say you love me, oh na na na. In your island paradise, if only I were just brave and wise. My mistakes not recognized. It will be hard and I realize. You told me everyone was the same, that they just wanted to play the game. But you don't need not to be ashamed, or even overestimate. Say you love me, say you love me, say you love me, oh na na na. Say you love me, say you love me, say you love me, oh na na na. Say you love me.
Hey, so I've got an announcement. I've got an update. The organizers have just come to say that if anybody wants to get some airtime, talk about what they do an impromptu pitch standing at your table. They've got 1,000 Rand take-a-lot voucher to give. Who's up? Right, there we go. Microphone, first one. The happiness entrepreneur. Have you met this guy? Do you want to come on the stage? Do you want to stand? Come into the spotlight. Introduce yourself. Yes. Let's give a round of applause, guys. A few of us. We're killing time listening to good ideas.
Afternoon, guys. So my name is Wisane Hlangwane, and I'm the co-founder of Frontier. So at Frontier, we help businesses with outsourcing specialized tasks to a distributed workforce comprising of professionals and recent graduates, right? Because we noticed that most tech startups have good tech, however, they struggle with customer acquisition and going to market. So we actually help them take away that burden by helping them with their customer acquisition processes, sales, marketing, admin, research, while they focus on building their tech and actually scaling their tech. So we are currently working with over 5 award-winning companies, as well as scale-ups and corporates to actually help with this function. And recently we just launched our beta platform that actually, automate this process, especially from the microtasker perspective, where these, talent actually can find these work opportunities, and then, they can be set for work for a minimum of 3 months, because that's how our contracts work. We make sure that the B2B side of things is sustainable for the business so that we can make revenue for a minimum of 3 months, or obviously to longer term, as well as, these guys can earn money while they're doing this. And then, take this, work as references to get more work or full-time jobs at a corporate or, some other place. So that's what Frontier essentially does. Thank you so much.
Ah, that's great. What's your ask to the audience?
Oh, so my ask is actually if you guys, have businesses introductions, obviously for us to get more B2B companies to serve, right? Because we do have partnerships, are working with partnerships with big universities like the UJ.
Perfect. Your ask is introductions. Okay, cool. Partnerships. Right, let's share. Who's next? Who else wants to pitch? Do you want to come on up? You want to pitch from there? Come get used to the spotlight? Lovely.
Round of applause, guys. Lovely. Introduce yourself. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Georgie Varghese. I'm a medical doctor. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a health tech company. Last time you guys visited your GP, everything was, you had to phone your GP to make an appointment. You were given a medical record, probably on paper. You were referred to your next specialist, also via phone call. Everything was paper-based. We're now moving into a time where you can order a car, you can order food to your house. Same should happen with healthcare. We enhance continuity of care, so we've digitized the whole process, including appointment creation, medical records, invoicing for medical practitioners. From the patient side, what we're doing is we are now allowing cloud storage of medical documents that you've been given with and allowing you to create your appointments. Yeah, that's where we are now.
Perfect. Name your company.
Docatella. We're asking, what ask is, the next
Yes.
time you go to your GP, and if they're giving you a handwritten note, ask them why it's not electronic. And you know about a firm called Docatella.
Love it. How do we spell that?
Dokotella.
Great. Congratulations. Oh, yes. Lovely. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Khaladi Tema from Small Enterprise Development Agency. I'm one of the founder of this beautiful pitch. CEDA will host the Presidential SMME and Cooperative Awards. The president will give the awards. Prior to that, we'll run the CEDA pitch for funding. We teach you on how to pitch. We give you a masterclass. Please follow CEDA on all social media platforms so that when the pitch for funding starts, you can come and learn how to pitch. And the prize at the Presidential Awards at the Entrepreneurship Week in November is 2.2 million. Thank you.
Whoa, love it. I'm telling you. Who else is next? Oh, she's already pitching for the 1,000 Rand voucher. Come, who's our next startup? Let's go. Before the judges come. The mic is yours, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tusho Mokotu. I'm a co-founder of Lofty Brainchild. Lofty Brainchild is a digital financial reporting services provider. Show of hands, who uses Excel in their daily lives? And then show of hands, who works specifically in the finance department? So somebody once told me that using Excel is the equivalent of deciding not to use a car or a bus to Belleville from Cape Town Seapoint, but rather using a bicycle. And that's essentially what Lofty Brainchild assists our clients with, is not using the bicycle to get from the end destination, which is a quick, efficient, and accurate financial close. With the digital tools that we provide, accountants are able to produce any reports that they require in the shortest time possible with minimal error. That's freeing up all sorts of frustration that usually happens around financial close. So if you want to embark on your digital financial reporting journey, talk to us, myself and Semi, and we're looking forward to hearing your current pain points and alleviating all of those. Thank you. Cheers.
Well done. Well done. Have we got any other takers? We stand on the stage. There's one over there. Anyone else going to pitch afterwards? Just trying to check how many hands we have. Yes, and there. All right. All yours. 2 minutes.
Some might be surprised to see me here. I'm speaking on behalf of the founder of Voxian Communications. That's my boss. She couldn't be here today. So often we think of brand storytelling and public relations just as getting a press release out, right? However, we forget about one important touch point, your internal communications team. So a lot of you here are building businesses. You've got people working for you. How often have you thought about scaling them with you, talking with them to ensure that your brand remains consistent? If you are struggling with distribution in your team, creating culture and belonging inside your organization, that's what we specialize in, and a host of other things. But yeah, if you want to make sure that your startup is still around in the next 5 years, while you get funding to build the product, we will help you keep your team intact to journey with you. Thank you.
Oh, love that. Love that. Right, we had another one here. Let's rock and roll. 10 minutes.
Awesome. Who would like to save money on the utility bills? Show of hands. So that is what we do. So what we do is we look at our clients' municipal spend, and then based on your municipal spend, whether it's water, electricity, we then pay you with a sub-meter, smart sub-meter. We link it to our online portal, and based on that information, we assist the client how they can save water. We can even take it one step further. We can automate water flow in your house, meaning that if your house is empty, your Airbnb unit, your factory, your shop, water stops flowing. So once you're back, the water flows again. And basically, we can guarantee minimum of 30% saving on water, much more on electricity. Thanks.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Company is JRPV. We got an online store as well, and we're based in PE.
Love it. Love it. That's a great start to a pitch. Who wants to save money on their utility bill? Good one. Anyone else? Any other takers? Right, there's no pitches, but you want to just promote yourself? Is there one more? Coming up, coming up, coming up. Feel the heat of the spotlight. Oh, I love this. Is this like people nominate you, or did you nominate yourself? Our dear friend Ephraim, welcome.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm with the Tech Cabal. We are a Pan-African tech publication. So we cover, everything in tech, like your startups, your new tech and everything. So like, if you guys would want to keep, updated with everything that's happening in tech, just go to techcabal.com and stay updated about what we are building in Africa in tech. Thank you.
Oh, I love that. Good one. Good one. It's nice to have Techable right here on the doorstep. Right. Anyone else? How are we doing? How are we going to decide who gets the voucher? Are we going to cheer for them? Or are we going to self-nominate? Organizers? Oh. Ah. All right. I think we'll decide and then we'll make an announcement. How are our judges doing? 5 more minutes. Right. We'll give you 5 minutes to check your emails, to do some WhatsApps, and then we'll be ready for our announcements. I kept it going.
How to say no when I'm lonely. Why is it that you have me coming over? I know the reason isn't TV. People tell me that I'm just an option. That's okay with me. When you call for me, wishing I'm already gone. Uncover me. I'll admit it's what I want. Oh. Ha, 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 ha. 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 Oh,
Right, ladies and gentlemen, the judges are back. Time for us to find out. Judges, please will you reclaim your seat on the table? Can I ask those startup pitches, everyone who just did a startup pitch as an actual business, won't you just come and stand here for a second? Who pitched? Come, you pitched. Let's go. Who else pitched? So judges, to keep you in the loop while you were gone, we opened up the stage. And there were some born-ready startups who were pitching. Right, I need you guys to stand here. We're going to show the judges how we judge, which is going to be by a popularity vote, which is definitely how you invest in businesses. Okay, let's turn around. Okay, so am I correct? Doctor Health app, yes. And then in the middle, your app was about? Remind me. Digital financial reporting, the utility bill. Ephraim from Techable, who's just here to be famous. No, we're joking, our friend. You have got the working freelancer frontier, yes, and you've got startup communications. Great. Right, so this is how we're going to vote. Whoever gets the loudest cheers is going to win that Take-A-Lot voucher. So let's go. Here we go, health tech. All right, finance. Who wants to save money on their utility bill? Who wants to tell Ephraim their story? Yes. Who wants to hire youth on a platform who are looking for jobs? Who wants to do some startup storytelling? All right. My goodness. Who do we think won? Is there a clear winner? Utilities! My friend, 1,000 Rand voucher for you. Congratulations. That was a lot of fun. Thanks, guys. Good to take the opportunity. Right, judges, we'll move away from popularity votes and maybe get some insights. Could we maybe start from your side and just go down? Is one person giving feedback? Ian, are you the feedback? Right, and that's appropriate because Ian from Avec, you guys made this possible in terms of sponsoring the slot. So Ian, do you want to give us some feedback on how the pitches went?
Yeah, sure. So no, firstly, thank you everyone for pitching today. Obviously, there were quite a few other entrants that put their name forward. I think it's always important to just take it from where it comes. To start a business is not easy, and as we know, we need more entrepreneurs in South Africa to create jobs and help get the economy going. So any feedback given today, take it from where it comes. Everyone is a superstar and doing something great in their own right. From the judging process, lots of screaming and shouting, mainly at me, I think. No, so obviously it was a great session. I think when we looked at the businesses, we obviously wanted to make sure that something special is being, the solution is solving something special, something that people need, something that is sustainable, which is not the easiest thing to judge. So we broke the rules a little bit. We were told we must pick one. We said, well, there can only be one winner, I'm afraid. We did want to say kind of who we thought really stood out. So maybe those three want to come on stage in no particular order. So the three that we chose to come up were Boab, Float, and Daily Shop. So well done to them.
Right, let's get you guys up here. Well done, well done. These are our top three.
These are the top three.
Okay, great, great. I want some reaction here. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, so all of the businesses showed something special. I think obviously everyone loves a good solution to pollution. If we can come up with a good rhyme for load shedding, I tried to think of one. I wasn't smart enough to. That probably would have been the winner. But yeah, I mean, obviously some great work being done there, much needed. Floats, I think tackling something very different and tackling a problem very differently and some great traction, which obviously means you're doing something really well. And then Daily Shop, I mean, I think you did hit the nail on the head in terms of the value of the distribution networks. So from that point of view, we decided Daily Shop was the winner.
That is great. Come Right, we're gonna get a photo. Okay, so can I ask you? Yes, you come in the middle and let's get the judges around you.
You think that you want me?
Yeah.
You put
Yeah, I'm trying to get the judges in with them. Yeah, so hang tender for you, photographers. Come here in the middle. Let's capture the moment. And judges, if you can come stand around. Right, in the moment, in the moment. Judges, hustle around. Okay, cue us when you're ready. In the main camera. Daily Shop. Yes, Daily. Yes.
Daily.
Oh, we need some energy. Oh my goodness.
Right, thank you. Judges, thank you very much for your time and your effort. And well done to the Daily Shop.
Put your hand so gently on my cheek.
Right, we have some more winners coming up. But you hang tenure. You can't fly all the way here.
Yeah.
Have a really entertaining pitch, win, and not say something.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
What you feeling? Tell us, man. You won this.
Should I finish off my pitch? I'm really grateful. Yeah, thank you. I'm really grateful, and some worthy competitors, great ideas out there. I'm so honored to be here, and it's just great exposure to tell the story and to be heard, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you so much to all of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So well deserved.
Thank
The
you.
very best of luck.
All right.
All right.
Cheers.
That was a nice win. Did you feel nice inside? Not for other competitors, but it's always good to see a hardworking startup get their win. Right. Now we're going to go to who won the competitions. Oh, wait, I'm getting a secret message. What are you telling me? Oh, yes. Please bear with us. All the finalists, before you disappear, do you mind coming up here just one last time? In the interim, I'm going to announce the competition winners for the day, but we need our finalists to come up for a photo. So if you could come up so long, that would be great. Who was here this morning when we spoke about the fact that there'd be prizes handed out? Anyone? Yes, a few people. Well, we have got some winners. For the most online engagement, there is Kunta Ngobo. In the audience? Yes, no? Yes. My friend, come find us at the back or come up and we'll you're going to win one of those MetaPress vouchers for service. And our other winners are Lauren Kohler and Saul Baskin. Do we have those people here? Yes, yes, great. Yes, our winners come stand separately with our pictures. Great, congratulations. You guys are collecting those prizes. The Lexus Nexus winner, Mel Clues. Are you here anywhere? Mel, congratulations. And then the last prize goes to our incredible audience who has been here all day supporting and engaging. And I just want to give a big thank you to our sponsors one last time, to say Sentech is the platinum sponsor who made this possible, who came on board, who had great presentations, and everybody else who lived this reality with us today and shared and connected. A huge thank you. Our winners, our finalists, you come up first, the startup pitches. Our spot prizes, you'll come up afterwards. Let's give them one last round of applause. One last round of applause.
Congratulations, guys. A big smile, a big smile.
I'm done playing. Pouring the rain, yeah.
Great. Africa Tech Week, are you ready? And the winner, yes.
All over my face, yeah.
I'm
done playing.
Thank you.
Pouring the rain, yeah.
One more time.
It's blood in my
Africa
face, yeah.
Tech Week. Right, thanks guys. To all our sponsors out there, a big thank you. To the audience, that's a wrap. Thank you for sharing the day with us. I didn't know. Claire, could I ask you to come up for a second? Oh, we're going to have a final closing. You know, I have the secret ear. So if you here for a second, our top co member who's doing our closing, please come on up and have our last word, please. We have our representative. Apologies. It's over, but it's not over.
I'm screaming, come home, because my love's gone. You got me craving your love. You got me craving when you're on my mind. I'm waking up right.
Final words.
You got me craving when you're on my mind. I'm waking
Oh,
up
they've asked me to do the honors. Thanks, Popco, everybody. Travel home safely. Have a great weekend.
She got me feel. I only feel it when she's gone. She turns my love on, just like a bomb. She got me feeling like I'm on one. I'm screaming, come home, because my love's gone. You got me craving your love. You got me craving. You got me craving your love. You got me craving. You got me craving your love. You got me. You got me craving your love. She got me feeling like I'm on one.
I'm not trying to change you. I'm just trying to love you. Baby, do you feel it come to life? True love will never die. Tell me what it feels like. Tell me what it feels like. together. Ooh, forever. And do whatever. Tell me what it feels like. Oh, together. Ooh, forever. Tell me whatever. Tell me what it feels like. I put my card right on the table. You know I mean it when I say so. I got faith in us. Tell me, is it me you love? Tell me what it feels like. Tell me what it feels like. Tell me what it feels like. So tell me what it feels like. And do whatever. And do whatever. And do whatever. I feel like I should trust you. Trust you. I feel like I should trust you, but I don't know if that's wrong. Trust you.